is always like super positive, how awesome a person she is. And that to me has always been an inspiration to do the same for everybody in my life, to always speak positively about them. So that has probably a virtuous spiral effect.
I'm sure. Like that's probably because he has a great wife, and he has a great wife in part because of that.
Yeah.
Like I think it's clear that he's in her corner and cheering for her. It's clear she's cheering for him. Like they have, it's not like Joe Rogan's not a man who has opportunity. I mean, he's surrounded by UFC ring girls, for God's sakes. Like, this is a guy who has all the opportunity in the world, and he seems to be quite a fan of his wife. And that is, you know, that's a superpower. Like, that's a real thing. Now, the question is, you know, he doesn't seem to talk about it like, oh, I gotta really work at that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not a man who's afraid to talk about what he works at. You know, he's pretty honest about, man, yeah, I gotta work really hard to stay in shape. I gotta work really hard to be able to do this. Like, yeah, I'm not good at memorizing that. It takes time.
Yeah.
But I've never heard him say like, oh, marriage is a lot of work. Like, and I think that's to his credit, because it seems like they're enjoying that. And
Yeah.
it's also not incredibly public. Like, it's not something most people couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
He kept it private for many years, and just because it's a private joy, it's a private, like, deep, meaningful, intimate partnership. That's interesting. That's also an inspiration. It doesn't, not everything about your life has to be this, like look at me, I'm happy. Like, I'm in a happy relationship, everything is wonderful.
Especially that. I think there is something about the womb-like, cocoon-like joy, you know, of like love. You know, when you're just tucked in, snuggled in, like just pressed against each other with that. Like that's such a, you know, like it's just the two of you.
Yeah.
Like, and that's lovely, you know, and that's
Yeah,
such a good thing. And I like, we're just dying for connection, you know, and that connection is so big. It's so everything. You know, one of my earliest psychedelic experiences, probably when I was a teenager, but a theme that's been persistent in every psychedelic experience I've ever had, is this idea of like connection. Everything is being pressed to someone and with them, you know, like the warmth of human connection. Like one of the reasons I enjoy listening to your work and your perspective has always been that I think at the core, you see connection and love. And I think for me, from my earliest experiences with psychedelics at 16, 17, I was very attuned to that. I was very much, that was put on my radar by psychedelics and just stayed part of my consciousness forever. I think I had a 30-something year break from psychedelics, but it was like when I came back to it, I went, oh yeah, it's still there. That's still the core of everything, this connection.
I mean, it's fascinating how deeply you value connection, how empathic you are, that you would be doing what you're doing, which is, or is it not? It's
I think
not
it's the opposite.
counterintuitive.
No, I think it's actually why I'm well suited for what I do. I think what I do is I have to learn the story of my client and know it and feel it very deeply. And I have to feel it in a very human way that's very compassionate to this person. And then I have to feel it and understand it in a way that's incredibly antagonistic to it, so I can shore up defenses. So I have to feel this person's story and feelings from every possible angle, because every one of them is a vulnerability and every one of them is a potential strength and a potential defense. And so I actually think it's my number one, other than extemporaneous speaking ability, it is my number one job tool. It's the ability to radically empathize and to put myself in the emotional state of someone in its best possible light and its worst possible light, so that I can see, again, the defense and I can see the vulnerability.
But I mean, so that's beautifully put, but also just to bear witness to this connection broken in those dramatic way over and over and over and over.
That part is hard, but I was a hospice volunteer for many, many years when I first got out of college. And it really showed me a lot about, you know, what is sadness, what is tragic, and what is just inevitable decay, what is pain and decay. Like, we all die. Like, we play a game you can't win to the utmost. And so if we know the answer to all of this is you're going to die, then what do we do with the rest of that time? If all your stuff is just stuff, it's just gonna go to the money's gonna go, like your looks is gonna go, everything's gonna go, love's gonna end one way, then what are we doing? You know, and I think it's love and connection. But what I'm doing for a living is helping, and I don't look at it as what I'm doing is helping people beat the crap out of each other. I look at it as I'm trying to help a client build their post-divorce life, to sort of rise from the ashes of that which has fallen apart and move on to the next chapter and refocus and have the things they need financially, emotionally, whatever it might be, interpersonally, in terms of their kids. And so for me, it's actually a job that is very consistent with my desire to build connection and to be empathetic.
And witnessing the ashes doesn't make you cynical about the whole thing of love.
No, because again, 56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% are remarried within 5 years. Like, we keep doing it over and over again.
And that's a good thing.
I think it is a good thing.
The mess of it, the absurdity of it, the hypocrisy of it, that's something beautiful about that.
Well, it's just the return is so great on the investment, you know? Like, listen, man, I've had more than one dog.
Yeah.
Like, when my dog died, the first dog I had died, I remember when I'm never gonna love again. I'm done with this. I will never expose myself to this kind of pain again. I'll never have to take the dog bed and put it in the closet and ugh. And then some friend called me and said, we have an adoption event. Can you just watch this dog for 24 hours and then we'll take him, we just need, and I went, yeah, all right, I'll watch a dog for the night, and this dog comes in and he said, oh, he has mange, he's not gonna, fuck, I got another dog. He walked in, my heart went, yeah, I got a dog. And now that dog is 13 years old and his eyes are cloudy and he doesn't go up the stairs real well and he's gonna break my heart. And I wouldn't change that for the world.
I'm still there. I'm still struggling for the second one. I lost a dog. It broke my heart.
Yeah.
But
And you'll never lose that pain. But I promise you, your heart has an infinite capacity for the kind of love you felt with that dog. And you'll never feel a love that replaces the whole. Like, there will never be another Buster. But there was not. And, like, you know what? Like, and when he's gone, there will never be another one of him. But you know what? Like, when that stupid puppy that was 5 months old stumbled in, I went, I guess I'm gonna do this again. And you know what? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And I know, by the way, I know now, because, and that's where I've said, like, you know, it's that Joseph Brodsky poem, you know, a song. Like, I wish I knew no astronomy when stars appear. Like, I wish I didn't know the pain. But you know what? Like, I don't care. I don't care. And I believe we don't care. Again, I think there's something to that. If something hurts so badly, and you go, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. Then it must be of value. It must be a real value.
There's also a different perspective on it, that pain. So there's that, from Louis, the show, of this interaction with an old man with Louis C.K., and he says that because Louis is mourning the loss of, got split up, he got dumped or whatever, and he's mourning the loss of that partner of love. And the old man says that is the best part. Like, missing the love is still love. The real bad part is when you forget it, when the pain fades and it's all gone. But the pain is actually a kind of celebration of the love you had.
Of course. Well, the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. There's no question about that. I mean, hate is a passionate emotion. Love is a passionate emotion. But and there is a school of thought that says that only unfulfilled love can be truly romantic. But I believe that it's what I think I learned from hospice is that I think for me, knowing the impermanence is the thing. You know, it's the key.
Yeah, it's finite, and eventually it's gonna be over. And so, like, that intensifies the feeling. That's when you can have pure love without the drama.
Dogs are, for me, a great example. And again, I don't know what it all means, right, existentially. But I just feel like they have that kind of love has to be here to teach us something. And I feel like the fact that they're so amazing and just so loving and so wonderful, and the bond we feel is so amazing and deep and doesn't require a lot of maintenance, and yet it's so finite. Like, it's just a short little lifespan. And I feel like there's just such a lesson there, you know? There's so much there to unpack about the nature of connection and loss, and, you know, that your heart has this infinite capacity. Like, I'm telling you, when my dog died, when Buster died, I remember I thinking with certainty, I will never do this again, because I'll never love that way again. I'll never love a dog the way I love this dog. And it's just not true. That's just not true. Like, you have this infinite capacity. And that makes it scary, actually, because, like, right now, there's so many people you could love. There's so many dogs you could love. Like, there's so much out there. And it requires a certain bravery and tremendous amount of risk to do it. You know?
And a commitment. Because I think to really experience love, you should just dive in. Because there is a huge number of people, but to really, like, I mean, you have to, like, really dive into the full complexity, the full range of another human being.
Yeah, which is hard. Because I don't know that we even feel comfortable diving into the full range of ourselves. You know, there's pieces of ourselves we try to push away or not think about.
Okay, so speaking of the whole sociopath/empath that is all embodied in one human being, that is you. Let's go back to some cases, perhaps, that you've worked on. Just something that stands out to you. What's maybe the craziest, most complicated thing you've worked on? Is there something that pops to mind?
Craziest would be different than most complicated.
Let's go craziest.
Yeah, so craziest? Gosh, that's a great question. So from a chaos standpoint, I mean, I see so many bizarre fact patterns and so many variations of people cheating with people sleeping with the nanny, people sleeping with a relative of their spouse, people having same-sex or polyamorous relationships, and the other person doesn't even know they're not monogamous. Like, so much craziness that you could fill 15 books. In terms of complexity, you know, I mean, emotionally complex is any custody case is emotionally complex because you're dealing with parenting issues. And what makes a good parent, I think, is a very tricky question because, you know, I'm trying to convince a judge who's a better parent. And that is so loaded with subjective, you know, value judgments.
Is there, just to linger on the maternal presumption, is that a thing you come face to face with often?
Well, there was. I mean, it was real. It was the law. There was something in the law called the maternal presumption. It was also known as the tender years doctrine, which meant that a child under the age of 7 was presumed to be in the custody of the mother unless you could show she was an unfit mother. So that's where the idea of, like, someone has to be proven an unfit mother came from. Now, in the 1980s, that was changed. But, you know, under my skin is under my sovereignty. I mean, you can't suggest that there isn't in the world a suggestion that a mother who births a child and feeds a child with her body doesn't have a particular bond with a child that's different than a father's bond with a child. So where do we put that? How much importance do we put on it? Now that there's better and more research in the mental health field about attachment theory in infants, there's also a lot of research on how is attachment formed, how should parenting schedules be put together based on attachment theory. But, you know, there's conflicting perspectives on that.
And so, as judge to judge, you see, like, is there a lot of variation?
Yeah, there is, because there's lots of kinds of judges. Like, there's judges that are thoughtful, enlightened, interested in mental health research, and there's judges that just were unsuccessful lawyers that were good politically and got elected, and they just want to, they just want a job where, like, they show up at 9 o'clock, they have a lunch break from 12 until 2 o'clock, and then they leave at 4:30, and they get a certain number of weeks vacation and a pension after 20 years.
So, what is in general the process of these custody battles? Like, what's the landscape
Well,
here?
the overwhelming majority of custody cases don't end up in my office. They are a negotiation between two people that love their children more than they dislike their soon-to-be ex. So the overwhelming majority of cases are just two people going, okay, how are we going to make decisions together? Because there are decisions that have to be made about kids. Will they go to public or private school? Can they go on medication if they need it or not? Should we change pediatricians? All those kinds of things. How do we make decisions? And when will we each spend time with the kids? And so most custody cases are just that. Most custody cases are just a discussion, a negotiation between counsel about those issues. And they're not ugly, and they're not anything. They're just people. Again, sometimes people have differing perspectives, but sometimes people haven't thought through their perspective. So as a divorce lawyer, a lot of what I'm doing is counseling a person, because they come in and say, well, I've been the person who handles, all of the homework and all of the everything, so he should only see the kids on weekends. And there's a logic to that. Like, I've always done the homework with the kids, so I'm the parent who's in charge of the homework, and he's obviously not done that before. But there's also a logic that you can then say, right, but then you're doing all the heavy lifting of parenting, and he's doing none of that. And you were a married couple and living together, so he was trusting you to do that because you're good at it and you seem to like it. So maybe now we want him to have to do some of the heavy lifting of parenting. Because we don't want the child when they're 13 to say, I love Dad, we have nothing but a good time together, whereas you make me do my homework and eat my broccoli. Dad's the grass on the other side of the fence that's greener. So sometimes it's about educating a client to, like, change their frame, to look at this differently. Yeah, okay, we always go to my mother's for Thanksgiving, so I need every Thanksgiving. Well, you were married. So you went to, now you're gonna have new traditions. Things are changing for your children. Things are changing for your family. You're both gonna have new traditions. So a lot of times it's just educating people on looking at things in a different way, looking at their parenting in a different way. We're not gonna live in the same house anymore, but we're still gonna parent this child or these children together. What's much more interesting, because I don't get invited to a lot of parties, but when I get invited to parties, if somebody says, what do you do for a living? And I say, I'm a divorce lawyer. And they go, oh my God, you must have stories. That's the way everybody's, oh my God, you must have so many stories. And if I said, yeah, there was this couple and they slowly grew apart, and then they decided that it would be good for them to end their relationship as a married couple, but they wanted to continue to have an amicable co-parenting relationship. So they divided their assets and they figured out a good parenting access schedule that made sure that they both had both leisure time and responsibilities with the children. People would be like, that's the worst fucking story. Yeah, that's so boring.
Yeah.
So what they really want is and then he was sleeping with the nanny and then she caught him. So, the truth is, like, people want to hear about those flameouts. And by the way, those are super interesting as a lawyer. Like, it's super interesting.
It's usually going to be, what, infidelity? You do have a chapter called Everybody Fucks the Nanny?
Everybody's fucking the nanny.
Everybody
There's a nanny fascination out there. I try to explain it in the book, but yeah, I've had some great nanny stories. People run off with the nanny, people end up getting married to the nanny. I had one where he convinced her that they should have a threesome with the nanny. They got the nanny drunk, they had a bunch of threesomes with the nanny, and then the nanny and the wife paired up and left him.
Oh, nice.
And they're still quite happy.
Seems like a happy ending, though.
For everyone but him. But it was his idea.
Well, he's really going to have a nanny fascination now.
Now he's got to see the nanny, who's now the, step parents to the kids. And it was his bright idea of, let's have a threesome with the nanny. The nanny thing, I think, is a function of, in many circumstances, is the characteristics of the wife that he remembers fondly and that have been extinguished by the presence of children. So my words of wisdom is not, don't get a nanny or make sure you get an ugly nanny. My thought on it is that a woman should remember, even when she's a mother, that she's also a woman who a man, they fell in love with each other. And she should take time to be in touch with the part of herself that is an independent woman, that's interesting and interested. And, there's a lot to be learned from divorced couples, because, divorced couples, if you do it right, it's awesome. I had a wonderful experience parenting and being divorced, because I divorced when my kids were quite young. My co-parent, my ex-wife, is awesome. She's a great mom, nice person, we're good friends. And it was great. I had half the time I had my kids and I could focus on them. And the other half of the time they were with the other person who loves them as much as I do. And I didn't have any of the responsibilities of kids. And I could just have, all of the wonderful fun that you can have when you don't have, the responsibilities that come with full-time caring for children. So.
Not intentional.
What would you say now on the flip positive side? We're talking about
slipping.
The collapse of things. What about success? What's the secret to success?
I was 8-1, and now I'm...
My mom used to say that it's hard to define intelligence, but you could spot stupid a mile away.
Yeah.
So I'm much better at pointing out where people fall apart, because I spend a lot of time with people who have fallen apart in their relationship. So it's easy to then say, well, just don't do what they do. But I don't know that that's not an oversimplification. So again, I think the answer is connection. I think the answer is affection, presence, mindfulness and presence. I do think, in my personal and professional experience, that most people want you fully more than they just want you in a disconnected way. So if you were to say to your romantic partner, you can have me for 2 hours where I'm giving you my undivided attention and I'm really joyful to be with you. Or you can have me for 8 hours where I'm sort of half paying attention and I kind of want to be someplace else for part of the time. There's just no choice there. It's so obvious. So I think presence is a big piece. And I think that, the you, the me, and the we, I think is important. Because I think in relationships, there's you and there's me, and we meet. And something magical happens, you know? And we become we. And now there's you and there's me, and there's we. And then the we gets bigger, bigger, bigger. And isn't it great? Because it's such a nice warm place. It gets so big. But it gets so big that you get small and me gets small because we. And if any of us dares to ask, well, what about you? What about me? No, the we. What, you don't like the we? You don't want to be with the we? Like, well, no, it's not that. But the we only exists because there was you and there was me. And I really like you and you really liked me. And so we picked each other out of lots of choices. And now this we is so fucking big. Like it threatens to just consume all of it, you know? And I really think that there's something there we have to look at.
So we should not consume everything, but at the same time, not be small.
Well, the we is the you and the me. And if you mix it so much that you and me loses its components, that all that's left is we. Like, I don't think that that's the way to do it. I just think the world pulls us in that direction. Like we get told culturally that, well, why aren't you going with this person to that? Why would you do that by yourself? And why? Why? Like anyone knows that there's joy in being away from each other and there's joy being reunited together. So why don't we, speak very honestly about that? It's very, and I think some of that's our own insecurity. Well, why don't you want to be with me 24 hours a day? Aren't I wonderful? Aren't I delightful? It's like, wait, what?
Well, but also probably people are either afraid or lazy in developing their individual selves. I mean, it's lonely going out there in the world by yourself, and it's comforting in that little cocoon of we.
It can also be incredibly adventurous, going out into the world by yourself, and then coming back to the we with a full report.
Yeah.
Coming back and saying like, oh, guess what I saw? Guess what I did? Oh my, we have to go there together now, because all I could think about was you. Yeah. While I was there, I was like, oh my God, she would love this. Yeah. That's magical. That's amazing. Like look what I brought you back. I went for this, and then I got you this present from there. Like, there's something, and we know this. I always thought it was, like when you watch the old westerns, or like the hero's leaving, and he's walking away from the cabin because he's gonna go fight the gunfight, and she runs up. She goes, "Please don't go, stay here with me." And he like kisses her, and then he goes. Yeah. If he goes like, "Yeah, you're right, I'll just stay here. It's cool." Like this is, I didn't want to deal with that anyway. Like he's not the hero anymore then.
Yeah. That's deep root to that. And then probably, like you mentioned, sex.
Sex is
probably a big part of it. Friendship. That seems to me like a really important one.
Depends on how you define friend. Like if being a friend means we have some connection to each other and we have each other's cell phone numbers, okay, then we're friends. But if it's a bigger definition than that, if it's like you pick me up at the airport, or like you're someone I could call, and it's like, dude, I gotta hide a body. Like you get shovel in a lime.
I like how you escalated from airport pickup to murder.
I try to go two directions. Well, I have to tell you, I define the Ben Affleck movie The Town. That scene, that's friendship to me. I mean, to me, the ideal male friendship is the scene where he says, I need you to come with me, we're gonna hurt some people and you never have to ask me about it again. Oh, yeah. And he says, whose car are we taking? Yeah. And that's sort of like, to me, that's friendship. So it's a high bar, to be like a friend. So when you say like friendship, I think that's the kind of friendship you should ideally have with your romantic partner. If you're getting married, it should be the like, whose car are we taking? Like it should be that, it's you and me.
To be fair, that bar is reached with me with a lot of people. Yeah. Like if you call me tomorrow, there's a body.
But you're a big open heart.
But it's true, like I wonder how many people out there are like that in terms of hiding the body.
I mean, my theory on this, because I think I'm like you in that way. I think I'm very sensitive. I feel things really deeply, and I think the world is terrifying when you feel things very deeply because there's so much pain, there's so much betrayal, there's so many opportunities to be hurt, and I think when you are that kind of person, you go through like stages, and one of them is that I don't care, I don't feel anything, it doesn't matter, I don't feel anything, I don't feel anything, I don't feel anything. Like you try to convince yourself, I don't feel anything, it's fine, I don't feel anything. And then at some point, like, you do feel all of it, and then it's like, oh my God, the weight of this is crazy. I mean, I think it's the whole arc of Pink Floyd The Wall. It's literally the entire arc of Pink Floyd The Wall, and the song Stop. I want to go home, take off this uniform, and leave the show. Like when you feel all of it, the army of hammers coming at you, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, 1,000 natural shocks the flesh is heir to. When you feel all of that deeply, it's very hard. But it can also be a superpower. Because I think when you can bring that to a relationship, when you can bring that to a profession, like you've done and I've done, then there's something very magical about that. The ability to bring it out in someone, to feel it in yourself, to understand it, is a gift. It's a wonderful, wonderful gift. I'm humbled by what it brought me professionally. And I'd like to think that you and I have both found professions that enable us to use that sensitivity, that empathy, in a productive and good way, and in a personally fulfilling way. And ideally in a way that does good for other people.
you yourself are incredibly successful and high performer. You've dealt with a lot of CEOs and just high performers in all walks of life. What can you say about successful relationships with those kinds of folks?
That's a good question. I think,
Is it all the same stuff, or is there something special when they're busier?
well, I think when you represent high net worth individuals, but also high performing, I would make a distinction between high net worth and high performing. So I've done high net worth divorces where the person's like a trust fund kid, even though they're an adult, but they're what they did to achieve their high net worth status is their great grandfather died, so that is different than someone who is self-made, who through discipline, focus, entrepreneurship, whatever it might be, that they have found success. And there's also a difference between financial success and fame, because I've represented famous people that actually did not have that much money in the scheme of things, or much liquidity. And I've represented people that were not in any way famous and were very high performing in their field. Like in New York, we have a lot of finance people. And what I find is their divorces are challenging, one on a technical level, because figuring out what they have and how to divide it is tricky.
Sure, yeah.
Because when something's moving that quickly, like when your portfolio's movement, affects a market, that's challenging. Jeff Bezos' divorce for a time, when it was in its early stages, could affect Amazon stock. It did, so that's a real thing. There are businesses that are affected by a divorce. But in terms of being in a relationship with someone who is a high performing person, most of the high performing people I know are creatures of discipline and routine. From a Joe Rogan, we've talked about, any of these people, like they have a routine, they have a discipline, they have a focus, they have a way they like to do things, they have a type of coffee they like to drink, they have a way that they like to do. And divorce is a tremendous disruption. I mean, divorce is fundamental things in your life are shifted out of your control. Like your spouse may be the one who has decided you are no longer going to live in that house. You will no longer see your children on these days. So to take that control away from someone is very, very hard. I mean, when someone is a high-performing, high net worth person, they are used to being told yes. They are used to being able to buy their way out of a problem. But just like illness,
Yep.
you can hire the best doctor, but you can't cure cancer because you have a lot of money. Like you can hire the best lawyer, but you can't cure a custody case, And that's, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's seemingly endless custody disputes that have been going on for years now, with the best lawyers in California working on them, is proof of the fact that you can't just buy a resolution to those things, that you have to go through it just like everyone else.
So that lets me ask the
God
question:
damn,
how much
dude.
does a divorce usually cost?
You're so fucking
It's a great
tanky.
question. Average divorce? It's sort of like what I always tell clients in the first consultation is I tell them the most reasonable question a person could ask me sitting in that chair across from me is two. How long is this going to take? How much is it going to cost? And those are two questions I can't answer. And then the next thing they say is, give me a range, which is a bit like calling your doctor and saying, I have a headache. What is it? Well, I can't tell you. I'd have to do tests. Give me a range. Okay. It's a reaction to the barometric pressure, and it'll be gone in 15 minutes. Or it's a brain aneurysm, and you'll be dead in 5 minutes. There's your range. And so it didn't really help, right? So I have the least expensive divorce I've ever seen is two people who one of whom comes into my office and says, we've written down on a yellow pad what we figured out at the kitchen table. She's going to keep the house. I'm going to keep the 401k. We have a bank account at this bank. We're going to split that 50-50. I'm going to pay her this much in child support each month, and we're going to agree from time to time on what we're going to do in terms of the schedule with the kids, but they're primarily going to live with her. Can you write this up and make it legally binding? Yes, $3,500.
Just as a side note, I have a friend who went through a divorce and handled it just masterfully by giving more than he's supposed to and having nothing but love in his heart and happiness with the kids, and just like, I don't know, that to me is just an inspiration. Like, not like his whole view was like, who cares about money? Like,
Well, yeah.
And also like he refused.
I got distracted. Let's play again.
So I'll personalize this a bit. So I have a friendly relationship with my ex-wife, who's the mother of my sons, who are adults. And we have maintained a very good relationship. And so now it's many years divorced later, 17, 18 years later. And we were able to sort of post-game that relationship, even our co-parenting relationship. You know, we kind of post-game it when we chat with each other. And I remember once saying to her, you never like screwed around with me when it came to the kids. Like you were always so like cool, you know? Like if I called you, like if I was having a really bad day at work, or like seeing just an ugly custody case, and like it just felt like I would call her and say like, hey, can I just pick the boys up and like take them out for ice cream or something tonight? I know it's not my night, but would you mind if I just like took them out for a couple hours? She'd be like, yeah, sure, come on by. You know, she was always flexible like that. And I said to her like, well, was that just goodwill? Like you're just a good person, or like what was that about? And she was like, yeah, it was partly that, but she was like, it was partly that like you never screwed around with me when it came to money. Like if the kids needed something, or if I needed something as the mother of the kids, like you were always like, yeah, sure, of course. Like her air conditioning kicked out and she needed to replace it. She didn't have like liquidity at the time. I didn't have a lot of money at the time because it was a long time ago. And I was like, all right, no, because I don't want you hot and upset, and I don't want the boys, you know, to be like, of course. And so I think, yeah, when you approach a conflict with, like, it's very hard to argue with someone who won't argue with you. If the person approaches the argument from the point of view of like, I'm not gonna argue with you. Like I'm gonna just not meet it with that. I'm gonna meet it with love. I'm gonna meet it with positivity. It doesn't always work, because sometimes people are so angry that they're relentless.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, like, the louder you get,
What is up with my...
quieter I get, the more you seem irrational, you know? And that's what I always try to bring that to court proceedings. Like I always try to bring to court, like if I know my adversary is coming in hard, I'll come in quiet and slow and deliberate, because I want the volume to be turned up way too high over there. And then it looks like, what's their problem over there, you know? And I think that, I say this to clients, but man, we did a good job with this kid, didn't we? You know? And the decisions you make right now, there's a straight line to that wedding. And so even if you don't like this person, even if you're mad at them, even if you're mad at yourself for the choices you made in choosing them as a co-parent, like every single Mother's Day for 27 years, I have told my now longtime ex-wife, happy Mother's Day. I'm so glad that we had kids together. I'm so glad you're the mother of my kids, because they wouldn't be who they are if it wasn't that they were part me and part you. And I'm so grateful for you. And, you know, I'm always cheering for you. Like, how hard is that? How hard is that?
Well, it's really hard for some people, but
I don't understand why it's so hard for some people. I'll tell you, I do find that hard. There's not a lot of things that I kind of don't understand, but that's one that I kind of don't understand. Like I put in one of the weird things I did as a divorce lawyer that caused like a little stir among my colleagues for a few years. It was some years ago. Like we all steal from each other's work, divorce lawyers. Like we were like the matrimonial mafia. Like we all know each other, we all deal with each other over and over again. But we all have the same job, and so we're the only people that really know the unique stresses of that job. So even though we try to kill each other all day, it's like boxers, like professional fighters. Like, yeah, your job's to take each other's head off, but like nobody knows what the two of you went through like the two of you. You know, that's why like I always get like, I go like all kinds of rubbery when I see after the fight, like the two people hug each other. Because I'm always like yeah, because you know what? They relate to each other better than anybody. They suffered, they bled. You know, the competitors, they bled, you know? So I really think divorce lawyers, we have that same kind of relationship. Like we went through this stress, you know, on opposite sides trying to take each other apart. And I find that, you know, we all steal from each other's material when it comes to separation agreements, provisions that we use for agreements. Like all the agreements are like these Frankenstein monsters of, oh, I like his estate planning provisions, so I like her, you know, provisions related to maintaining a life insurance policy to secure the alimony award. And I wrote this paragraph, or this section, because what occurred to me is that when you have a child with someone, and let's say they're 3 or 4 or 5, they're old enough to know what Christmas is, but they're not old enough to go buy a Christmas present. But they're old enough to know that you get presents on Christmas, and you give presents on Christmas. But they're not old enough to buy one for the parent. So someone has to do that for them. So I thought, I'm gonna put in a provision that says that as long as the children are so young that they can't independently purchase a Mother's Day or a birthday present for the co-parent, that you'll take the children either to buy a small gift or to make a card, something like that. This struck me as a no-brainer. Who could disagree with this? Like, it's not for the person, it's for the kid. It's so the kid, happy birthday, Mom. I don't have a present for you, I don't have a card for you because I'm fucking 5. Like I'm 5, like you can't go do that. So wouldn't you want your child, not your co-parent, who cares? Maybe you want them to have the worst birthday ever, fine, but you don't want your child to be embarrassed. And I even put in the provision, the parties acknowledge that it is the intention of this provision to ensure that the child is not embarrassed and feels, you know, that they were able to, I cannot tell you how many people refuse to sign that. How many lawyers said to me, we're taking that out. And I went, why? Well, why does my client have to buy a present for your client? I said, they're not buying a present for my client. They're buying a present for the child to give to my client. It could be one of those little $3 boxes of chocolates they sell at the drugstore. Like it's a kid, they don't know what anything is. And people, nope. And I have to tell you, of the conundrums, of the puzzles that I can't figure out in existence. That's one I can't figure. I do not understand why that's so hard.
That's basically just an illustration of their complete inability to do anything nice for the other person.
Like the level of hatred, the level of vitriol that they like. Maybe this is me. If you apologize, there's not a lot I won't forgive. Like, I'm not saying I'll forget it. I'm not saying, oh, we're totally good like it never happened. I understand that. But if someone says what I call a non-bullshit apology, right? A bullshit apology is, oh, I'm sorry you got so upset when I did that. I think that's a bullshit apology. You know, I'm sorry that you were offended. That's a bullshit apology. Or I'm sorry for what I did. Because what are we talking about? We might not be talking about the same thing. Or you might be saying, I'm sorry that you found out about that, not that you did it. So a real apology is, I lied to you, and I realized that hurt you. And I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that I did that. And I know that it hurt you, and I'm really sorry. That's a real apology, okay? So someone's willing to give you that, and you still want to walk around with like the level of vitriol that you will harm your child rather than do something nice for them. I don't have a solution. And I tell you, I see that all the time. Like, parental alienation is a thing. It is a thing. Like, children can be weaponized. Like, I always tell people, if you want to get married, get married. Get a prenup ideally, but if you don't have a prenup, okay, you're just risking money. Don't worry, you're just risking money. Money and hassle, you know, of paperwork and of time and of going through an ugly financial divorce. But you have a kid with somebody, that is a missile. Like, that person has a power over you for a long time, if not forever.
So the child could be used as part of a manipulation.
Oh, routinely.
That's
People
heartbreaking.
weaponize children all the time, and they do it with the permission of their own conscience, because they genuinely believe I'm gonna protect this person, this child, from this person who, by the way, is a bad spouse. But that doesn't mean they were a bad father or a bad mother. You can be bad at being a spouse, but the skill set of a spouse and of a parent, it's not necessarily the same. And I've seen, you know, people alienate children from a parent in such subtle ways, but they're so powerful. And as a lawyer, you know, it doesn't matter what I know, it matters what I can prove. And it's very hard to prove alienation, because it's usually a very subtle process. And the example I always give to people is, it's a rare kind of crazy person that will say to a 7-year-old, your dad is a bad person. But this, hello, here's your dad. You just said your dad's a bad person. You just did it with your eyes. You did it with the expression on your face when you handed the phone to the kid. You told that kid your dad's a bad person. You didn't have to say it out loud. And that is something people are guilty of all the time. You know, when the kid comes home and says, you know, there's a divorced couple. Kid comes home and says, oh, I met mom's new boyfriend. And you go, oh yeah, that's nice. Remember, he's not your dad. You know, like, whoa. Like, you just told that kid a whole bunch of information about how he's supposed to feel about this person. Yeah. Whereas if you go, oh, that's nice, this is a nice guy. Oh, that's great. I heard nice things. Yeah, I heard he likes bicycles. That's cool. That's really neat. Like, you just told this kid, okay, it's okay. You can like this person. It's okay to like this person. It's okay that your mom is with this person. Like, and again, whatever you feel about your ex, your co-parent, usually you love your kid more than you hate your ex, ideally.
Also, I wish people would, even without an apology, forgive each other. Because it goes back to the earlier discussion we had. Like, I usually forgive people if there's something in them, especially if we shared something, but even just if there's something about them that's beautiful. Like, it's great that they exist in the world. So I'm just grateful for that, and I use that as the fuel of forgiveness.
I don't know, to me, like, forgiveness is very often, it's for me, you know? Like, when I let go of anger, I feel lighter, you know? I think my heart enjoys peace. I mean, partly it's because I fight for a living. You know, I work in the world of conflict. Like, I jokingly used to say to my sons when they were teenagers, you know, like, I can only argue if you paid. Like, it's not fair to the paying customers. If I argue with you for free, that's not fair, you know?
But I think we're talking about the incredibly wide range that a divorce can cost.
Yeah, so
and you were saying the cheapest one was the yellow.
Yeah, yellow pad, 2 people, came to an agreement, write it up, make it legally binding, $5,000 maybe, you know, tops. But usually $3,500, $5,000, that kind of vibe. Most expensive, millions in counsel fees.
And that's because of the duration, the complexity.
Yeah, the duration, the complexity of issues. Like, I have clients who paid $2-3 million in counsel fees.
So it's like has to do custody or like what's
it can be complex custody that requires a hearing, that requires expert testimony, dueling mental health professionals opining on the parenting. It can be a situation where emergency circumstances occur, like where an individual tries to abscond to another country with the children and you have to bring them back under the Hague Convention on international child abduction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've done some Hague cases. You know, there are cases where people have very different facts. Like, before I came here today, a client of mine's soon-to-be ex-husband, who she's in the middle of it, where he tested positive for cocaine on a hair follicle test, where it was said he was definitely not going to test positive, and he tested positive. So it was like we were scurrying now with, okay, we got to get a motion filed, we got to suspend access, we got to protect the kids, we got to get in front of the judge, we got to think about what are the implications of this, because he was about to transition to an unsupervised parenting. Like, this is the kind of stuff that can amp up the amount of work the lawyer has to do, which then translates to money. I mean, I get paid for my time, you know, and the time of my team. You know, I have attorneys and paralegals who work for me. So when you have a team of lawyers working on a case, you can burn tens of thousands of dollars a day if it's a big enough case. there are also very complex financial cases.
Dang it.
People move and hide money. The high net worth space is a different world. Like if an average person owns a home, they own a home in their name or their name with their spouse. A high net worth person owns an LLC that owns that home. That LLC is owned by a trust. They are a beneficial interested party in that trust. Like this is how some of my clients who make tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year pay less in taxes than a cop or a firefighter. Because they have structures, and the structures that were designed for tax planning purposes, then in a divorce become very tricky to unwind and to figure out, wait, no, what is mine and what is not, you know?
Well, then that takes us to the question of prenups. What's your view on prenups, prenuptial agreements?
It's not popular to quote Kanye West, but if you ain't no chump, holla, we want prenup. We want prenup. I mean, that's what he had to say.
Meaning, so it's prenup is a good idea.
Prenup is an excellent idea. A prenup is a contract between two people that binds their respective rights and obligations in the event of a divorce when it comes to financial issues. That's all it is, and there's a lot of reasons to have them, and there really aren't any reasons not to have them other than the fact it requires an uncomfortable conversation.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's a few questions here. First, do they work?
Yes.
Almost.
Yes. If they are crafted correctly, which is not that hard to do for a lawyer to do. I'm saying for a lawyer to do, because with the internet, everybody thinks, why would I spend $1,000? I can just Google prenuptial agreement, I can get one, and then that is a bad idea. Like it is like a will. Like if you're gonna have a document that binds your rights at that level, it's worth, like the most expensive prenup I've ever done was like $3,000. That's ridiculous. That's not a lot of money. Like, so there's no reason you wouldn't do it, but people will still. I've had clients that have hundreds of thousands of dollars and they did their prenup downloading something from the internet, and because of some imperfection, you know, it doesn't have the right, what's called acknowledgement, which is the section where the notary signs, and it has to say that it was duly sworn before this person on this date, and if it doesn't have that, it's invalid, it's not binding. So there are weird technicalities, but yeah, prenups are binding, as long as there's been some minimal asset disclosure, which is easily done in a prenup, and as long as there's not a language deficiency, meaning that the person who is reading it understands English to the level that they understand what they're signing, and if they don't, that at least they've acknowledged in their native language that there is some opportunity for this to be translated for them. Yeah, they're binding. They're presumptively binding. You know, we live thankfully in a culture where people are allowed to enter into contracts about money.
What are some prenups that you've seen that can be effective, or that people converge towards in terms of what does that agreement look like? Because you know, the popular conception is when there's no prenup, both sides get half.
And that's generally true, that both sides get half. Equitable distribution, which is what the law is called, is the law of equitable distribution. It's not called the law of equal distribution for a reason, because it's equitable, not equal. Now, equitable is presumed to be equal, but there are exceptions to that presumption, and that's where lawyers can get into fun and or trouble, depending on how you view it. It's where we make our money. We make our money arguing that the fair result will not be just a 50-50 split. And so there's the very generic standard prenup, which is easy. And I call that yours, mine, and ours. Like, if it's in your name, it's yours, whether it's an asset or a liability. My name, it's mine. Joint names, we split it 50-50. Simple, clean. And you go in to the marriage now, knowing what the rules are. So if you get a bonus at work and you put it in your sole name, then it's your separate property and you have to divorce. You go out and buy a boat, and she doesn't support you buying the boat, but the boat, you got a big loan on this boat. You're responsible for that loan. So I like that because I like people having some control. And I also like people having to have discussions. Well, why are we putting that bonus just in your bank account? Why wouldn't we put it in the joint bank account? We should have that discussion while we're married, not when we're in a divorce lawyer's office 10 years later, because we should be able to talk about those kinds of things. So, you know, what's interesting about prenups is that somehow people think there's something, like it takes away from the romance of marriage. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again, all marriages end. They end in death or divorce. So having life insurance or having a will, it doesn't mean you can't wait to die. It doesn't mean you're looking forward to death. It doesn't mean that you're predicting, you know, your demise sometime imminently. It just means that, you know, you're being realistic and honest. So when you marry, and I don't mean spiritually marrying, having a marriage ceremony, I mean legally marrying. You're making changes to your rights and obligations under law. That's what you're doing. Like marriage, from a legal standpoint, what we mean when we say I got married, is a state agency. It's been created by the state. Like this is a legal status that most people who are in it know nothing about. They just did the most legally significant thing they're ever going to do other than dying, and they have no idea what rights and obligations it created. And the first time they're going to get an education about it is in my office. That's crazy.
When we get divorced.
That's crazy.
And so prenup is an opportunity to learn something about it at the start.
So first of all, whenever someone approaches me about prenups, and that's like 4 or 5 times a week probably, depending on the season. Right before wedding season, we get a lot.
When's wedding season?
Well, it used to just be the summer. You know, they say when you marry in June, you're a bride all your life. That's from some Roger Hammerstein music. Now the fall is very big too. People love fall content, fall weddings, pretty, you know, pictures and things.
Content.
Yeah, fall content.
Good on the gram.
Fall content. Yeah,
all right, that's a hashtag.
Weddings is for the gram. I have to tell you, weddings is performative, man. See, the problem is though, it's curated. So here's us picking the cake. It's not here's us doing the prenup. You know how many people I've done prenups for that I've watched on their social media or them being interviewed by Andy Cohen on Bravo and saying, well, no, we don't have a prenup. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You do. It's in my office. It's in a folder.
Yeah.
They have a
Don't
prenup.
even know. That's beautiful.
But prenups are not published anyplace. They're not filed with a court. They're maintained by the two people that signed it and their lawyers. That's it. So nobody has to admit that they have a prenup.
Beautiful.
But there's a certain problem with that insofar as a lot of people have prenups and we need to normalize prenups. Like there's no reason not to normalize prenups. There's no reason not for until some famous people say, yeah, we have a prenup. We're crazy about each other. That's why we're getting married. You know, but yeah, look, we're getting, you know, I don't want to get a car accident, but I got a seatbelt. You know, like you have it just in case.
And I mean, what do you do if you're running a company? Like what does that have to do with the prenup? You know, you're running a $100 billion or $1 trillion company, Jeff Bezos.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose his marriage was before Amazon.
Yeah, it is before.
But like, how does that work in a prenup? Like,
Well, no, actually, it's the same. I mean, what you're doing with a prenup is you're identifying how things will be classified in advance. So you're creating a set of rules, and then you both can function under those rules during the time. So like for a brief time, I taught a family law drafting class at a law school. And when we would do separation agreements and we would do pleadings, you know, it was lots of fun. When we would do prenups, I would say to the students, you know, what's the main thing you need when you're doing a prenup? And they would say, well, you know, you need asset disclosure. And I'd say, well, that's not the main thing. And they'd say, well, you need, you know, technical language. I'd say, no, the main thing you need is a crystal ball. The main thing you need is the ability to see what's going to happen in the future. Who's going to have money, who's not, who's going to be successful, who isn't, what people will inherit. The problem is we don't have that. We don't have that. So what can we do? We can create tranches, we can create structures, we can create systems, and then people can live with those in mind. You enter the game knowing the rules, right? So you know if this is going to be a submission-only event. You know if this is going to be no time limit. You know if we're after a certain number of minutes, we're going in points now, okay? So I can work with that rule set, and I'm going to amend my game based on that rule set. Same thing. You're just going to say, look, what's the rule set? Let's agree on the rule set, and then let's conduct ourselves with the rule set in mind. Let's plan the rule set in mind. And I think that, you know, and by the way, and if you're going to cheat, you cheat with the rule set in mind. You know you're cheating, right? You know you're trying to get around the rule set. So prenups are, when I do a consult for a prenup, the first thing I do is here's what's going to happen legally if you marry without a prenup. Here's what happens to your rights and obligations. Then, what we can change with that, there's almost no limit. You can amend anything you want to. The example I always give is there was a case that went up to the appellate court where a high net worth guy married a very beautiful woman, and there was a provision in the prenuptial agreement that said for every 10 pounds she gained during the marriage, she would lose $10,000 a month in alimony if they divorced. And there was here's her baseline weight
Thanks for
as of the time of execution of this agreement. And I wondered if she was did like what a wrestler does. Like did she like, you know, did she like bulk up right before and then cut when she eventually got divorced? Like is she in there with sauna, you know, with the suit on? And the appellate court essentially said, I don't know why you married this person, having had them make you sign this, but it's binding. But it's binding.
I wish somebody would do a contract like that. Like the rent for this place would be more expensive if I was fatter and cheaper if I was skinnier, and that way I would have to weigh in.
Motivation. Like some motivation on you.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of prenup is motivating.
Well, what's his name? I think Tim Ferriss says that about how he does like he said you should make bets with people. Like it's like if you gain this much, I got to give you this amount of money. You know, and he says that in one of his early books.
And try to make it binding somehow, which is tough.
Yeah. I think when we create incentives of that kind, you know, that's why like there was like the no nut November, or no shave November, you know, sober, like all this. Yeah. It was a competition. When people make a competition of something, they gamify something. It you know makes it something that people are more likely to stick with. So I mean, I guess a prenup would be interesting. The problem is there's also people put in prenups what's called fidelity clauses.
Andrew Huberman says
fidelity clauses. People still do these. I discourage people from doing them. The two things that people put in prenups that I discourage people from putting in prenups, but very often people still put in prenups, even with my caveat, is fidelity clauses and sunset clauses. So fidelity clauses is, I'm waiving alimony, I'm waiving this, I'm waiving that, but if you cheat, I get $1 million, or I get this much alimony, or I get this amount. And I know the intention is to disincentivize the person from cheating. It's a deterrent to have them cheat. But all it really does is just creates like an interesting legal battle for lawyers. Like, how did you prove that they cheated or not?
All right, because what constitutes cheating also?
Right. Is an emotional affair an affair? Is oral sex cheating? Is, you know, like what is? And by the way, how do you prove it? Like, well, I was in a hotel with her, but how do you prove that I had sex with her? You know, like, and it's very, very, you're opening a can of worms with that kind of a thing. But people sometimes still put them in. And sunset clauses. Sunset clauses is if we're married X period of time, this goes away, as if it never existed.
Why is that a bad idea?
The same reason the community property law in California is a bad idea. So the community property law is after a certain number of years,
I'm here.
Everything, including your premarital property, all becomes marital property. And the idea of that was supposed to be that if you've been married that number of years, like you're in enough of a serious relationship now that
in the
everything
lobby
is one unit, you're one person. What it actually does is creates a very uncomfortable thought experiment that people have to have at the 6-year mark. Because you have to, now the honeymoon's kind of over, you might have a kid or two, and you go, okay, wait a minute, am I so happy in this relationship that I'm willing to take all of my premarital assets and throw them in the pot right now? Because if not, I got 6 months to get divorced.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Like, and that's not, so like if you say to someone, like if you got married tomorrow, and then you found a company that's worth $100 million, And under your prenup, that's your separate property. But there's a sunset clause that says that your prenup goes out the window in 15 years. Man, at year 14 and 6 months, you got to ask yourself some serious questions about where's this relationship going to be in 5-10 years.
That's brilliant. And that's why, kids, you pay for a lawyer.
We get paid to see around corners, you know? I get paid to be paranoid. I tell people that all the time.
Okay, so you just mentioned Infidelity. You write in the book, which everybody should get. It's a great book. It's a great read. It's
Jolly
a window into your soul.
Rancher keeps
You,
melting.
in this book, write that there's 5 kinds of infidelity. Do you
At
remember? Can you
room
explain?
temperature.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say is that all infidelity is not the same. That there's different kinds. And some of them are more obvious.
It's under LEDs, too.
There's
like
the soulmate, you know? That's the one I think I see most often, which is a person meets another person or rekindles on social media or elsewhere a reconnection with another person in their life. And they go, oh my God, this is the person I'm supposed to be with. I'm in love. The heart wants what the heart wants. Like, I'm leaving you for this person because I have found my true love. That's one type, and it's an incredibly common type. And there's there are plenty of cautionary tales associated with that, where people thought that they found their someone, and then it turns out it was, no, it was just unfair, and a man who leaves his wife for his mistress just leaves a new job opportunity.
And we should also mention that you talk about Facebook and Instagram.
Oh yes, if we were going to invent an infidelity generating machine, it would be called Facebook, which by the way is a function of the fact the book was written in 2019. I would now change it to Instagram.
Oh, because you said just Facebook.
Yes, but now if I had to rewrite it, it would be, if we were going to invent an infidelity generating machine, it would be called Meta. That would be
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Very tech forward.
It was a function of what Facebook and I think Instagram also are, which is it is a communication tool that has people looking into windows that I think are antagonistic to marriage. You're looking into the lives of other people. You're looking into these social lives of people that you meet casually. So there was a time where you would be at your son's soccer practice and see the attractive mom across the way, and you wouldn't really talk to her, interact with her. If you did, it would just be at practice. But now we add on social media.
Be cool if we had a
because
blitz.
for legitimate reasons. We need to maybe communicate about when practice is, or we want to message the person. But now it's sort of an invitation to a connection. And then it's, there's a picture of her on vacation in a bikini. That's very intriguing. And then you have a benign, oh, I saw you guys went on vacation. Where did you stay? Oh, was it good? Did you like that? Oh, that's nice. And now we're talking. And now we're having an interaction. And now this is how the spark of affairs begins. It's usually, people don't usually meet and go, would you like to potentially wreck your marriage? Yes, would you? Oh my God, let's do this.
Yeah.
Like it's much more, it slowly happens. So when I talk about types of infidelity, the soulmate, the unexpected soulmate, this connection that you didn't expect. I didn't expect to fall in love with this person, but I did, and heart wants what the heart wants. I'm sorry. That one's tough.
He's quick.
Because, it's an interesting distinction between men and women to some degree. That when a man finds out his wife was cheating, the question is, did you fuck him? And when a woman finds out that a man cheated, the question is, do you love her? And those are different things.
I feel like there could be many.
Good thing I flashed.
Yeah, there have by much smarter people than me.
Yeah.
But
What are you doing,
I think
Bombani?
that the soulmate thing is very, very painful for a lot of my female clients. When a man says, listen, I found the one and it's not you.
About these
that is
cheap
really,
hair
really
ties
hard to get past.
and all the elastics falling out.
Even when it turned out to be true. I mean, I've seen some people that, it was an affair that turned into 20+ year marriages, So an unhappy marriage and then a happy affair that turned into a very happy marriage. Like I've not seen, there's not a formula, Like I've been doing it long enough now that I've seen permutations I never would have expected. So that's one type of infidelity. The other is what I call the push out of the closet, which is and that I think happened more often earlier in my career. There have been tremendous strides, I think, in the lesbian and gay community, where, including marriage equality, obviously, where there's a lot of change as to people accepting people as being gay or lesbian. And I think that there was a time where, people were being in the closet was much more important. You were subject to professional scorn and, all kinds of things if you were gay or lesbian. So people were sneaking around and having affairs with their same-sex partners, and then they get caught, and then, it really was a function of the fact that they were closeted. And again, that's another kind of complicated dynamic because, I haven't had that happen to me where a woman left me for a woman, but I'd like to think it would be easier for me. Because if you left me for a man, you're saying I want one like you but better than you. Whereas if you leave me for a woman, well, that's a whole different set of equipment. I don't have that. So I can't, okay, it's not me, it's you. It's something you want that I can't offer. We don't serve that at this restaurant, so, it's okay. I get it. I mean, there's a betrayal, there's a sadness, whatever, but, it's a different thing. The saddest type of infidelity, in my opinion, is mistake, which is someone just makes a mistake. They just, people do dumb shit when it comes to sex. People just, in a moment, they follow temptation, their impulse control is poor, and they do something that doesn't reflect their morality or doesn't reflect the depth of their feelings. Like, if you spend enough time in a room with people who've cheated,
This divorce lawyer
and are speaking candidly to you
is
about it because you're a good lawyer,
crazily
they'll say to you very
emotionally
openly,
mature.
I really love my wife. I really love my wife. I don't know, I was just an idiot. I saw this bright shiny object and I went for it. I really wanted to sleep with that woman. I wanted to fuck her. I love my wife. I make love to my wife. I love my wife, but I just want to sleep with this one, you know. And we created a culture where one of those eradicates the other. I don't. That's a whole nother discussion. You know, or is there ethical non-monogamy? Like, is marriage about who I have sex with?
I just need to dump
Or
all
is
my
marriage a
points
different
into
kind of
W.
partnership? Is it a pair bond that's about building a life together? You know, and where does monogamy fit into that? And people like Esther Perel, and those are people who are making very intelligent discussions about that.
Yeah, that's a complicated one. Just to actually just linger on that, how often have people with open marriages have been in your office?
Well, let's see, and this is one of those, like, from a research perspective, this would be flawed, because I see they're in my office because their marriage is falling apart. So there may be lots of people having open relationships that don't end up in a divorce lawyer's office, so I don't meet them. But I meet a lot of people that was the Hail Mary pass. Like, I meet a lot of people that they tried that, but in retrospect, it was a Hail Mary pass. It was like, look, we've just figured, let's try this. You know, like, maybe this will keep the glue together on this thing, you know. And I've also seen open relationships go wrong, you know, where we agree we're just going to have sexual connections with other people, or we're going to bring other people into the bedroom, but together, like we're going to be together with other people or with another person, and then that connection of those two people, like, you think it's a soulmate all of a sudden.
A good Zoe.
Again, is that novelty? Is that, like, it's the reason why I don't understand why people have this. It's kind of like, you know, when someone sings to you, I don't know where to look. Like, I don't know where to look. Like, if someone's singing to me, I don't know where to look. Like, it feels weird, right? Like, this is a conundrum I'll say this too, this will never, but it's the reason I can't go to strip clubs.
Yeah.
I don't know where to look. Like, if I go to a strip club, you know, like, you go to a strip club and there's, you know, the part where the woman's on the stage and she walks past each person, she does a little thing, and then the next person, and the next little thing. So when she's right in front of you, I like a woman's face, and I like a woman's body. I like both of them. So I'm looking at the woman's face, but she's naked. And I think, oh, she's naked. I should be looking at her naked body, because obviously that's, like, it's almost rude not to, because she's naked in front of me, of course. So then I'm looking at her naked body, which is lovely to look at. But then I find myself going, oh my God, you're just still, like, you should look at her face, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And then I look at her face, and then find myself having this whole thing in my head where I'm going, like, oh my God, where am I supposed to look? So I think a threesome with two women you don't hardly know, or you're not, that's different. But a threesome with a long-term partner who you're in a relationship with and a new person seems to me a very dangerous ground, because you're going to want to enjoy the novelty of this new person, but you're going to have to spend time with this person after. So how much attention do you spend to the new, novel, exciting thing without creating the impression that you're not interested in this, because you're my favorite person, but this is fun, so I want to just try this for a few, but then also I don't want to forget about that. Like, it just seems tricky.
That analogy, by the way, is brilliant, and also I guess it's tricky because the consequences of mistakes are quite high, because you're going to have to talk about it.
Right, and there's an easy way to misinterpret the data, right? Like, so if I really like sleeping with my partner, but I get one chance to sleep with this other person, like, well, of course I should indulge in that, because I can do this anytime. Like, you know, but this person, my partner, might interpret that as, oh, so you're more interested in her than me, because that voice in my partner that would be, you know, insecure might hear that. You know, so I just, why would you open yourself up to that level of chaos?
You seem to love chess in the courtroom. There's a kind of intimate human chess of sorts.
Yeah, no, that's too high risk.
How do we get on threesomes? Oh, open marriages.
Well, how do we get on threesomes? I don't know. I always wonder how we get on threesomes. I think like, if one is fun, two must be better. If two is better, three must be better. Yeah, I think the way that this becomes an issue is, why would you have a non-monogamous relationship? What is it about your sex life with this person that's not satisfying? And I think that is the question that's harder to ask yourself and to try to answer with your partner.
I mean, you've said that this idea of soulmates is great for your business, but so, like, a human being in a partnership can't be everything. Is that true?
I think it's unrealistic.
True romance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The document that we keep referencing here.
I think it's wonderful we do, because sometimes now people don't get that reference anymore. Like, I talk to people, like, when I try to teach negotiation to young lawyers who come work for me, I tell them to watch the Gary Oldman scene where he offers them the Chinese food.
Yeah. Why is that scene the one that really?
Because it's the best negotiating lesson I've ever heard in my life. Where he comes in, just
for the record.
Yeah, Gary Oldman plays a pimp.
Yes.
And he owns, his girl is Patricia Arquette, right? And Christian Slater
Been streaming for like
coming in to tell Gary Oldman that he no longer owns this girl.
89 years.
Alabama is going to be with him now. And Gary Oldman is a amazing performance. And he's sitting in a living room with a shotgun next to him, with armed guys around him, watching television and eating Chinese food. He's got Chinese food laid out in front of him. And Christian Slater comes in and he says, I need to talk to you
Or
about Alabama.
110.
And Gary Oldman says, do you want some Chinese food?
I'm immortal.
And Christian Slater's sort of taken aback by the question. He says, no, I can't talk about Alabama. She's with me now. Then he proceeds to tell him what his offer essentially is. And Gary Oldman says, you know, you fucked up, right? In sum and substance, he says, you know, if you
I was born in
sat down
1813.
and started eating my Chinese food, I would have thought, who's this guy? Didn't have a care in the world, just sitting down eating my egg foo young. But instead, you tried to be hard, and now I know you're full of shit. And so I think that scene summarizes how in negotiation, the more you enter into it with that, like anytime I deal with another lawyer, and they're like, well, we'll see you in court. Like, empty barrels make the most noise. Like you and I, as people who've been in the jiu-jitsu community, I know
What's
some
the
dangerous,
what's
FBI
the
squad
idea?
people. I know
What's
people
the
that they know how to do things to people, and they're the calmest guys you ever meet in your life. You scuff their sneaker, they think, oh yeah, well, it's okay. Like they're quick to apology. Like they're just chill.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about
Wait, True Romance. Oh, the soulmate.
yeah, soulmate. Yeah, well, you're saying that this idea,
I'm a
that film
dumbass.
underlying there's this current of like they were made for each other. Yeah. I think there's a distinction between the feeling that someone is your missing puzzle piece, that you're made for this person. I think what that just means is there's
I'd
a lot
take any
of
and all
overlapping beautiful connections.
criticisms.
I love them intellectually. I love them sexually. I love them interpersonally.
Cheeks, I
we have
mean.
some shared history. We have some shared commonalities. We were raised in the same culture, raised in the same religion. Like we have politically similar ideas. Like these are all, or we have totally opposite ones, but they're complementary. Like I've always joked that like finding someone with complementary pathologies, you know, like I'm obsessively disciplined. So having a partner who's like flexible and like spontaneous is really good for me. And also me being like, no, come on, come back. We're gonna do this now. No, it's time to actually do this now. Like we're good for each other. It's barefoot in the park. You know, it's this idea of like, you know, the yin and the yang. So what I have an issue with is that the definition of soulmate that I think is sold to so many people now is this idea that if your partner is disappointing to you in any way, meaning they're not the perfect travel companion, they're not the perfect vocabulary companion, they're not the perfect roommate, they're not the perfect lover, they're not the, like the odds of someone being all of those
Not a
seems
clue.
crazy to me. Like it's infinitesimally small, and they don't have to be everything. Like if I go to a restaurant and eat 10 courses, and one of them is kind of subpar, and the other 9
Sounds
are
like
the
my
most
kinda
amazing culinary
stuff.
experience I've ever had.
I'm basic.
How dare I say, well, that wasn't the right restaurant? What do you mean? Like, it's a great restaurant. What are you talking about? Like, of course, there's one little thing. So I think it's impossible to have someone never disappoint you. It's impossible to have someone who never lets you down or doesn't say and do the exact right thing at the exact right time. And to create the idea or expectation in anyone that your partner should never let you down, never disappoint you.
Oh
Never not know what
yeah,
to
I've
say.
got
It's
the
like it's crazy. I find for myself, when
overlays.
someone, for example, loses someone,
I just
loses
need
a
to
family member or pet, I often say the
personalize
same thing to the
them.
person. I'll either talk to them or
And
send
then
them a
I've
text or call them,
got
and I'll say,
someone actually
I wish I knew the
working
perfect thing to say,
on
because I don't say it right now. Like, but I
a
know
logo.
there isn't. Like, I know that, you know, I don't say that part, but like I know there isn't. Like there isn't. A
I
perfect
think it's the
like,
Shire
but if there was a
code.
perfect thing to say, I would say it right now. Like love to me is not that you never let this person down; it's that you never want to let this person down. You know, it's love is a verb.
Pretty sure.
You know, like it's this feeling of I never want to disappoint you. I will disappoint you, but I never want to disappoint you. I will hurt you, but I never want to hurt you. When I hurt you, it will be my insecurity, my stupidity, my humanity that causes me to hurt you, but I will never intentionally hurt you. You know, I will betray your trust. I'll never intentionally betray your trust. Like I will, by my stupidity, say the wrong thing or loose-lipped say something to someone that you didn't want me to, but it won't be intentional. I will always try to be on your team. That feels to me like a realistic thing.
Yeah, the intention leads the way. But there's some aspect of, like, you know, just like the 10-course meal, that over time there's a kind of convergence towards perfection. And along the way, there's the rose-colored glasses where you see the beauty and everything. So it feels, it's probably destructive just to really internalize the idea of soulmate, because then any imperfections can make you doubt, can make you step away, can make you lose the connection. But it just feels like, I don't know.
It's too heavy. It just feels, I feel like when you see a couple that's 90 years old, and they've been together for 60 years, 70 years, there is of course a temptation to think about all the beauty that they've seen on that journey together, the children, the grandchildren, maybe the great-grandchildren, all the joy that they've seen, all the pain they've endured and struggled together, you know? But they've also disappointed each other a whole bunch of times, probably let each other down, probably lied to each other a bunch. And to me, that is a beautiful thing. Like that is not, it's great in spite of that. It's great because of that. They still love each other, even though they've been so flawed and imperfect. And they're human, and they still love each other. They still rode that thing together because the reasons to do so were greater than the reasons to not.
We've mentioned some of this, but I'd love to get your opinion on, having seen things gone wrong, how much, and having mentioned Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, how much fighting do you think is okay in a relationship? And how to resolve the fights such they don't escalate to that disconnection? Is there some wisdom you have for that? I imagine you've seen some epic fights.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy fights. I have, even on my phone, I have some recordings. Because now there's, cameras everywhere, like Nest cams and, Ring cams. And so a lot of this gets recorded. And people, have phones so readily available that they can record the other person and know it. And I listen to the way people speak to their, first of all, I listen to the way people speak to each other and I'm shocked. I listen to the way people speak to their romantic partner, to their spouse, and I'm blown away.
Disrespect or what?
Just disrespect, insults, profanity, just degradation, just brutality, just, and then, to then kind of go on, the next day you kind of go on like nothing happened. I'm shocked by it. I mean, I listen to it and I think, if someone ever spoke to me that way, I don't know that I could ever really feel deep connection to them, like freely. I would feel so betrayed, like that they just so brutal. Like I can't imagine speaking to someone that way, like say you just did such vicious insults to someone, you know. Like but I understand that's how some people communicate, perhaps. I guess the question of how much fighting is too much fighting in the relationship is for me a bit like the question how much sex is enough sex in the relationship. It depends on the two people and their individual tastes. But what's problematic is when there is a disconnect between the two people. Like, so if, you know, there's I think it's Annie Hall, it's one of the Woody Allen films, where Diane Keaton and Woody Allen are both talking to their respective therapists about the relationship, you know, but it's like a split screen.
Yeah.
And she says, I mean, we have sex all the time. We have sex like once a week.
Yeah.
And he goes, we never have sex. We have sex like once a week.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's funny because it's true. It really is this, you know, they both know the same data, but they're interpreting that data set completely differently. And I think, you know, the question you have to start asking is, like, what is, you know, Steve Harvey actually once said something funny to me. He said that success is not where you are. Success is where you are in relation to where you started. Yeah. He says, because if success is where you are, Oprah's got us all beat. Yeah. Or maybe Elon's got us all beat. I don't know. But if it's where you are versus where you started, because there's a lot of people that started on second and, you know, started on third act like they hit a double. You know, like, well, I was given 10 million, but then I turned it into 100 million. Well, the first million's the hardest, so, you know, come on. But I think the question of, like, how much sex were we having at the beginning of the relationship, that might be the wrong gauge, because that's like we couldn't keep our hands off each other, it's novelty. But, you know, like how much sex we're having post-children versus before the children, that might be worth looking at. You know, like how do we compare it? You know, like, am I overweight compared to what? When I was 20 and running marathons, or most 50-year-old men? I don't know. I gotta, like, what do you compare it to? So I think fighting, there are some people that I think they enjoy fighting. Like, they enjoy argument. You know, I know people that enjoy political debate. I don't particularly enjoy political debate. Not that I'm not very interested in political concepts, economic concepts. I argue for a living. So in my free time, I don't find argument that enjoyable. When it's intense, I find discussion more interesting. So interesting.
Yeah, you just keep the battle to that particular, to your main profession, and everywhere else in one piece.
Well, did you ever, you know, Bobcat Goldthwait, the comedian, very, very funny. He had all second chapters, like a director and a writer. But he has this, you know, I saw an interview with him once where he said, you know, yeah, he says, like, I'm a comedian, I've been a comedian a long time. People always come up to me and they're like, oh, you're a comedian, do you want to hear a joke? He's like, and all I can think is, oh yeah, that'd be a real fucking treat. Yeah. Like, I haven't heard jokes all day, all night, for years. That would be a real special occasion, yes. Like, I get it, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, a sadder story, I've been reading quite a bit about Robin Williams, and his wife would talk about how quiet and introspective and thoughtful and intellectual he was, and not really that humorous in his private life.
But that may be a function of, you know, that it is enjoyable to be the other thing.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I've always thought was very funny in relationships, my own relationships, is most women I know who have a husband who doesn't wear a suit every day, when their husband gets dressed up, like they're going to a wedding or something, they get like, oh God, look at him, you know. And I wear a suit every day, you know. On the weekends I don't, I wear like jeans and a black t-shirt, but the rest of the time I wear a suit. And I remember, I think this has been true in every relationship I've been in since I was a lawyer, including my ex-wife. It was always like, if I had on jeans and I wasn't shaven, it was like, look at you, you know, it's like, are you kidding me? I'm like, really? Like, whereas the suit, they wouldn't even notice. Wouldn't even notice the suit.
Sometimes the other thing.
Well, that's what it is. It's the novelty of the other thing. So I think that if you're Robin Williams and you're like being shot out of a cannon in terms of your performative style and your energy and explosive, yeah, being quiet must be very refreshing. Like, I imagine, you know, incredibly intelligent people must love just watching stupid humor or having a dumb. It's why some of the smartest people I know like really dumb shit. You know, it's why like Rick and Morty I think is brilliant because it's both smart and dumb.
Yeah, it's a perfect combination.
It really is. Yeah, I think it's possibly the perfect show.
Is there advice you can give to somebody like me on how to interview well, how to do conversations well? Do you think there's something transferable from the courtroom to this setting with complicated people?
Yeah, I think so. I think what can be learned about interviewing is the distillation, like what is most important. When I hear a story that I have to present to a judge, the totality of someone's parenting, the good of their parenting, the bad of their parenting, the good of the other parent, the bad of the other parent, I have to sort of boil down what are the best examples, because I can't lay it all out. And then what greater principle do they speak to? You know, the best jiu-jitsu teacher that I think I've had is Paul Schreiner. And Paul doesn't just teach you techniques. He's teaching you ways of thinking about concepts in jiu-jitsu, and then here are some techniques that illustrate that. John Danaher, from what I can see, does a lot of that as well. I think they're like soulmates in the jiu-jitsu world.
Yeah. And then there's that element that you spoke to, which is maybe considering the other side. Right?
Well,
kind of
always.
Like devil's advocate kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, straw man, steel man stuff. You do a lot of that, and I think all the best interviewers do. But yeah, I think it's really, really important to think about, I have to know the other side's case much better than my own. You know, I have to know what are their defenses, what are their strengths. I have to map out a strategy that keeps those in mind. And that's hard because early in my career, I would attribute to the other side an intelligence and strategy that sometimes wasn't applicable. Like I've learned, like, you know, there's like the simplest explanation is the accurate one, you know, the Occam's razor. I think like sextons, you know, would be never attribute to strategy that which could be attributed to stupidity or laziness.
Yeah.
Because I have lots of adversaries that like they'll not file a motion I thought they were going to file, and I'll go, wait, why didn't they file that? Like tactically, what are they thinking I'm going to do, and what is that about? You know, and I would go, well, if I didn't file it, why wouldn't I? And the answer is like they just didn't think to file it, or like they were too lazy to draft it, or they went on vacation last week. So that's what they did. And I'm, you know, driving myself crazy, going, there's some tactical reason, there must be. So I think you have to look honestly and don't attribute to the other side your constitution. You know, if I said that, I'd be saying it sarcastically. If you said it, maybe you weren't saying it sarcastically. Like, you have to think about the fact that we're unique human beings who express themselves differently.
For you, the audience is usually the judge?
Yeah, it's
jury?
judge. No, we don't do jury trials. That's the interesting thing about family law attorneys. Family law attorneys don't do jury trials. We do bench trials. We just persuade. There's a person in the black robe. That's the only person I have to convince.
Does the person in the black robe, do they have emotions? Are they human, or are they very...
They are human. They are all too human.
Do they impose that humanity on you? Like, do you feel it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you feel it. Like, they're human. They're working their shit out.
Okay.
They're parents.
Yeah.
They're husbands
boy.
and wives.
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff they deal with.
Yeah.
I had a woman on the stand, an expert witness on the stand, who was talking about the emotional and physical abuse that was perpetrated on a 7-year-old. And this person had written a bunch of reports that were in evidence in this trial. We're on like day 6 or 7 of the trial. And there's all of this information in the record about this verbal abuse and mental abuse and like gaslighting and like really intense stuff that this woman was doing to this 7-year-old. And the judge was like vaguely paying attention for most of the time. And at some point, the person says, well, when a parent is abusing a child, and the judge just interrupts, she goes, well, look, you know, do you think like if a person spanks a child, that's abuse? She's like, well, like a person in general? Like, and by the way, if my adversary asked that question, I could object, but I can't object when the judge asks the question. They get to rule on that objection. So I'm like, where's this going? She's like, well, no, I mean, spanking can be a form of abuse. She's like, right, but like, you know, are you saying like everybody who spanks? And I'm saying, what is going on in your house?
Yeah.
Or what went on with your parents? Like, because you're bringing some stuff here that's not, this is not what you're supposed to be. This is not your role, you know? But there are good judges and bad judges, and that's a big, big deal.
Well, I've noticed that I don't have kids, so I have a certain perspective on the world. I really want to have a family and have kids. But I've noticed when I talk to people that have kids, and gender matters also, like fathers are like with daughters and so on, like it changes the landscape of the conversation. It's like you're no longer this intellectual that's like, well, there's this and there's this. It's more like go fuck yourself. Anything that fucks with kids can like burn it to the ground. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care what the nuance is, the little intellectual thing.
Oh, you want to learn about this? Represent someone who's accused of child sexual abuse. I've had about a dozen of those cases where I've represented someone who's alleged to have perpetrated sexual abuse of a child. You are guilty until proven innocent. And let me tell you, as a lawyer, that is the toughest cases, because you put sex and kids together and everyone loses their goddamn mind immediately. There's a rush to judgment. There's a disregard for procedure. There's a confirmation bias. There's a desire to be a protector. And again, all motivated and informed by really good things, the desire to protect the innocent, the desire to protect the vulnerable. But gang, no, like we have these, I like living in a world that has due process. I like these rules. I like the rules of evidence. I like innocent until proven guilty. I like that. I'm not saying it's perfect.
It's such a, I'm so torn on it, because I also like living in a world where people are so emotionally invested in connection to other like humans.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. They shouldn't be.
I know, but if you dedicate yourself fully to the law, you might lose some of the humanity.
I don't think you have to. I have to tell you, I once actually went off on a DA, on a district attorney, who was very vehemently prosecuting a child sex abuse case that I was involved in. And I remember I came in, thankfully I came in very early in the case. So the accusation was made and I came in right away. Because very often you get this case, there've been 15 interviews, this person's been interviewed by police, by Child Protective Services, and it's like they're already so far down a hole they didn't even know they dug themselves into it, you know? So I got in very early on, and I just kept saying, she's like, well, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I was like, wait, we should both want this to be fair, done properly. Like, there's an expert, like a well-respected expert who's a clinical psychologist who their job is, they're a validation expert. So their job is to interview a child. They record the interviews with a hidden camera so that everyone can see they didn't have suggestive questioning. There are very stringent standards that they follow to prevent like suggestive questioning or any of those kinds of things. And I was saying, listen, no one should be interviewing this child other than this person who's a neutral, qualified person. And I kept saying to the other side, like, wait, no, see, this is the problem. Like, you want to win. You're a lawyer. You want to win. I want to win too, right? But we want to win fair. Like, that's like saying, I'm going into a boxing match. I want to win. So if the referee's looking to the side, I'm going to kick the guy in the nuts. Like, okay, then you might have won, but you didn't win boxing. You won some other thing. Like, I want to win a fair fight. Like, I want to go in with the rules set, the law, the rules of evidence. I don't want a judge who doesn't understand evidence. I don't want an adversary who plays it fast and loose with the rules. I want to go in and win a fair fight. And that's where, when it comes, our
got
passion
Cass
to
again.
protect the innocent, to emotionally connect, to feel deeply about children and protecting them, I don't think that that's antagonistic to, like, we always treat dandruff with decapitation in this culture, and I don't understand it. And that's what I like about the law. The law, there's
I'm gonna
rules,
try
and there's rules about
conk this
procedure.
time.
And so that's our job, is to bring out the truth using the rules and the procedure. And I love that job.
But still, there's a human being in the judge, right?
But
That's-
still,
it seems like a really hard job
It's a
because you have to be
real-
paying attention to the whole thing.
You have to pay attention to the whole thing, and everyone is trying to persuade you and lie to you.
Yeah.
And everyone can keep their shit together in a court appearance most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a rare kind of crazy to blow up in a courtroom. So most of the time, everybody looks really put together, and like, yeah, you gotta have an amazing bullshit detector. I'm not saying they don't have a really hard job. They have a really hard job. They have a way harder job than I have.
What's their source of ground truth? Like, how do they sharpen the radar for bullshit?
I think that they're assessing credibility, which is what you call it in the law, is something that, you know, I think you're supposed to develop it on the job. You know,
Do you have the data of who was lying in the end or not?
no, not really, not really. I mean, you can try to demonstrate a lot. What I always tell clients, and this is the art of advocacy, right? Is I want to use examples of misrepresentations to show that this person's a liar. Like, I'm trying to extrapolate from the small, the large. Like, I'm trying to say, here's 3 times he lied, therefore he's a liar. When in fact, we know human beings don't really work that way. But I've seen people submarine their, just torpedo their entire case because they lied about some dumb shit, some dumb little thing. And I say to them, why would you lie? Why did you lie about that? Like, I had a case where a person was accused of child sexual abuse. And on cross-examination, they were asked, did you have an affair with this babysitter? They were like, no. And then it was shown through text messages and things. They clearly had an affair with the babysitter. And I said, why did you lie? And they said, well, I didn't want that to come out. I said, right, but now you're a liar. Like, did you molest your child? Because if the answer to that is no, and now you destroyed your credibility because you didn't want to admit that you slept with an adult woman. By the way, it would have been good for your case. It would have been good for your case for you to say, yeah, I slept with her because I like sleeping with adult women. That's how I am. I don't sleep with children, much less my own, you know? So why would you lie? And so that concept is incredibly important.
Loading
And judges,
in.
theoretically, they have to make
There's
very tough
Cass
calls.
again.
I feel like it's the most impotent place to just sit there and dispassionately sort of listen and rule on objections. Like, I just would be so
Oh, yeah,
frustrated
you can
because I'd want to
see
get
it.
up and, I did do jury duty once.
I'm just so
And it was
excited.
like
I
a
heard my
horrific
custom
experience.
follower sound.
Because I'm sitting there
You
and
have no power. You're
I'm just watching these two
Well,
lawyers.
thank you for that. You're still
Why would you
watching.
object? Like, when you object, you bring more attention to what are you doing. Like, I'm watching both of them. It's like watching like a jujitsu. Why would it feel like for like John Danaher to watch 2 white belts spar? Like, why are you doing? Wow, my God, what are you doing? Why would you grab that? What are you thinking? Like, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch. And as a judge, it must just be unbelievable.
So divorce lawyers sometimes get a bad rap. Is there a reason for this?
I mean, no one's ever happier than be spending time with a divorce lawyer. Like, if you have a criminal lawyer, they're defending you against the maelstrom of injustice and false allegations. They're protecting your freedom. And maybe you're acquitted, and then you're like, oh, that person saved me, Buy a house, the lawyer helps you get the house. You're happy about that, sign paperwork. You do a will, like, you help them make you feel secure. Like, at best, I'm a representative of a chapter in someone's life that was very unpleasant. I have a friend who's a Juilliard-trained classical pianist, and he was having a humidification system installed in his home because his piano required a certain level of humidity. And it was very expensive to install this humidification system. And we went out to dinner, and then we came back to his place, and he said, man, this is the most depressing $15,000 I've ever spent. And I said, why? And he said, because there's nothing different. Like, I spent $15,000 and I feel absolutely nothing different. My piano does, but I don't. Like, I don't have anything to show for it. Like, you finish getting divorced, you don't really have anything to show for it, Like,
At best.
yeah.
At best, it's the same.
It's one of the things I think that's interesting about divorce is in our increasingly performative society, you can't pretend you meant to get divorced. You can't. Like, everything everybody does. Like, well, I wrote that album for me. It didn't matter that it was not going to be popular. No, you wanted that album to be popular. Come on. Like, you're lying. And that's fine, but you're lying. Oh, I think my haircut came out great. I wanted it to look this fucked up. No, you did. You're lying. And that's fine, because we live in a society now where everybody's just, oh, yes, I meant to do that. Okay. Divorce? Nope. You got married. You break up in a relationship, not a marriage, okay? Well, we were only going to be together for a little while. It was never serious. We were just like, we're having fun. That's all. It wasn't. We were never going to be happily ever after. No, you got married. You got married, guys.
This is a
You got up there
divorce
and you said
lawyer
forever.
talking.
And
He's funny.
so you can't bullshit anybody. Like, it didn't go the way you thought it was going to go. Didn't go the way you signed on for. So now that that's undeniable, like, what can we make it? What can we make it into? Like, it can be, the barn's burned down. Now I can see the moon. Like, let's make it something. And so for me, I think people look at a divorce lawyer and they just go, yeah, like, this is this horrible chapter and I associate you with it. Also, too, listen, some of the things we do, it's difficult to simultaneously prevent and prepare for war. The things you do to protect your client sometimes look like acts of aggression, but really they're just trying to shore up a defense. And so I get paid to be paranoid, and I have to say to clients sometimes, like, well, are you sure that they're not doing this? And then they go, well, I don't know. And I go, well, let me inquire. They go, did she accuse me of that? No, I'm not accusing you. I'm just trying. Like, we get a reputation, divorce lawyers, as amping up conflict because we get paid for the conflict, right? It's like if you get paid by the bullet, you're going to start a lot of gunfights, right? It doesn't really work that way with most good divorce lawyers. Like there are plenty of people that are bad lawyers and they stoke up conflict because it jacks up fees. They usually don't do well. They don't build a successful career because you live and die by your reputation.
Yes, reputation is everything.
But good lawyers, like good experienced divorce lawyers, we do the whole, hey, listen, you're gonna say this, I'm gonna say this, you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do this way. Let's skip it. We're gonna end up here. We got Judge blah blah blah. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna go right here. So why don't we just agree right now to X, Y, Z? Sounds good.
So you want to minimize the number of bullets?
It's like Moyamada Mashashi, it's like the two swordsmen who see each other and they just stand there at the edge and they see the whole fight in their minds and they know who won and who lost and they walk away. Like we do a lot of that. We do a lot of, okay, it's like when you watch high level chess and someone resigns and you go, wait, what happened? He didn't win. And you go, no, the other guy won.
Yeah.
It's 15 moves from now, but he won and the other guy sees it. So now we're done.
Can you speak to some recent high profile divorces? Like the most recent I saw is Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Kevin Costner's a great, I don't know him, I'm not involved in the case.
By the way, Yellowstone's just so great.
Oh, it's so good, right?
And I hope Matthew McConaughey, who I've gotten to know, I hope he does one of these shows. Is Yellowstone or anything else? He's just born for the role, frankly.
Yeah.
But anyway.
He'd be amazing in that. Yeah, your conversation with him was great. The Kevin Costner divorce is interesting because Kevin Costner had one of the most expensive, from a distributive award perspective, like he gave a huge payout to his first wife. And then this time he had a prenup. So it's a very public showing of the fact that one's bitten twice shy. Like he had a very public divorce that cost him a lot of assets in terms of the division of assets. And now it appears by all acknowledged reports that he had a prenuptial agreement that was well crafted and enforceable. And he's the argument now is over what is child support, what is spousal support, what's covered in the prenup and what isn't.
So it seems like the prenup worked, actually.
The prenup worked. In Kevin Costner's career, which has always been a steady career, I don't know that in the Hollywood stock market that people would have bet on Yellowstone. I think you would have said, hey, the best years of that guy's career are behind him. How do you get better than Dances with Wolves and Robin Hood and all these big, The Bodyguard, and then Yellowstone. And it's like, holy cow, did he knock that out of the park? And he's central to it. He knocked his skin off the ball. So I think that's why prenups are important. You don't know what your career's gonna do. You don't know where it's gonna go. And so he saved himself a lot of money. He also has a great lawyer. He has Laura Wasser. Laura Wasser's, LA, just a top professional, brilliant lawyer, even-tempered but intense in the courtroom, and just a smart human being.
The thing I like, I haven't been following it, but I saw a few comments he's made, and he refused to comment negatively about his spouse. It's just smart. But the way he said it, it wasn't lawyer advice. It's good lawyer advice, probably. But he said it from the heart, which I always I like seeing that.
Yeah.
Where he refuses even the drama, even the public nature of it, to throwing jabs or.
Well, Laura, his lawyer, is actually notorious for not speaking to the press about cases in an extended way. And that's a smart move. I don't speak about pending cases I'm involved in publicly, and I discourage my clients from doing so. I can't always stop them, but I discourage them from doing so. I don't think there's any good to come of it. There are lawyers who try things in the court of public opinion. I think there is to take it to the broader principle you just brought up, I think there is a lot of value in talking about your ex in a favorable way. I have to say, when I first got divorced many years ago, I went on a date with a young woman. It was one of my first dates as a divorced man. And she was a divorced woman. She was a beautiful woman. And we were having dinner, and it was going quite well. And it was one of those things where I was like, oh, I definitely want to see this girl again. And I said something about, there's going to be this thing at this museum, we should go. And she's like, oh, yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. And I'm like, yeah, we should definitely, maybe that'll be the next thing we do together. And she's like, yeah, we should go next weekend. The kids are with the asshole, so we can go. And it was like, you could hear that record scratch. I just went, oh, yeah, no, this isn't good. I'm not. You're referring to the father of your kids as the asshole. We're already, I'm walking into something here that I don't know that I want to be involved in. Matthew McConaughey, before he was married, if you look at his history, he dated some of the most beautiful women in Hollywood in their prime. And none of them ever talked bad about him in the press. They all were like, oh my God, he's such a great guy, he's such a great guy. And I always wondered, how he got out of all of those relationships without a scratch on him. And when you'd watch an interview with him, they would say so you dated Penelope Cruz. And he'd go, Penelope, that's just a special lady. That's just what a special lady. She's just what a wonderful woman. I was just so blessed to have the time with her. What a beautiful, wonderful woman. And I would think to myself, you're a genius. He's a genius. Because he never came off as petty, spiteful, bitter, any of that. He just came off as just dignified, strong, smart, self-assured. And it left the viewer with the impression that when he was looking off in physically, he's probably just thinking about some wonderful time he had with her. And you think to yourself, God, that guy, he just became cooler and cooler. Whereas if he got into the whole, oh yeah, that was ugly, and then this happened, and nobody wants to hear it. It's awful.
The funny thing about him is having interacted with him a bunch. I don't think he's in the Rogan school of thought. I think that I don't see him ever having a fight. Now his parents were, as he's spoken about a bunch, nonstop fighting. Right. They got divorced and remarried and just insane.
And they were volatile.
Yeah, very. He seems, maybe you kind of it's a pendulum swinging the other way. He just seems cool as a cucumber, always.
Just lets it roll off. Yeah. But even if it's internally not rolling off, there is value in just rising above it in your discourse.
That's true. Yes.
Like, you lie to your children. Like, people say this to me all the time, clients. They're like, why did you tell your child that dad had an affair? Well, I'm not gonna lie to my kid. Fuck you. Yes, you are. You lie to your kids all the time.
Yeah.
Mommy, are you gonna die someday? Yes, babe. I'm gonna die and daddy's gonna die, and then someday the earth's gonna hurl into the sun and we're all gonna die. Sweet dreams. Like, that's not, you lie to your kids all the time. What's wrong with you? We don't know what's wrong with you. We're gonna take you to the doctor and hopefully it's nothing serious and you won't die. Like, you lie to your kids all the time. You tell them that Santa Claus exists when he does, whatever. So to say, I'm not gonna lie to my kids, like, you lie to your kids all the time. You don't like your husband, that's okay. You don't like your ex-husband, but it's their father. So just grin, Oh, daddy took me to meet his new girlfriend, Kiki. Oh, that's nice. Did you guys have a good time? Good. Oh, yeah, and she helped me do my hair and she did my makeup. Listen, I'm sure that's burning you inside. But you go, oh, that's great, because why? You love your kids.
Well, that's what, I mean, again, Kanye has a way about him with that. It's like, he basically says never lie, but a little bullshit is okay.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm very, like, Tom Waits has that song, Lie to Me. You gotta lie to me, baby. Honesty is a funny thing.
Tom Waits also believes that God's in their own business. So.
I think his words, man.
And who are the ones that we left in charge? Killers, thieves, and lawyers. That's a Tom Waits quote.
Well, it must be true then.
Yeah.
I don't know how many limbs I have, but I would give all of them to talk to Tom. And he's a very private person.
I feel like he's a musical equivalent of Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah.
Even if you get the interview, you're not, I don't think, going to get in there.
No, I don't think you want, honestly, I don't think you want to. I think, I've seen his public interviews over the years with Letterman, and I think he is the poetry.
I would put Tom Waits, Cormac McCarthy, Maynard James Keenan. Like, these are artists that, like, I think they want the art to speak for itself. They would like to be lessened. They don't want you to. I remember early days of Tool, that he could not have been less interested in the spotlight. To the point where I think it was almost to the detriment of the band early on. And there's no surprise that those are three artists that I think are unbelievable and in a category of their own, and that you hear their performance. Like, you can give me a page of a Cormac McCarthy novel and I'll know it's a Cormac McCarthy novel. You can, a few notes of Maynard James Keenan or Tom Waits' voice, that that's them.
Yeah, it's genius. Genius hides from the spotlight. But, it doesn't stop me from feeling sad about it. But anyway.
Yeah, that does. I would like to hear that.
She's the girl that got away.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing outside of that girl's house with
the sign, just playing in your eyes with Peter Gabriel. Yeah.
Anyway, what is it? Lie to me. This whole idea of honesty in relationships is interesting. I mean, Clerks with blowjobs.
Yeah.
I don't know how to phrase it eloquently, but like, there's stuff you should be honest about, and there's stuff maybe you don't need to be honest about.
So in the law, it is illegal to commit fraud. Fraud is a material misrepresentation of fact. But the law specifically says you are permitted to engage in, quote, mere puffery. Puffery. So, and that's the term that's used for it. Puffery. And puffery is when you are inflating something. You're being, like, hyperbolic. But people wouldn't necessarily think you're telling the truth. Like, it's not, like, if I say to you, this bottle of water, was held by Elvis, and that's why you should pay me $50 for it, that's fraud. But if I say this is the water that this water is drank by the finest people, presidents drink this water. This is puffery. And so advertising marketing is based on puffery. It's not fraud. When it's fraud, it crosses the line. So I think there's a difference between honesty and candor, right? So in relationships, being honest is good. Being totally candid is probably not a great idea. Like, it's indelicate to be totally candid about some things. If a woman you're in a romantic relationship with says to you, do I look good in this dress? And they don't. Or do I look fat in this? That's better. Any heterosexual man who's ever been in a relationship has had that question asked of him. Do I look fat in this? Does this make my butt look big? Or do I look fat in this? If you go, yes, that's indelicate. It's honest, but it's indelicate. And it's almost, right? But and if you say no, it's true. She doesn't look good in that. Like, the concern she sees is a legitimate concern. Do you lie and go, no, you look great?
He said indelicate earlier.
That's not a good thing either. So what do you say? That blue dress you have really complements your body, like, in a way that one doesn't. The cut of that dress is such that it doesn't flatter you. I see what you're saying. Now it's the dress, it's not you, babe. But I'm telling you the truth. Like, I'm addressing your concern. Like, this is the distinction. Like, don't material misrepresent the facts. Like, don't steer people down roads that that that's not how it's gonna go, right? But so it's like if the woman says I love you, and you don't love her, don't say I love you back. You do the, like, oh, I have very strong feelings for you as well, or like, there has to be some middle ground. You don't just pretend you didn't hear something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all of it requires skill, just like you described, and I think just being honest in quotes is not enough.
Well, it's not a specific enough instruction. I mean, that's the problem. See, when you write a relationship book, which I never intended to do, people come to you and say, what are the things I should do to help a relationship? Or what is the cause of divorce? And you go, well, disconnection. But what do you mean by that? Or like, how do I improve my relationship? Pay more attention. Make small gestures. Okay, what does that even mean? What do you mean? Like, acts of love. You should show your partner that you love them more often. What do you mean? Like, what I say, what I do? We should have more sex? Like, what are you saying? Like, people want measurable, specific things. So that's why I tried in my book to be, like, very specific about, like, things you can do, things you shouldn't do. you know, and they're practical suggestions.
Never give up.
Like leaving a note. I talk a lot about leaving a note.
Never
Like if you're dating
surrender.
someone, or you're living with them, or you're in a serious relationship, send a text, leave a note, just little every day, just some little thing that just tells them how much you like them. Like this is a low-cost, high-value move. Doesn't take much, and it's a practical thing. But we speak in these sort of like broader axioms, these broader concepts that people just don't have any idea how to practically apply.
I can't wait to listen to the audiobook where you talk about managing marital finances as like anal sex. Your mastery of the metaphor touches one's heart and soul. You're Shakespeare of the 21st century, really.
I don't know that Shakespeare would have brought anal up in that context, but I appreciate it. Yeah. My thesis there, or my point there, was, you know, proceed carefully and have discussion in advance, and don't just spring it on someone.
Sure.
And realize that if this goes wrong, it will go catastrophically wrong. So good communication is important. And you know, I don't think it's something you should just dive into unless you're prepared for that to have potentially a very negative impact.
And you know, finances is one of the sources of a huge amount of stress in relationships, which is
Because it's about value. I mean, it's aside from having painful conversations about what you tried to do and were able to do, or what your impulse control was in terms of what you spent money on. Like there's the conversation, and then there's what's underneath the conversation. You know, there's gender stuff about men feeling the need to be a provider. There's gender stuff of men or women thinking material goods will fill the void and buying things and then creating stress on their partner. There's the very human desire to make things seem effortless so your spouse doesn't feel any stress, when in fact it's causing tremendous financial stress, and then when the dam breaks, it breaks hard. So yeah, there's a lot. Finance is tricky stuff, and you could probably be wonderful romantic and sexual partners and have very different styles of how you handle your finances. And how you handle your finances is informed by, you know, not only your individual psychology, but also how you were raised, and you know, how your family taught you about finance and how you should conduct your finances. So,
and there's interesting power dynamics.
tremendously, yeah. And those are very tricky, because the standard of living of a couple becomes important in a divorce. But sometimes this toxic standard of living that created toxic levels of stress is one of the causes of the divorce. And so they're asking the court to maintain a financial obligation on you that is the reason why the marriage fell apart. And that feels like a particularly insulting form of indignity.
Well, you're a fascinating human being on many levels, but you're also exceptionally productive, and you've talked to me about waking up early. For you, we've met today at 11 a.m., and for you, that's what, late afternoon, I suppose.
Yeah.
We had to negotiate, come to an agreement, because I went to bed at 4 a.m.
And I get up at 4 every day.
You woke
so
up
now
at 4
I'm here.
a.m.?
Well, it's 3 o'clock local time, so I woke up at 3 local time. Yeah, I wake up at 4 naturally, when my body just wakes up.
Oh,
And
wow,
it wakes up
that's fascinating.
full on this speed.
Wow.
Like my most productive writing and speaking is from 4 a.m. until noon or 1.
Can you take me through a perfectly productive day?
I wake up at 4 a.m. very naturally. I wish I didn't, but I do check my phone first thing, because I want to see if any emergencies came in from a client overnight.
So work emergencies.
Yeah, work-related emergencies. And as a divorce lawyer, our definition of emergency can be very serious. It's people absconding with a child. It's a police being involved in a domestic violence incident. It can be like time-sensitive things. And when someone is hiring a divorce lawyer, I think, you know, they want someone responsive. My clients have my cell phone number. And I go to bed early, because I get up early, and so I go to sleep by 8 p.m. latest. I don't think I've seen 9 p.m. even on New Year's Eve. So I wake up at 4, I check my phone, check my email. Usually, even if there's something that's, you know, time sensitive, it's usually not so time sensitive that it needs to be responded to at 4 a.m. because most other normal people are asleep. I have espresso, black espresso, which I enjoy very much, and then I work out. And that's some days going to do weights. A lot of days it's just going to be cardio. I've changed my habits now that I'm in my early 50s. It used to be much more intensive weight training and deadlifts and stuff like that, and then I herniated my L5S1. So 485 was my max deadlift, and now I don't hardly do deadlifts.
Well, you can still relive the past glory.
I do. I have some pictures.
You have pictures?
I have videos. I have videos.
Oh, yeah. So you can, in stories, when you talk about it, you can exaggerate how much you actually lifted.
That's true, but then you can't back it up. See, I'm very evidence-based, so if I don't have a photo or video of it, it's just puffing, mere puffery. But I work out, and then I try to work out for like a good hour. And I do that partly because of stress. I think when I don't work out, it's difficult. I had a group of guys that I would do jiu-jitsu with at 5 a.m. They were mostly law enforcement. They were cops who would either be starting a shift or coming off of a night shift, and we would train together, just do like an open mat. And it was at 5 a.m. till 6, and that was heaven. I love training jiu-jitsu first thing in the morning if I can. And then I always do either a sauna or steam for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then I do a cold plunge, or if I don't have access to a cold plunge, a cold shower. And then I have breakfast, and it's usually a very uncontroversial, simple breakfast. I like to eat, I like slow carb, Tim Ferriss type style, and then I get right to work. I try to do my drafting early in the day, prenups, motions, things like that, from let's say 6 or 7 until 9:30, which is when court begins.
So drafting is like writing up different documents.
Right, writing prenups, writing separation agreements, writing settlement proposals, writing motions for the court, pretrial memos, which is like research that I want to present to a judge that supports my arguments. I do drafting. I review documents that the attorneys who work for me have drafted and refine them. And then court is usually from 9 o'clock until noon. And if we're on trial, then it's a whole different pace, because trials the lunch break isn't really a lunch break. You're preparing the afternoon's witnesses and you're trying to do damage control and what happened in the morning. But if it's just court conferences, like most cases, there's conferences. Conferences is you go in, you make oral argument, but you don't have witnesses on the stand, you're not taking testimony. It's like everybody's just shouting allegations back and forth and making temporary arguments pre-trial. It's kind of the foreplay of the trial.
Is that exhausting, by the way?
It's exhausting when you're done with it. Like while you're doing it, it's exhilarating. I always say that I never sleep as poorly as the night before a trial, and I never sleep as well as the night I finished a trial. Because when I am on trial, I am speaking, listening, watching the judge closely to see what they're reacting to and when they're paying attention or not paying attention, watching opposing counsel and the opposing party, like when is the opposing party writing a little note to their lawyer to show it to them, what is the opposing counsel objecting to. My client is trying to pass me notes half the time while I'm speaking and making my arguments. I'm trying to like adjust what I'm doing strategically based on the objections that the judge is ruling on. So I'm so hyper-stimulated on trial that when you finish, you can't even talk. You're gone, your brain is jello. Conferences is harder because at least with a trial, there's a single area of focus. Like with a trial, it's just one case and they have all my attention. The problem is then on the lunch break, all the other cases that I've been ignoring for the last several hours while I was on trial, they all have stuff going on. So it's like, hey, where's that settlement proposal on this? Hey, she just did this, we need to file a motion. So now it's like, okay, I have an hour to eat and to answer all of this in some preliminary way, to delegate some responsibilities, and then I gotta go back in and put 100% of my focus on this other case. So you find yourself in a place, that's why I'm very disciplined. You find yourself in a place where I live my whole life in 6-minute increments, tenths of an hour, because we bill in tenths of an hour. So everything I do, it's like 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, and I'm logging time throughout the day. And you find yourself at the end of the day, my son is a lawyer, my older son. He's a district attorney, and I'm very proud of him. He gets to put bad guys in jail, and he's very smart, he's doing a great job. He just, about a year ago. And when he graduated from law school, we were very close, and we were talking, and he said, we were just talking about like the career in the law that he was about to embark on. And I said to him, you know the feeling at the end of the day when like all your homework or all your work is done and you just go, okay, it's all done now and I'm gonna go home. You'll never have that feeling ever again, ever. You're just gonna every day go, all right, it's enough, I gotta get out of here. Like, because you could, with every one of these cases, you could stay up 24 hours focusing just on it. So you have to have the discipline to go, yeah, that's it. Like I'm done for now, I've done what I could do today, and now I'm going to sit and read for half an hour. I'm gonna watch this show for half an hour. Have this meal, because it's never done, you know. So that's challenging. That's a hard part of this job, but I think my discipline helps with that. And then like I said, I finish my day around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I have something to eat, and I try to wind down a little, and I'm usually in bed by 7:30 and sleep by 8.
You mentioned jiu-jitsu. You're a brown belt. What role has jiu-jitsu played in your life?
I love jiu-jitsu. I trained martial arts from the time I was a little kid. I was 7 or 8. I took up Okinawan and Goju karate, and I did judo. And it was always part of my life. And then I got to college and grad school and I didn't have time for it and I didn't do it so much. And then I got divorced. I was quite young still when I got divorced, and I had 2 young kids. And I thought, well, I can grow a goatee and buy a convertible and do like the thing you're supposed to do when you're a dude with kids and close to middle age. Or I can try to do something more productive. And so I said, well, maybe I'll go back to martial arts. So I took up Muay Thai, kickboxing, and they had a jiu-jitsu class at the same school after the Muay Thai class. And I had been around the orbit of jiu-jitsu, having been, my kids took karate and there was jiu-jitsu there. It was a Gracie Academy. And I stayed for a jiu-jitsu class, and I had a 120-pound girl ragdoll me, like, because I just knew nothing about grappling. And I remember just going, well, I gotta learn what this is. And that was it. I just dove into it. My first professor was Lou Vintolaro in New Jersey. He's a Hoyler Gracie black belt, great teacher, taught me amazing fundamentals, took me all the way up to purple belt. And then right after I got my purple belt, I moved to the city. I moved to Manhattan. I actually chose my apartment based on its proximity to Marcelo Garcia. And I moved to West Chelsea because it was a short walk to Marcelo's Academy. My core jiu-jitsu was up to purple belt. It was Lou Vintolaro, and then it's been Marcelo. And Marcelo, Paul Schreiner, who's really phenomenal at his academy, and all the people at his academy, are all phenomenal. I mean, Bernardo Hea was there for a period of time that I was there, and before he went to Boston. Marcos Tinoco was like his lasso guard stuff. He was at Marcelo's for a long time, and what a teacher. I mean, my lack of skill at jiu-jitsu is not based on a lack of quality instruction. Like, it's based on an inability to retain the information, for very long.
I mean, like, for me, that's one of the most reliable places I can go to humble myself.
I love jiu-jitsu. I love the progressive humility that it drives home constantly. I love the impossibility of perfecting it, although Gordon Ryan's probably come close and Marcelo's probably come close to perfecting it.
Let me ask you, since you mentioned Gordon Ryan, so apparently, close with Gordon, there's, I'm sure you know in Austin, just this jiu-jitsu scene, this incredible.
Like jiu-jitsu
the Senate,
actually seeing John's honor.
So he's, I mean, yeah,
sexy.
Yeah, like,
this is amazing.
Truly special place. Anyway, apparently, long ago, you mentioned Jersey. There's a bit of a conflict between you and Gordon. You mentioned to me offline that you love him and how much respect you have for him as an athlete and so on. But can you explain why there's?
Yeah, I'm actually glad I have it. It's funny that you bring it up. And of all the, we're talking about all these heavy topics, and this is probably the one that I find the most actually emotional. But Gordon's I think a very young man still. He's like probably in his 20s or early 30s, and it's hard to imagine that because he's accomplished so much as a business person.
The loose ones out.
But there was a time, not
Just
that
me.
long ago, I think it was 8 or 9 years ago, where he was just a young guy on his way up. He's only, I think, a couple years older than my oldest son. And through a series of circumstances, jiu-jitsu wasn't, it's really exploded in the last 10 years, but there were not as many people sponsoring quote-unquote super fights. There really weren't like jiu-jitsu super fights being sponsored, in Jersey and New York in particular. And I got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu super fights. And I also got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu athletes. And Gordon was a young part of the Danaher Death Squad. I was friends with Eddie Cummings. I'm still friends with Eddie. I was friends with John. I'm still friends with John. But I didn't really know Gordon. I actually don't know that I've still ever met. I don't think I've ever met Gordon. I've been in the same room as him. But there was a fight that I had sponsored some other fights with this particular promoter. And they asked me to sponsor one. And it didn't involve anyone from Marcelo's. But it involved Gordon. He was one of the people. And I like John very much. I like everybody in the Danaher Death Squad. I was watching them compete. I thought, I think John's just brilliant. I mean, everyone at Marcelo's has such respect for John and for everyone. And the stuff they were doing, like when they were the early days of that Danaher Death Squad, like Eddie Cummings, like his leg locks, like it just blew the whole game up. Like it just was a whole nother thing, It was like insane what they did, such innovation. And Gordon at the time was online, and I'm much older than that, I'm in my early 50s, and that's not, I guess, chronologically that much older, but generationally, I think it's quite a bit different. And Gordon was smack talking with about a guy who I was a sponsor of, who I knew was a very good athlete and had been through difficult things in his life. And Gordon just, said some like nasty things about him. It falls into the category of totally appropriate smack talking looking at it now, looking at what Gordon became, which is he's someone who talks trash. It's like part of his brand is to talk trash. And I see now that that's like a Muhammad Ali thing. At the time, I just didn't see it as what it was. And although it doesn't excuse it, my mother was dying. I was not at my best. I was having a hard time. And Gordon had spoken ill of this person, and I got upset, and I reached out to John and to Tom Glass, and I said to them, hey, can you tell this guy to knock it off? Don't talk about this person who I sponsor if I'm sponsoring his fight. I don't even know this Gordon Ryan kid, and I'm sponsoring his fight, and he should say thank you. Don't talk bad about a person who I financially sponsor. That's not cool. And I think on Facebook, he wrote some comments, and then I wrote some comments back, and I was incredibly obnoxious. And very soon after, I felt really gross, because I was an adult. And I was talking to a young person this way, who's on their way up, who's like a little older than one of my kids. And I just said these obnoxious things to him. And I felt really like, that's gross, but I never really thought much about it again. I watched his star rise, and I was who was not impressed by Gordon Ryan? And everyone at our academy was always very,
I can't
thrilled to
catch
see
a
him rise.
win.
I stayed friends with John, and every time Gordon would have a big victory, I would always text John and be like, because, Gordon's victories are John's victories too. They have such a great bond. All the people in his orbit, are all people that I respect and like. And I just would say, hey, listen, congratulations, and please pass on my congratulations to Gordon. And but we don't know each other. I don't have his number. I have no way to contact him to apologize to him. But if Gordon hears this, I am profoundly sorry. I don't say that because I'm trying to get in your good graces. I don't know that we'll ever meet each other. But that was an unbelievably wrong, stupid thing to say to a young person.
Well, thank you for saying that. This warms my heart.
Gotta get a W.
See, you talk to a divorce lawyer and it warms your heart. Look at that.
Well, speaking of which, so what? You're a romantic, actually. What role? You've seen love break down completely. What role does love play in the human condition?
I think it's kind of everything, right? Love is
The
romantic love.
substrate.
Wars are fought for romantic love. Empires fall because of romantic love. It takes down kings. It takes down, we're all just struggling for it. We're all just chasing it. We're all chasing the dragon, it's like the rush we all are. So it's huge, it's huge. Sex and love, which I like to believe are in some way connected, and love and romance, which again, I like to believe are in some way connected. I think it's huge. I think it's I've always thought most of what men do, including me, we do to get laid. On some level. You want to be successful. Why? So you can have money. Why? So you can have nice things so that you can attract attractive members of the opposite sex. A lot of things come down to that. And even for men, red pill, men who are yeah.
Give me that
they talk about
high
an
me.
awful lot. For someone that's not interested in women, you sure are in the orbit of women who you're telling how much you don't care about women, which kind of feels like you're doing that to attract a certain kind of woman, which I get, more power to you. But a person who worships an idol and a person who destroys an idol are both idolaters.
Yes.
So if all you're talking about is how you don't need women, you're talking about women an awful lot. So it's just such a splinter in people's minds. Relationships, breakups, and it's such a great equalizer. You're spending some time in the rarefied air now of big celebrity people. And I remember when I started out as a lawyer, just doing the regular, the cop and the teacher with a 401k, and they didn't have any assets. I remember thinking well, someday if I represent celebrities or wealthy CEOs, they'll be different. They'll be smarter. They'll be different. It's just the same weird, petty shit, the same infidelity, the same
the same kind of insecurities, the same kind of jealousy, the same kind of fights. It all.
It's all the same. But it is. It's like, and it's all the same insecurity, sadness. It's the same like desire to be validated, like mommy issues, daddy issues, like intimacy issues. You know, and it's all the same stuff. And just because you're really good at other things, like I've represented professional athletes who are phenomenal, world class, you know, doctors, business people, and they suck at relationships, no better than like anybody else. Like there's no connection between the skills that made you a good entrepreneur and the skills that made you a good, you know, spouse or partner. I'm sure there's some overlap, like patience is good and thinking strategically is probably good. But I'm just humbled by how we're called to it still. Like it's so, and even when we lose, and even when like our greatest pains were caused by our desire to love and be loved in a romantic sense, we just keep putting the money on the table and playing. Like we won't just quit. We just keep going, you know? And
The whole mess of it is worth it.
I mean, I guess so. Like it's calling us. I don't know if it's worth it or not. That's a value judgment, right? But we don't stop. I don't know a lot of people that they played the hand, they lost, and they went, well, no more of that game for me. Like, I'm not a good poker player. I'm not playing poker anymore. Like, I know people who've done that. I know people that are like, listen, I don't drink. Like, you know, I'm allergic. I break out in handcuffs and hospital bills. Like, I'm not drinking anymore. But I don't know people that are like, man, that relationship, I screwed that up, or I got screwed on that one. I'm not doing that anymore. You can say that. Everybody says that. I'm through with love. You know, I'm done. They're not. They keep going. They'll go up again.
Never gonna fall in love again, and then a few weeks later.
Yeah, I got job security, man. I got job security. People are not gonna stop walking down that aisle. They are not gonna stop having kids with people that they probably should have thought through whether they would have kids with that person or not.
But I'm glad they are. I'm glad they're taking that leap. I'm glad they're taking that risk. It's this whole beautiful mess that we're all a part of. It's like taking that risk, taking that leap of vulnerabilities of what this whole thing is about.
Yeah, and what a danger if we didn't, you know? Like every, you know, you hear about people like Alexander Hamilton. You hear about, you know, people who like, they were born of circumstances that like, these two people should never have had a kid. And then they did, and that kid changes the world, you know? And like, moves the dial forward. And what a great mistake. Like what a great, you can't ever say it's a mistake. Like what an amazing thing that happened. And I think that that's one of the things I like about divorce as a practice and as almost looking at it like a spiritual practice. I think you just don't know what is a blessing, right, in the world. Like you just don't know. Like my father, I've spoken about this before publicly, and he does frequently. My father's an alcoholic. My father's been in recovery now for 7 years, I think, yeah. But he was a bad alcoholic, Vietnam veteran my whole life, and only got sober, you know, when I was in my 40s. And a lot of the personality characteristics I have are consistent with those of adult children of alcoholics. You know, desire for control and control issues, you know, a lot of those things. And I love my life. Like, I'm having a great time. If I died tomorrow, man, I did more, learned more, earned more, loved more than I ever dreamed. And so I'm so glad my dad was an alcoholic. And if you said to me, how do you raise kids? Like, I wouldn't say like, well, you definitely want to be an alcoholic because like your kid's gonna get a lot of really good discipline lessons from that experience. Like, no, like I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't want that but it's born, like all these wonderful things were born of this awful situation. So I think divorce is the same thing. Like we make these mistakes, right? But they're not really, you know, I often have to say to my clients when they're like, oh, I wish I never married this person. I'm like, you love your kids, right? Like your kids are half that person. They would not be the organism they are without that person's DNA. So you can't regret being with that person if you love your kids. Like if you love your kids, those kids don't exist without that person. And I don't know how we refocus on that. You know, I don't know, maybe we get anyone going through it. I've actually had a theory, which I've not said out loud, but I'll say it to you, because it's just us talking. I think if we could figure out a way to take a divorcing couple that is interested in potentially mediating and put them in a setting where we could give them both psilocybin, like a good dose, like 2.5, 3 grams, and have them do individual sessions with, you know, controlled setting with a guide, right? And have them sort of do that inner work, and then have them do some kind of a session together after they've had that experience, that psychedelic experience. I actually think you could do transformative divorce work. Because I have found myself, and certainly the many people that I've talked to who've had psilocybin experiences in particular, but any psychedelic experience, many of the empathogens, right? Or even like MDMA, you know, like MDMA, which is, you know, is an empathogen. If we brought that space and the divorce and conflict resolution space together, that sort of psychopharmacological intervention on empathy, one's empathy receptors, or one's connectivity, I think that could be radically transforming. It would be logistically an absolute nightmare. It would never get done from a legal standpoint. But man, like, I think sometimes like that, because I think the more that you can bring people to the awareness of connection that comes from many people's psychedelic experiences, I think they could then extrapolate that into their understanding of the conflict and disconnect they're having with their partner.
So really lean into use this brink of divorce as a kind of catalyst for doing a lot of soul searching and a lot of growth together.
Well, that was what appealed to me. I mean, before I started doing is it was this idea that this is a opportunity for radical reinvention. Like, it was an opportunity for people to say, okay, now what? I didn't expect that, now what? And it was to be part of the architecture of that. I didn't look at it like I'm helping demolish the building. It was like I'm tearing down the building so we can build the new one, which I hope is filled with joy and abundance and peace and love, real satisfaction. Like, my ex-wife is married for over a decade now to a phenomenal guy who is perfect for her. And he's nothing like me, by the way. Like if you met him and you met both of us, you'd go, well, no one could love both of these guys. Like, if you like this flavor, you wouldn't like this flavor. Like, I'm impatient, fast talking, like, skip to the end, we gotta land this plane, come on. And he's therapist, he's chill, he's like patient, and they're perfect together. And I can say that as someone who loves her and loved her, and knows her or knew her. Like, and I think if we can, we can radically view honestly, like, without jealousy, without the sense of, like, look at it and just go, yeah, okay, like this is the love this person needed. Like, that doesn't mean my love sucks. It just means it wasn't the right one for this person, Like, there's a lid for every pot, Like, she found her lid. I want her to find her lid. That's good,
And there's billions of pots out there, and we just need to match it with the proper lid.
Yeah, not hit each other over the head with them all day long.
Yeah, man, this is such a romantic few hours we got to spend together. And there's even a candle burning over there.
Oh, it's lovely.
All right, brother. Thanks so much, James.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with James Sexton. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Rumi. Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
So I drank that whole energy drink and definitely was having a panic attack at 3 minutes, so 5 minutes ago. Wow. My fucking heart was pounding. Wow. Hands are sweaty. My heart. Still getting like pangs. but there's a ridiculous podcast out. Probably get hit with a copyright strike.
This week,
I don't care.
Two Bears, One Cave.
He told America I was the most racist comic in America. He did that.
Sounds like a terrible idea. You are full of terrible ideas.
Are you still watching Cosby Show?
Cosby did terrible things. He got in a lot of trouble. They canceled the show, right?
100%. Hey guys, brand new episode of Two Bears, One Cave. Hey Andrew, is liver drainage a real thing?
My co-host.
No, is liver
Bert
drainage.
Kreischer.
Do people get their feet removed? Corey, you know nothing about how this podcast works.
Yeah.
This is my co-host, Tom Segura.
Yeah. Hello.
It's called Two Bears, One Cave. And
This is renowned professor and podcaster Dr. Andrew Huberman, Stanford ophthalmology, neurobiology, and you have but you also
I have an appointment in neurobiology and ophthalmology by courtesy of some country.
yeah, I mean most people do. So
try these. Just tell me what's going on with me. Is that what ophthalmology is?
Yeah, optometry is more about the reading lenses and things of that sort. Ophthalmology is medical issues of the eye and the portion of the brain that's related to vision.
See, listen, I told you. What did I tell you? We're surrounded by greatness.
greatness, and you gotta talk a little bit.
And so this is next to me is Corey Hampton. You heard me talk about him.
Yes.
I was moved to tears. I think I cried on the podcast talking about
You
it.
did.
You have not heard that. He has no
That one
idea.
hasn't come out yet.
Has- oh, it
well,
hasn't?
by the time like now.
Yeah. I saw him at the Blue Note,
Shit.
which is
I'm a dummy.
the jazz festival in Napa that my wife and I, you got invited to too.
Yeah.
I went because of Nas.
Or as your wife says, Naz.
And Corey, three people really, Corey and Dami and they moved me beyond feeling. And I wonder what, I'd love to hear your instincts. So Corey is a renowned jazz musician. I will say it because he won't. And this was everyone when I came back was like, dude, Corey Henry was like, oh, you like this shit. I go, what? And they go, he's Stevie Wonder's favorite artist. And I went, oh, so I got the vibes. Andrew, jazz. So I love jazz. What does that do to the brain? And is there a different thing that happens to the brain when jazz music is being played?
Great question, because I've spent the last 3 weeks working on an episode of my podcast about music and the brain. So a couple of things just related to music generally, which is that the emerging theory is that music, including singing and dance, probably emerged in the human brain before spoken language, which in many ways makes sense, right? Think about this. Using music without lyrics, you couldn't describe a can of soda, a car, or an apple, or a person in a way that I could understand. But with music, you can describe, create an emotion. That means that it's actually a more sophisticated language in many ways than spoken language. So we think of spoken language as so sophisticated. I can say, okay, you know, Tom's sitting over here. He's my cousin. By the way, he is my cousin. This is on Wikipedia. He's wearing Adidas shoes like me, which may have a genetic link, may be a nature or nurture thing. We don't quite know. We don't question it. He looks like this. He speaks like this. I can explain a lot of things about him, and they're all true. But I can't create an emotion in you about Tom with spoken language unless I tell you about something he did. Maybe that'll evoke some sort of sense of delight or disgust or whatever it is, depending on the story. But with music, you can play one tone or one series of tones. I'm not a musician. I'll reveal that by how I describe music. But a motif, you can hear like just one note played on a clean background, on a trumpet or a saxophone, and feel something. So in many ways, what we now understand based on brain imaging, based on a lot of genetics and other tools, is that there are dedicated circuits in the brain and body that music taps into and can create the sense of emotion. And one of the more interesting ones, I think, is that we have a breathing apparatus, a muscle called the diaphragm, moves our lungs, etc.
I just can't believe I
lot
had a
of
panic
music
attack almost.
will actually tap
Or a heart
into
attack.
the
I don't know what that was.
neural
But for
connections in the
5,
diaphragm and
at
lungs,
3 minutes.
our body will flutter at the same frequency
Couldn't even
as a
breathe.
note that's being played. So this is crazy. That means that your
Fuck
body
this
is being used as a sort of instrument from the inside
I need
while you're
to
listening
stick
to
off.
instruments and sometimes
I'm
vocals from
too-
the outside. And so your
getting too
body is
old.
literally resonating with the similar frequencies as the music that you're listening to. You are one of the instruments when you're listening. So when you go to see, and when you listen in a room, it's very different than when you listen with headphones, which is very different than when you listen with very high quality headphones. But there is nothing like live music, because when you are present to the live music,
there is
your
music on
body
an
is
album.
part of the instrumental
album.
of that music.
There's nothing like an
Okay, so
album.
there's an internal, like it's geysering up out of you while it's coming in through your senses.
That's
So it's insane.
so I told you
That's
how good he is. I
insane.
think you have to sing that.
As long as you don't make me sing.
Well, it's crazy that you say that, because music is actually truly the only universal language. You know, like people speak in many ways you go, well, English is like the world's kind of language. Now you have to, if you want to be a part of it, you can speak English. But you can perform music here, Japan, Spain, and elicit emotion from people who go. You can be singing in English, and the music and singing evokes the same thing from everybody who doesn't even understand. Like I've listened to songs in Portuguese, and I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm getting emotional and really in. I'm like, I love this song. I don't even know what the song's about.
Yeah.
Right?
But you can also communicate intent with music across cultures. So, like war music, drum, boom, boom, right? Boom, boom. That whole thing.
Or
right?
love songs.
Or love songs, or the lightness. Like, so you can communicate emotion through these collections of sounds that are universal. And so we know that there are circuits in the brain that are separate for this, that are dedicated to this, because people who are aphasic, who can't speak, oftentimes can still sing, or they can create or follow.
Dated.
A melody.
That's insane.
Yeah, for a lot of people talk about this
shit.
and are concerned about, understandably, things like dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's dementia, just age-related dementia. And people who listen to anywhere from 30 minutes to 60 minutes of music
I just
per day,
bowled that
on average,
perfectly, I'm pretty
their
sure.
cognition gets better. And that's because it's tapping into a whole set of neurochemical programs and things that, brings the person alive. And from the inside. I mean, this is what I find so interesting about music is, yes, it's coming in through the ears, just like when you look at a beautiful painting, pick your favorite artist, you see that and you go, whoa, and you feel something inside. But you're not actually recreating the painting in your body. You're recreating into your brain to some extent, but with music, the vibrations of the music are having a deep, resonant, impact on your body. And there's a lot of facial expressions that go with it. I actually put out the call for questions on social media the other day. I'm doing an episode on music in the brain. What do you want to know? And my favorite question of all was, what explains bass face? like everyone makes the same face, right? I don't know if dogs and other animals are doing it too, but there's something fundamental there in terms of how we're all wired. And of course, lyrics can do a lot. I love poetry. I love lyrics. There's certain musicians like Joe Strummer, Bob Dylan. For me, like the lyrics don't even make sense, but they feel like they're saying something that's fundamental, even though if you just were to read the lyrics, it wouldn't mean anything.
You know what happens to me? I talked about this, and I felt so validated that other people were like, "Oh, me too," and musicians also were trying. I revealed that I go, my whole life when I listen to music, I have to make a real effort to hear the lyrics, like to actually I hear somebody singing as an instrument. So it's like when you're singing, I go like, and then someone's like, "Do you know what this song's about?" And I'm like, no, I have to really pay attention, because the voice singing to me, to my ear, registers as like almost like the strings or the drum, and then
English isn't his first language.
that's very true.
We're all tuned to these fundamental sounds that it starts to cross over with language. Like if you hear somebody shrill in pain, we all know that feeling. Or like an animal or a child, especially like in desperate pain, it just pulls on you. It's not a choice. I mean, if you don't feel that, you might be a sociopath.
Yeah.
Okay. You are a sociopath. If you don't feel somebody else's, like a child's pain when they're in pain, like there's something wrong with you, or an animal, right? But then there's also these like deep guttural sounds, right? So that the more primitive the sounds, the more we relate to them. And music is tapping into all of that. And music, I know 0 minus 1 about how to play music, but I love listening to music. I'm the opposite. Even though we're related, I'm the opposite.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
nature nurture. I like lyrics.
Yeah,
I love the poetry of it. I memorize lyrics. I hear them in my head. I actually prepare for podcasts by singing songs in my head. It gets me into a rhythm. But music in terms of chords, harmonics, melodies, all that, I mean,
Yeah, I feel like
I don't understand
everything
it at all.
but it. Like I have to make a very, very strong effort to go, oh, this is what this person is saying. Otherwise, it just feels melodic to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally.
How early did you start playing music?
I started playing when I was 2 years old. Yeah, my mama taught me how to play. She was the lead choir director and musician at the church we grew up in, Brooklyn. Grew up in Brooklyn.
Like back when Brooklyn was Brooklyn, or when they started?
Brooklyn was Brooklyn. I was in best.
Belts and shoes.
Nah, they just started doing that.
There are a lot of studies now that show very conclusively that kids that start playing an instrument prior to 6, singing and playing instruments, especially with other people, their brain connectivity is much more extensive. They're smarter. They really are. They really are, and their brain maintains that increased connectivity well into adulthood, and it's something that can be reactivated. For people like me who completely failed at learning how to play any instrument whatsoever, it's not completely hopeless, but it would be a lot of work. But the fact that
It's an hour a day, man.
an hour a day, yeah. The fact that that's how I talk about exercise and all the other stuff. So I need to internalize
It's so
that.
funny, I was going to smoke a joint for an hour.
I mean,
Does everyone go about light a joint?
no, totally.
Can you not be around it?
Yeah, I don't partake, but it's legal in California.
I know,
so
but
yeah.
I don't know if you
No,
can.
feel free.
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's
Are you
fine.
okay?
Yeah,
It's okay.
Yeah, it's
Can I ask a
Are
weird,
you gonna
Tom,
ask?
are you okay?
Okay.
Can I ask an interesting question to both of you guys? It's a two-parter. Well, it's a two-parter. I'm going to ask the second part in a second. When you play jazz, it is more of your brain is telling your fingers what to do spontaneously. Like as I watch you play, you are dictating the rhythm of the evening. It's all improvised. Not all of it, but it's primarily like watching you play. It's just so inspired and improvised. Number one, how do you connect your fingers to your brain that way? And do you see the piano other than just white and black things? And do you see that, or do you feel it? And then secondly, I want to know, how do I tap into that? How do people tap into that? Because as I watch him, I'm so inspired by just you fucking around. Like you playing with Amazing Grace last night and taking us on a ride. You take us on a ride, and that improvisation is what I'm obsessed with. But I'm curious to know how your brain works when you play music.
Yeah, when I'm playing at this point, I feel like I think it's all a feeling, you know? Like I spent a lot of time at my instrument to be able to play what I want to play as a musician. And then it's a matter of like taking what I've learned or what I've like practiced and making it a voice. I look at the piano as a voice. Like I don't see them as like keys or whatever. I'm trying to like talk, you know, like I'm trying to have a little conversation and take you on the ride. And I noticed recently over the last few years that I'm really tapped in when my eyes is closed.
I saw that.
It's something about like when I'm not looking at the keys, or if I'm if my attention here in my head is elsewhere, where my hands are just like, oh, it's time to fly. And I feel like I'm flying at that point where it comes down to like, you know, the improv sections of my show, especially like Amazing Grace, because I play it all the time and I like to change it up and do different things. But I feel like I'm trying to remain at some kind of free state where I'm not thinking about the keys or the notes or the chord changes.
Free state is the art.
Yeah.
What's the easiest way for people to access that free state?
Goodness. Okay. Well, first of all, the improvisation piece is really important because your brain it does a lot of things. Your brain controls your heart rate, makes sure your muscles can move. It does all that stuff. But beyond all of that stuff, maintaining body temperature, etc., your brain is mostly a prediction machine, right? Like early in life, you learn that objects fall down, not up. That's kind of a fundamental rule. You learn who your parents are. They caretake, by voice, by smell, by sight, etc. And as we go through life, sure, like for instance, it's the first time I've been here at your studio today. There are a bunch of novel objects, new people that I'm meeting, etc. But nothing is so outside of my expectation, especially given that it's you, Bert, and you, Tom. So outside my expectation, we won't talk about that thing that happened on the stairwell, that I'm not in a mode of like, whoa, like this is unexpected. But the brain has a particular neurochemical called dopamine. We've all heard of it as dopamine hits. Everyone thinks dopamine's associated with pleasure, but dopamine is really about motivation and anticipation. And so if we're listening to, say, Amazing Grace, a song that I recognize, and I'm expecting it to be played a certain way, sung a certain way, and then all of a sudden you hold one note much longer. I'm just making this up. I haven't heard you play yet, although I'm excited to go see you play. I am going to go see you play, by the way.
Okay.
And you hold that note longer, then all of a sudden that dopamine, we have many dopamine circuits in the brain, but that circuit flips on and starts releasing this neurochemical, which heightens my attention. Like, what is happening now? What's going to happen next?
It's the calm before the holiday storm, but you can prepare your e-commerce business for the holiday rush now just by using ShipStation. Whether you're shipping from your house or a warehouse, ShipStation can help increase your profitability. Save time automating your shipping and returns in the ShipStation dashboard and keep costs down with industry-leading carrier discounts while your holiday orders roll in. You want to get on that now so you're not pressed when it's time to really get those shipments going, and it's easy to see everything that's been ordered and everything that's gone out via all the different carriers with their incredible dashboard. Easily automate shipping tasks and manage orders in one simple dashboard. You can quickly and easily update crucial order information and reduce errors. It also has effortless integration everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. Also, manage orders, print labels, compare rates, optimize every shipment, and automate delivery notifications. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce businesses with ShipStation. And 98% of companies that stick with ShipStation for a year become customers for life. Set your business up for holiday season success with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/cave today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/CAVE.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Do you ever find that just as you're falling asleep, your brain suddenly won't stop talking? You have racing thoughts right before you go to bed at the most inopportune moment. That happens to me all the time. Last night, it hardcore happened to me. I had to sit up out of bed. I was by myself. Leanne wasn't with me. I was on the road doing Oxnard, and I had to sit up and literally talk myself off a ledge. It's normal. It turns out, so just so you know, one of the great ways to get those racing thoughts to go away is to talk them through with someone. Therapy gives you a great place to do that, so you can get all these negative thought cycles out of your head and find some mental space and possibly even a little emotional space. I've been in therapy for a very long time now. For a very, very long time. I love it. I love it because I'll write things down and then I'll be like, I put them in my phone. I go, I need to talk about this in therapy. I do it online because for me, it's so simple online. And if you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's designed entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and you can get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/bears today to get 10% off your first month.
There's a certain irony to being told
HELP.com.
get help by a
The thing about dopamine is you adjust to it pretty quickly. This explains a lot of addictions as well.
2023
So then
maybe.
if you do that every third note, well then, you might be.
As I put the joint in my mouth, he goes, this is really long.
We can talk about cannabis if you want. It has interesting uses, both interesting health uses and addictive potential. I just pissed off all the pot smokers.
I want to know about it. I want to know about it too.
But the dopamine, the dopamine, it's all about the levels now relative to where they were a few seconds ago or a few minutes ago. So pretty soon, that novelty, like, oh, he's gonna hold this note. Okay, he's gonna hold this note, and then you stop it and you go back into the regular singing of Amazing Grace. For instance, I'm just again making this up. So the music system, the system in the brain that responds to music and to speech, it has certain expectations. Your brain is already trying to guess what I'm gonna say next. And so if I suddenly start speaking, in Shakespearean prose, you'd be like, whoa, what is that? Now the important thing about music is that in order to make it sound right, it has to obey certain rules. Okay, it can't just be a cacophony of crazy sounds.
It has to,
you start playing
that's really
the
interesting.
triangle.
It has to obey certain rules. You're right, because if it doesn't, all of a sudden you're like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
But your brain,
And you automatically know.
how the fuck do our brains all know?
Your brains know.
know.
Your brain knows.
Just like comedy. right? Just like
Oh, it's just
right?
like comedy.
Like in comedy, like I go see comedy.
And then I punched my wife in the face. And I was like, ugh, the fuck.
Right, don't do that. The you know, like for instance,
Not
I saw
cool,
Tom.
bro.
I saw Tom do comedy at the Belly Up in Aspen recently. He killed. It was amazing. And I can start talking about different bits he did. That's what they're called, right?
Right.
Okay. But you know, I've seen certain versions of comedy by Tom and others where they're telling a story, and you're like, okay, here's a story, and then you're like, oh no, this isn't going to go that way, is it? And then I have to imagine that there are two possibilities. I'm thinking, okay, either he's going to confirm my suspicion that this is going to end really badly, or there's going to be some flip at the end where all of a sudden it's something completely different, and that's the pop, right? Same thing with music.
And the same
thing with
dopamine
music.
thing is happening
Absolutely.
if you're watching, right?
You know, this is whether or not you're talking about Bitcoin, the euro, the American dollar, the Canadian dollar, whatever, the peso. There's only one universal currency of value in the brain. We place value on what we're experiencing, value on monetary units. It's all dopamine. Now, there are other neurochemicals in the brain that are important, but it's a neurochemical system for saying, oh, what was happening before is cool, but what's happening now is way cooler because it's different. Oh, wait, no, it's too different. It doesn't really obey the rules. And you're not thinking about this consciously. This is what's amazing. So much of this is happening subconsciously. And music, played correctly, sung correctly, taps into your subconscious about that just feels.
Jesus.
Because it is right.
That
It's
body
obeying
plug.
certain mathematical rules, certain physical laws of the universe that are correct. And I can promise you this because if I were to sing Happy Birthday and then inject the Sesame Street theme song and then try and sing Amazing Grace in there, you guys would just say, well, in addition to having a terrible voice, Andrew, that just sucked. It wasn't interesting. It's not interesting the same way that a painter, like some kid can go see a Jean-Michel Basquiat painting or something and go, oh, or like a Jackson Pollock and go, oh, that's just a bunch of paint thrown on a thing. I'm just gonna throw paint on a canvas, and that kid isn't up in the moment, right? The person who can tap into something fundamental about the way the brain works, in other words, you're a neuroscientist, you're a neuroscientist, you're a neuroscientist. You don't even realize what you're doing is you're tapping into something fundamental about how the brain works and delivers reward.
The thing that you're pointing, that I'm realizing about the dopamine thing and the unexpected is that that's for sure why people are like awed in comedy shows by crowd work. Because what happens is crowd work is like, "What's up, man?" And somebody says, and you see that it mesmerizes people, and they get into this place of glee because it's happening in the moment. It's all unexpected things, and you can see that it shifts the energy of a room.
Right.
When somebody does like in the moment crowd work, it's all unexpected. It's all like these and it changes the dynamic of what's happening.
It's like if I were, Picasso were here and we're literally throwing different colors of paint at him and he's putting it up into something beautiful. That's why, every once in a while you'll see a post or a video, and I don't want to disparage anyone's art form, but you'll see these people who are like, they're painting something that doesn't look like anything, and then they flip it over and it's a face.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the lowest form of art, but it's getting down there. Because what is it? It's basically just playing with one single rule about visual perception, which things drawn upside down, you can't comprehend them, you flip them upside down, and you go, oh, it pops. But that's sort of a gimmick, right? It's a gimmick. That's not new art. That's not new art. That's just old art done upside down. Okay, so that rule is kind of like, okay, cool. Sort of like if I do a pun, and I won't even try and do that, or I do a knock-knock joke, it's like, okay, like it's kind of funny, little bit funny, but not really. Because the real beauty of comedy is when it took my brain, because I'm the audience when it comes to comedy, always I'm not funny, and you're converting a rule about how I thought the world was gonna go. Like you're talking about a serial killer. Like, oh my God, like that's really dark. I don't like serial killers. I won't even watch the Dahmer thing. I'll pay money not to watch the Dahmer thing. And then at the end, because you'll probably say something like, I don't know, that I don't like something super offensive, and then all of a sudden everyone just laughs because it's the brain goes, oh my God, I can't even comprehend. I never would have gone
Well, it's
there.
such a release.
Right?
It's a release.
That's right. It's a release of tension.
Yeah.
You're also so just like with music, bringing it up through the body.
Yeah.
You've got people, quote unquote, on the edge of their seats.
Yeah.
You've got people in tension and then relaxed. It's a form of spoken intercourse.
Yeah, and there's this thing about comedy shows where there's an unspoken agreement when you enter the room. Audience and performer goes, there's no point in me going up on stage to be like, I'm gonna say things all the right way that are the correct thing to say in all scenarios, because that's that's polite society. That's what you get outside of the room.
Right.
In the room, the thrill, the joy, I think, for the performer and the audience is that you're gonna say the thing that they're like, this should not be spoken.
I get scared sometimes when I see you guys do comedy. I get scared. I'm like, oh no, like you're gonna say something, and like I don't know what's gonna happen, but it feels scary, right? You know, I go to the amusement park. I like roller coasters. You look at a roller coaster, you know that unless you're shorter than the thing, like you're not gonna fly out and die, most likely, right? So you're like, it's scary, but there's trust.
I hate most likely.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it does happen every once in a while.
Yeah.
Usually when someone didn't pull the thing down or
Carnivals. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Pick your amusement park carefully.
Fuck those.
But
dude.
when I go see comedy, I'm afraid. I'm also afraid of the person up there bombing.
Yeah,
So whenever I go to New York, my sister and I go to New York every year for our birthdays in September, and I love going to the Comedy Cellar. And
that's
we've
where
gone
Ari
every year,
performs.
and I've seen some amazing sets, just like, whoa, that was amazing. And then I've seen some just dreadful ones, and you as the audience
It's
want to
horrible.
crawl under
It's
the table.
horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that reflects that our nervous systems are always interacting. And some people delight us just their face, right? Like when Tom does his impression of his kids, especially, I don't want to play favorites here, especially of his youngest son. Oh my God, I've thought about that just driving along these last couple of days, and I start cracking up inside. It's delightful because he sees something in his kids, they see something in him, and so you're tapping. It's like an intimacy. It's a parent-child relationship that's hilarious. And yet I've never met his kids. I don't know their names, or any of that. I mean, we're cousins, but we're warming up to the family reunion.
I'm obsessed with the concept that there are unspoken rules.
Yeah.
Like, and if you break the rules, because I always think of comedy as like, I'm trying to break the rules, but I'm not really, because you break the rules, you say the thing that shuts it down. Michael Richards broke the rules.
Yeah.
That was like the perfect example of rule breaking. Like there could have been rules in place that he did something crazy, but he didn't break.
But
the
he
rules.
stepped out of performance and went into like
I think he was
personal rage.
I thought he was trying to.
Who's Michael Richards?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It was a bad fucking example. Fucking Kramer.
On Seinfeld?
Yeah, you haven't. Wait.
Listen, when I was in undergrad,
Wait,
grad school,
hold on. Let's stop the fact you've had your nose in books so deep, you didn't know what happened with
I
Kramer.
didn't have social media till a few years ago. I'm pretty niche
Wait,
on
do
my
you know
knowledge.
what happened with Kramer? Oh, fuck.
It was bad.
Wait, let's play a game. What doesn't Andrew Huberman know?
I don't know. There's a lot.
Are
I
you
don't
still
know.
watching Cosby Show?
No.
Okay, all right, we got that one.
He's had a wild couple of years.
No, I know Cosby did terrible things. He got in a lot of trouble. They canceled the show, right?
The show.
They didn't cancel the show.
With the Cosby
Keep going.
They must have ended the show. Did he go to jail?
No, it's still playing.
30 years. The show's been off for years.
All right, clearly I'm the joke. I never watched much show. I watched The Wonder Years. I like that show. I own the DVDs.
So,
Okay.
man, this is such a good thing that you tapped
I
into.
watched Ozark.
Yeah,
Okay.
I watched
is
The
good.
Wire.
Ozark
I
is
watched Mad Men.
Yeah. Ozark, when Laura Linney gets fucked from behind on that first episode, it was so real. It was so real. There's
That's what you took from Ozark?
dude, that's when I was like, let's pay high-end actresses to do porn because they tap into how they really fuck. Like a porn star. You're a fucking porn star?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
You should.
Okay.
I mean, if I were you, are you married?
No.
Oh, come on.
There's still so many possibilities.
There's still a lot. Well, I'll give you my Christmas list.
So we should get a bunch of foreign girls to come see you play Amazing Grace and then have at it.
I'd be done later.
Wait,
This sounds like a terrible idea.
Wait, hold on.
You are full of terrible
No.
ideas.
Laura Linney,
he's
Laura
definitely
Linney,
getting it.
Laura Linney, when she has sex in Ozark, she does it like a real woman.
Right, it's
like
not
a
like-
real woman, not like porn stars like, fuck my pussy, do it raw. And you're like, no one talks like that. No one, do it like a real woman, like out my shoulder or whatever. And Laura Linney, when she has sex from behind, she did it like she was actually.
I know what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
you watch all of Ozark, and that's what
My
you lifted from the series.
Exactly.
My takeaway. Is
that was a
Laura
That's what
Linney-
you lifted from the
Yeah,
series.
season 1. It's the first
It's so
episode.
good.
Yeah.
The series is amazing.
Oh, it's
I made it to
and
like
it's
season
shot
3.
in this Ozark
Oh, yeah?
shot
It was
in this
great.
kind of blue-black tone.
Yeah.
That it's eerie, right? It's really eerie all the time. Like you notice even when it's just normal dialogue, like someone's walking up to a hotel room and talk to someone, you're like, something bad's gonna happen.
The
It's constantly.
cast is
eerie.
incredible.
It's amazing.
It's crazy that Bateman directs like the majority of the episodes. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. So he's in it, and he directed at least half of those episodes.
He's got a crazy diet.
Jason Bateman.
Yeah, I saw that
Really?
doc on him. He's got a podcast called Smartless.
Yeah.
And he did a doc, and he like,
Well, this is a good segue.
what?
Because
Oh, Corey, I used to be fat. He actually met me when I was fat.
But he went on the Jason Bateman
I
diet.
believe, Corey, this would have been about a month ago.
About a month ago,
Yeah.
he was fat.
Finally, a victory.
That's how most people are supposed to act.
Okay.
So, just to bring everybody up to speed, about a month ago, Bert had a come to Jesus moment where he was like, I need to
It was
get healthier.
It was at the Jazz Festival.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was drinking. I mean, we just wake up, start drinking all day, and then
And you were touring a bunch. and you
I
were
just got off tour.
the festival,
I was partying a lot. And
drinking
then,
a lot, eating like a lunatic.
You know, it's bad when you see Andrew does not like alcohol. He's not a fan of alcohol.
I mean, it's not that I am not a fan. I think I see a lot of health issues, psychological
we don't
issues
need
with
to rehear
alcohol.
it.
But Andrew knows all the science.
He knows all the science. So I would
It's not
I
good
would
for you.
see his stuff, and I'd go like, "The fuck does he know?" And then I'd like swipe through it, and then all of a sudden I was bloated as fuck. My face was huge. Everything, my ankles were swelling,
and everybody was noticing.
and everyone was noticing, and I was like, all right, that's it. So I did a cleanse first, like a Prolon. It's a limited fast, cell rejuvenation thing. I did that. Went to the cardiologist, and I was like, I just don't know what to do with my diet. My cardiologist was like, fucking keto. And I was like, really? He goes,
Your cardiologist said that.
My cardiologist, he goes, there is so many benefits to being in ketosis. He goes, they're proving that right now it is stopping the growth of brain tumor cells, that it doesn't feed cancer cells. The sugar is what cancer grows off of. And he goes, most importantly, it's great for inflammation, which you have a lot of, and it's great for your liver. He goes, it gives your liver a break to process fat instead of sugar. And he goes, go keto. And then he gave me another guy's number, and he was like, get exogenous ketones, stay in ketosis for as long as you can. I think also without that, when you're in ketosis, you're not drinking. You can't drink. You can if you're gonna break it, but I don't wanna break it. So I've been in ketosis for a month, and I've been not drinking for a month, like since the Jazz Festival, whatever that was.
How do you feel? And we should be scientists about this. You did two things,
Come on,
so
Bert.
it's hard to know which one is leading to the positive effects.
We're all
right?
rooting
You
for
stop
you.
drinking alcohol. That's
Yes.
one variable, and then the other
Silly
is that
fuck.
you are now on ketogenic diet, which is another variable. So you could be feeling better because of both of those things. You probably are. But I'm just curious how you feel in terms of, let's just break it down.
Finally
into,
got a
how's
victory.
your sleep?
Pretty amazing.
Cry for one more.
And compared to what it was,
Well, yeah. My sleep was always like, I never woke up like, okay. I would wake up like.
do you know what you
fuck.
told me like 6 months ago? I was like, how do you feel since X, Y, and Z? And you go, I never notice anything
Oh,
because I'm drinking and partying. You're like, I don't know whether today or
I couldn't tell you what hungover
Anything
felt
feels
like
like.
versus not hungover. Like I just knew a homeostasis of like waking up, and what's interesting is I would wake up in a panic with like a fire under my ass, going, all right, we got to work out, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got. Now I wake up and I'm like, oh, it was cool. I was raising cubs.
Anxiety. A lot of people who drink feel less anxiety while they drink, but then they feel much more anxiety outside of drinking.
Searing.
You know,
Searing.
Yeah.
Where they do you ever think about death? Every fucking morning when I drank, I have a first thought, one day it goes dark, one day it goes
existential dread.
dark. Oh my God.
Can I ask you? I want to go through the different things of sleep and the other aspects of health and well-being. But how old were you when you took your first drink?
If you have a family like I do, you know how much your loved ones depend on you. In a worst case scenario, you wouldn't want them to worry about money. You have a responsibility. If you have people that count on you to be there to take care of them if something were to happen to you. That's why Policy Genius knows how valuable your time is. That's why their technology makes it easy to compare life insurance quotes from America's top insurers in just a few clicks. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and avoid unnecessary medical exams. Policy Genius has licensed award-winning agents who can help you find the best fit for your needs. They work for you, not the insurance companies. That means they don't have an incentive to recommend one insurer over another, so you can trust their guidance. Your loved ones deserve a financial safety net. You deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. Head to policygenius.com/2bears1cave or click the link in the description to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com/2bears1cave.
And then did you start drinking relatively heavily at that time? No,
22.
in college. Or after?
I would say in college, drank like a regular college kid.
Yeah,
Maybe
I went
a
to
little
UC Santa Barbara,
Yeah.
which discovers alcoholics. Right, it's always been a big party school.
Alcohol's a weird fucking word.
Now
It's overused. It's like saying
true. They now say alcohol use disorder is another one. Listen, it's different things for different people. Some people it's one or two at the end of the day, and they quote unquote need that drink. Other people, they have just one drink or even half a drink, but it dramatically changes their personality.
Yeah, those are
Other
bad
people,
ones.
they drink to blackout drunk.
Yep.
Other people, they're like the Don Draper character in Mad Men. They can drink, and the next morning there they are looking, all right angles and working, and you're like, whoa, like how they do that.
Yeah.
A lot of genetic variation in terms of how quickly people metabolize alcohol, how thoroughly they metabolize alcohol. I'm not gonna do the whole podcast episode on alcohol because I did that for my podcast, but
Do you drink?
it is poison, right?
is
Let's just be
poison.
honest. It makes you feel the way it does because it is poison.
Yeah.
If you see articles that say 1 or 2 glasses of wine per day, resveratrol, health benefits, here's the deal: 0 alcohol is better for you than any alcohol, but the cutoff, if you're not an alcoholic or somebody prone to alcohol use disorder, etc., and you're of age, probably 2 drinks per week should be the upper ceiling. Beyond which,
That's not a guy with no
there are a lot of
arms.
data now out of the UK Brain Bank that's showing that the more you drink, for every additional drink you have per week, a little bit more brain atrophy, shrinking of the brain and loss of neurons.
My brain is firing hot.
Yeah,
I noticed my flow of speaking is going on stage. My brain is working so much better.
This is so good. This is so good. You're such a vigorous guy. Like you have so much vigor. The word that comes to mind when I think of you, Kreischer, is not alcohol. It is robust. There's like this robustness to you, right? And I always knew, because we've been in touch about this for a little while now, and Tom and I talk, and we talk behind your back and all that.
Everyone talks about my back.
That
Means I love you, Corey.
lovingly.
That's what it means?
Lovingly, which is that the prediction was always that if you cut out alcohol and you're exercising and you're eating right, that you are going to feel so much better. Not that you're going to feel worse and you're going to miss it. So I'm here. I have a hidden agenda, which is my hope is that I saw you post on social media. You're not going to have another drink until you hit 230 pounds. I think you should cut it out for good and watch your creative work and everything else skyrocket. And I'm sure there are a bunch of fans that are like, oh my God, does that mean I can't drink while listening to Kreischer? No, we're not talking about them. We're talking about you. Okay, and I'm not here as a addiction counselor. I don't tell people what to do.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not a physician. I don't prescribe anything. I'm a professor. I profess a lot of things. But I profess that if you were to stay off alcohol completely, not only are you going to live a lot longer, but that robustness is going to be exponentially great. It'd also be fun to just do comedy and live life through that lens. There's so much more to discover. And no, I'm not telling you have to quit smoking weed.
No, I will. I don't think.
Because weed's a whole other story. Some people can do it safely and be fine with it and be very functional. Other people can't. It's a very binary distinction. There are a lot of young males who smoke very high potency THC, and it craters their life. It can even lead to increased incidence of psychosis later. However, there are a lot of people who can smoke weed and they're perfectly fine.
Is this like something that developed too in more recent times? Because you always hear that the THC levels of today are so much more, like people in the 70s who like, yeah, I smoked weed in high school. You give them a joint now and they're like, what the fuck? They think they're on meth, like they're like, I've never smoked anything like this before.
It's a whole other business. I mean, the ratio of THC to CBD is a big deal. There are parents who have kids with epilepsy that literally move to the state of Colorado just so they can get this, I don't know if if I should say the name because it's hard for them to get, and I want them to get it. But it's called Charlotte's Web. It's a pure CBD cannabis, and it is effective treatment for their kids' epilepsy.
Yeah.
People should look into this if their children have epilepsy. Obviously, talk to your neurologist. But the high THC cannabis is far and away a different drug. All right, it's creating a whole different set of neurochemical reactions in the brain, and everybody's different, right? Some people can handle that high THC. If you have a predisposition to bipolar disorder, which they now call it, or depression, bipolar depression, then cannabis is not going to be a good idea for you. No, but it seems like you handle it well.
I just like a couple hits.
The alcohol thing is it's going to lower your blood pressure, reduce your incidence of glaucoma. There are some problems with no cannabis. No alcohol.
It
Listen,
raises mine.
the thing with alcohol, alcohol basically has no therapeutic benefits except for the psychological benefits that people think they're getting while they're on it, but then they get that heightened anxiety. And I'm not against people having a few drinks or occasionally even having more than a few drinks as long as they don't drive and they behave well. But the reality is, if you could cut out alcohol, you're adding years to your life, your cognition, your comedy, and let's be frank, I don't know you well enough to say this, but I'll say it anyway. You don't seem like somebody who can have just 2 a week. I think 0 is going to be.
Wait a minute. Let's be.
I think 0 is going to be.
Let's talk logistics.
By the way, your fans probably hate me right now. They're like, "Why'd you bring this asshole on?"
There's no one who has 2 drinks a week. There's not. Listen, if you're that person, you're lying to yourself. No one goes, well, that one whiskey was great. I'll have another one Thursday. Fuck off.
I saw Tom have 1 drink the other day.
Oh, he's dead inside.
He always says this. Like,
I don't even think you finished your drink.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think you finished.
Yeah, well, because you didn't want it, so I get it. Don't get the calories.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's my whole point. It's like, don't have the fucking calories. Like, what am I drinking red wine to stain my teeth? No, I either drink at a party or I don't drink at a party. Like I don't like. I'm not gonna.
You drink wine though, like it is, like you're, like it's 105 and it's Gatorade. Like you're just
I
like
drink wine like
pour-
Alexander and I are pulling up on an elephant in
Yeah.
5 minutes. Like, I'm like, fucker, let's down it.
Yeah,
Also, you have kids, right? You want to be around for. Do you have grandkids too?
soon.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I didn't even realize that. I guess they can
How many
fuck.
kids do you have?
I was thinking about kids as babies.
I like your family posts. Like I like the really irreverent family
Yeah.
posts that you do. How many kids do you have?
I have 2.
2 kids.
You have any kids? No. Good. 4 stars. No, I have 2 kids. I've always said there are times you want a drink. Like I've said to my daughters, I'm not drinking, and they were like, oh, it's great. And then they said, you seem very present, you seem very grounded. And then my daughter Isla at Leanne's birthday party was like, yo, Fetus, you drinking? And I was like, no. She goes, you sure? And I was like, what's wrong? She goes, you really not drinking? And I was like, yeah. She's like, I'm so proud of you. And I was like, oh, cool. And I was like, hold on, just if I want to drink, I'm gonna fucking drink. Like no one's like, we're not having problems here. Like she goes, no, I'm just proud that you said you weren't gonna drink. You didn't.
This is a big thing for you. But like, no one's telling me.
No one tells me what to do.
I know, and the other, but
I respect that.
No,
The other,
no.
no, Matt, punk
the
rocker,
other thing-
lifelong punk rocker. Nobody tells me what to do.
No one tells you what to
You're not
do.
gonna tell me what to do.
I have a
Don't force
hard time
anything
with
down my throat. No, you're not gonna tell me what to do. But you don't want that to get in the way of doing what's best for you, right?
I don't want.
But there's a
yes.
second part to this, which is that you recently said to me when we were recording,
Yeah.
you go, "This is the first time that I'm doing this just for me."
I chose to do it.
Yeah, as
Like,
opposed
I've
to like
never-
it's a bet or a challenge.
Normally when I'm sober, we do this thing called Sober October. It's me, Tom, Joe Rogan, and this guy Ari Shafir, and we would.
This guy. I've never met Shafir. I know Joe, obviously, but like, is Shafir a drinker? But didn't you guys literally drink him under the table on the Rogan podcast?
No,
that was
that's Shane Gillis. That's Joe's other Sober October.
Well, I don't know Shane Gillis, but if you hear a name Shane Gillis, you assume and then an Ari Shafir.
Shane can
You
take him
already
down.
Shane can take him down.
You
Shane
can
and I
already
did the beer
predict who's
Olympics.
gonna win that.
Yeah, Shane can take him
competition.
down. Ari's a real. He likes hallucinogenics. You know,
He likes, but he's drinking a lot. We talked on the phone the other day. He's drinking a lot right now. But it's just, But I think I have a weird thing about being told what to do. So I'm like, but we always do it as a bet. Every year we don't drink in October, no drugs or alcohol. And we do a workout challenge.
Is that hard for you to not drink?
No, not
See, that's the
drinking is
interesting
easiest in
thing.
the world.
A lot of people would your prior level of alcohol consumption would quit drinking alcohol and would be very stressed. Even like delirium tremors.
Yeah.
So
we
clearly,
have, I know a guy going through rehab right now, and he's been sober now, I think 2 weeks less than me. It was a good friend of mine, and they just took him out of the hospital.
oh yeah,
Like they leave you in a hospital for a while because they're worried about strokes. And I was like,
for severe alcoholics,
Yeah.
they need to be medically supervised when they transition out of drinking alcohol. That actually, but that statement I have to put an asterisk next to it because a lot of people avoid putting alcohol because they're like, oh, you have to be medically supervised in order to do it. But there are millions of people who manage to get themselves off alcohol by going to meetings that don't cost anything. Here's the other thing, and I'm certainly not telling you what to do. I don't tell anyone what to do. You don't have to do it alone. Like, it's not the sort of thing that you're supposed to white knuckle on your own or do because someone else told you to do, certainly. But if you wanted to do it, there are ways to do it, and you're doing it. I think it's great that you're combining it with a lot more exercise. I like the post that you did the other day in the squat rack or the benching rack. That was great. Like, the more that you're putting out there that you're doing other things for your health, the better you're going to feel. A number of people have gotten sober from alcohol. Rich Roll comes to mind.
Rich Roll, the runner?
The runner, he's a severe alcoholic. I mean, I don't think he'd mind sharing this because he wrote a book about it, Finding Ultra, but which is a great book, by the way, he went to Stanford on a D1 swimming scholarship, and he destroyed his swimming career drinking.
All alcoholics.
Is that right?
Dude is a big, yeah, the swimmers are all luscious. Swimmers and hockey players.
Okay, well, he's sober many years now, but the running thing helped him. He also, for him, plant-based worked best. I think everybody finds a diet that works best for them.
A lot of people that go sober end up putting a lot of energy into exercise. I know a lot of people.
You start moving like
and
crazy.
you start feeling good. That's the thing.
But they're also channeling like some of that anxiety and emotion that used to go into like consumption of booze or drugs, and they go like, I fucking ran 12 miles, and then
Yeah, you can literally move the anxiety out of your body.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Lifting.
That's what I do in the mornings. Meaning when I drank, I would just go as hard as I could in the mornings, and then all of a sudden all the anxiety would shake out of me. All the bad thoughts. I got so much serotonin. Then I'd sauna, polar plunge, and I'd be like done. And I was like, but now I just get done working out. I feel great in the mornings. I feel great at night. I'm not defending not drinking because here's the thing: is like all that stuff. All the stuff doesn't compare to the sparkle you get after like a cold fucking beer, where it just goes.
Yeah, but
in
the
like
back
that feeling.
But in the back of your mind that it doesn't mean it's all going to be okay. It's lying to you.
I don't need
it's
the
saying it's all going to be okay.
tell me this is a business transaction. Say that you love me. I don't give a fuck how I get told I love you. Just say it in my ear. I don't care if you mean it.
So you'll
just
pay for the delusion.
That's what drinking is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The delusion is
but the
so
payment,
awesome.
But the payment is through your biology, through your liver.
Biology, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're all gonna get that day one day.
Yeah. I used to use that I used that logic to go cage exit, diving with great white sharks. Used to ride motorcycles, bunch of dumb stuff.
Do you?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I swam with great white sharks out of the cage too.
Yeah.
Fuck
Guadalupe
yeah.
Island.
No, I did it in Catalina.
So little sharks.
No, great white, and we did it in South Africa. Rode motorcycles to Sturgis. Keep going, because can I tell you what I did?
You're more of
So
a
when
man
I
than me because in Mexico the water's clear. You can see them coming.
Guadalupe Island.
Yes.
Put that on our fucking bucket list. That's the fucking
Please
thing.
don't.
But it's
No,
like a
I
3-day
don't.
boat ride there.
Yeah. You're
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
So
been there twice. Did the cage exit thing.
day-
And I don't recommend it.
I quit drinking
like the Y
for this
chromosome.
right now.
The Y. Listen. We're all Y chromosomes in this couch setting. As far as I know, I haven't karyotyped us all, but I'm going to take the guess, the leap of faith. Look, the Y chromosome is a great thing on the one hand, but it's also what leads people to do stupid things like go cage exit great white shark diving and have an air failure at depth.
You?
Me. Yes. All caught on film. We can talk about
Was this
some
for
other
like
time.
Shark Week or something?
No, this was to record fear stimuli from the VR in my laboratory. Totally
Do
unnecessary.
you realize how different you guys are?
So,
Wait a minute.
he's from New York. He doesn't need to do any of this
Let me
stuff.
You
ask
ever swam with great white sharks?
No.
Would you?
You signing up for that?
No.
Wait, what happened with the? Because we actually were discussing this in Aspen, and I didn't get there. What happened with the air failure.
All right, real quick. So
Fuck yes.
So-
a good fucking diving story
Yes,
is a
Okay.
fucking drinking
All right,
story.
So 2016 went out to Guadalupe Island with my laboratory, filmed 360 VR for fear stimulus that we could use back in the lab. For that trip, got dive certified. They have a surface cage right off the back of the boat, and then they drop a cage by crane about 40 feet below the surface.
Hang on, real quick. I want to. So you got certified for that trip.
Yes.
So how many hours had you spent in the water before this fucking?
No, that was year one. I did
Okay,
some
never
diving
mind.
in between,
Good.
so I spent a good amount of time.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you did like
Yeah.
a resort course and then went
No,
diving with great
got
sharks.
PADI certified in
Okay.
Monterey Bay, which was
Perfect.
scary as hell because
Scary as
there's all
fucking
kelp
shit.
and there the sharks pick you off and you'll never see them. Okay, so this was with my friend Michael Muller, who's a very well-known photographer down here in Los Angeles, who also he takes pictures of celebrities and sharks. He's the beautiful shark, but you can see his stuff.
I'm so bad at this
In any
game.
event, year 2, 2017, we go back to get better footage with better cameras. And on the second day, I decided to go down in the cage again. 3 divers leave and the cage exit. And the way that you don't get eaten by a great white shark down there is when you see them coming, you swim toward them. And they interpret that as, oh, I guess you're not prey, and they bank off you and they leave you alone.
So counterintuitive.
It's pretty crazy. And those guys are on scuba. I'm in the cage alone, and I've been in the cage before. Now, mind you, it's dropped 40 feet below the surface. And there are a bunch of sharks around, and guys are out of the cage, and I'm breathing off a hookah line that runs up to the surface, right? Because you're not on scuba when you're in the cage,
Yeah.
typically if you're staying in the cage. So I'm just kind of looking at this, and I'm like, yeah, it's cold down here, but I've been here before, and then no air coming through the hookah line. Not good. So I look up, and the hookah line got kind of boa constricted up to a bundle. So I pop up, trying not to. It's hard as concrete because it's cold at that depth. Okay, it's not super cold, but it's wetsuit cold, and that thing is like concrete. So I'm like, oh god. So I spit the thing out of my mouth, go down to the safety tank in the corner, turn the thing. It's empty. Go to the other safety tank.
I'm
open
holding my
it,
breath listening to the
Turn
story.
it. Nothing. It's empty. Okay, now I'm afraid. So pop up to the top of the cage. I have a weight belt on, right? I think, okay, I'm gonna pop to the surface, but there's literally great white sharks everywhere. By the way, this is all caught on video because we've got cameras mounted everywhere. We've got GoPros everywhere. Those guys are out of the cage. You can shout underwater, they're not gonna hear you. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shoot for the surface, which is what the sharks like if they're chasing a tuna. We actually posted on my Instagram and elsewhere a picture of a shark.
That
a
video-
of a shark taking a tuna off the side of the boat.
I saw that.
He was the he
Yeah, I
recorded
shot
that.
that.
He shot that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I shot that.
With the blood in the water?
No, the one where the shark
shark-
comes
Oh,
out
the tuna comes out?
under the boat and chomps that tuna in half like a razor. Okay, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna die down here, though, right?
Feel
so
free to pull that up.
decide to take off my weight belt so I don't drop to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. And as I'm doing that, I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna get eaten by a shark. Yeah, we have it on YouTube, and you go. It's on my Instagram. You can scroll. There it is. That on Instagram, dopamine, where it says dopamine. It was back there. If you want to save, I forget how far back. Second one down. Second one down. Yeah, second one down. That's me hiking. Yeah, this happened. It was sound. It's good. I don't know.
Yeah, but look at this.
Watch this. So these are big sharks. Yeah, yeah, that's a big beast, and they are very streamlined in the water.
It's the fastest animal I've ever been head-to-head with. They move with such intention that when you think it'll slowly, but when it decides to turn, it's turned quicker than a bull in my opinion.
And down there, what they'll do is you'll be tracking one, and you'll be watching, and another one's coming to pick you off in the bottom. So that's why you need 3 divers in the water if you're gonna be out of the cage. So I decided to hook my arms under
We're
the
going to
ladder,
Guadalupe
and I'm
Island.
thinking, I'll hook you up
Wait,
with
sorry. So
Muller.
at this point, you take that hook out.
I'm on top of the cage. I have no air. I haven't had a sip of air in probably 20, 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah,
but,
'cause
but
everything's
remember,
filling.
if you do a big like and go under the pool water for 30 seconds a minute, you're okay. I didn't get the big gulp before.
Right.
I'm just sipping slow, and then all of a sudden, nada. So I put my arms underneath the ladder, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to shoot for the surface. And then one of the divers I was with turns around, and he sees me, I think, and he starts kicking his way toward me with carrying this big VR camera. It's like underwater vacuum cleaner. It's kind of, I don't know how else to describe it. And I'm thinking, okay, I might pass out, but at least I'll float to the top, most likely. Finally, he gets back, this guy Brock, and we do the share air thing. So I'm finally like, and he's like, what is going on? Except now we have a problem because we're under there. There are 2 guys out. We're now sharing air off of his scuba tank. Well, eventually those other guys get out, and we bail out. We emergency up to the surface. And when we get to the top, everyone's like, "What happened? What happened?" I'm like puking up water. A buddy of mine who was on that trip, who's a former SEAL team guy, just takes me aside of the boat and he just goes, "So what did you learn?" That was it. Like super mellow, typical SEAL, typical team guy. And I'm like, check the safeties. Always check the safeties. So it turns out that the divers had been sipping off the safety tanks on the way down because they want more air in their scuba tanks so they can stay out longer. So here's what happened. That night, I'm like obviously anxious. That didn't feel good. But I know enough about PTSD and I know enough about anxiety and the way that the brain works that I decided the next morning, and I'm not saying this because I don't claim to be tough, but I got into my scuba gear, put on my scuba tank, went down in the cage and cage exited the next day. Also caught on film if anyone wants to call bullshit on that. Now I didn't do it to be tough. I did it because now I felt like I got past that experience. Yeah. I never once, I don't like to say I nearly died. I like to think that the Reaper came in and was like offered me a fist bump and I decided to give him the finger instead. It's kind of, but I'll tell you, by the time we got back across the U.S. border, I thought to myself, okay, what am I doing, right? I'm like 44 years old, or 43 years old at the time, tenured professor at Stanford. I'm like, do I really need to be cage exit diving with great white sharks? And for me, that was the end. That was the last of any deliberate physical risk taking.
Was it very important that you did the thing the next day?
Yes.
Because I've had not the same experience, but things that have been traumatizing that you go, I gotta get back.
Basketball.
You have to.
No, basketball.
You have to.
That's one, sure.
Hang on.
You have to confront it.
Blew out his knee and broke his arm in half going up to dunk a ball.
One time? Same time?
He just thought he could dunk on a
Double
10-foot
whammy,
rim.
So I hadn't seen the video.
Oh, you want to watch it?
No, I'd love to watch it, but
There's a video?
Hey,
but Whitney Cummings brought it up for me the other day.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, because I went over to the Comedy Store. Jason Ellis and Whitney were doing some comedy
That's
there, and I said, what was this fall? This was one of the more dramatic basketball falls.
It's go down. I would go down.
It's
I would
so
go back.
intense.
Go back. I'll go to the one. Go that one.
What happened?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Get ready. Hang on. Do you want to hear?
You still play, right?
Hold on, hang on.
Yeah,
Go
so
back.
that's
Go
key.
back.
Yeah, you have.
So as he goes,
Yeah.
his knee blows
So the
out.
leg was already
And see the arms going.
Were you
Oh,
were quite a bit
man.
more overweight back then.
Yeah, but there's also something that
Oh, you
nobody.
slipped on the way up.
Well, actually, what happened was I didn't slip. There's an important thing about this that nobody talks about is that right before this, we had been dunking on the hoop as we were racing it. So we're putting everything we have into. We're both 250 pounds, and we do it at 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9. 9, I dunked, and then we were done because you couldn't do it. So that was the end of it. It was over. And the guy was like, I think you can do a little more. Raises it up a few inches.
You were gonna dunk the ball.
That's what I was going to do. I just did it. And then on my left leg,
You just did it on 9 too, so it's
yep, so I was like, I got
You can
Like
go
I'm
left
cringing watching this because I just
that's
I've
like
had
tough.
it.
Patella ruptured.
That's
That's what
the
happened
tendon.
there.
The left, the reason it looks like a slip is that this tendon ruptured. And then I land on the arm and break it, so it's a double whammy at the same
But you
time.
play
Correct
basketball.
But
This
it
is
was
key.
Yeah, and the big thing that I was scared of after this was jumping. In other words, you rehab. I went through the surgery, all the rehab, and even I got obviously first you walk. Yeah, I'd because everything atrophied when it was in the straight brace.
You got to be smart about how you make your way back.
It was a long way back. But the
cringing.
last thing that I was I need to do is jump. And so first you're doing these little bunny hops.
Yep. You have to work your way back slowly.
And then eventually played basketball where I was jumping as hard as I could again. And the first time you're you have that internal panic, and landing hard.
This is so tough.
But then you go,
This is the key. I mean,
I'm just coming off an injury too.
Going back
man.
down on scuba wasn't
I tore
reckless.
my rotator cuff last year.
Doing what?
Trying to become. I was trying to get ready for tour, and I was going to the gym twice a day.
Twice a day?
It's 4 or 5 times a week, hitting the bench and just going crazy. And I started playing ball for cardio. And then one day I played for a little bit too long and tore my. I'm just coming off an injury. I've been doing osteo.
All right, one more.
Therapy, and it's gotten me back to at least being able to shoot. But I can barely do 5, 10 push-ups. I was going rough. So
because you look like an athletic guy. So, but twice a day in the gym's a lot.
I was trying
Body
to
needs
get
to
bulky. One of my
recover.
homies got bulky, and he was like, "Yeah, this is what we was doing." I was like, "All right, I can switch over my plan, try to do that." I'm going try to get this way for tour. So
And shoulders are like, there's something about like every time that I've gone into like heavy, the thing that I always tweak for upper body is shoulders.
Oof.
Well, the key is to also do enough pulling. You want to make sure, like a lot of people bench, they push-ups, but you want to make sure you're doing enough rowing and things to balance out the upper back muscles. Yeah, because otherwise the shoulder joint, is designed to go in multiple directions, and so balancing out. There you are doing a nice shoulder extension.
Oh yeah, that was right afterwards.
But I think you made a really key point, Tom, which is that you work your way back.
Air Segura up there, the drop, that's like the top right.
Oh yeah,
the video. That if you hit that one, that's when no, not that one. The one that said Air Segura.
Air Segura versus Rain
Yeah,
Man.
so this is like getting back to playing.
You're in good shape, man.
Yeah, so that was
You are.
but that was like
you a hooper, let's go.
but that was like that was
Should
like
see him play
what I'm saying,
tennis.
the 2 years plus to get back to playing like that,
That's
like,
crazy.
All right,
That's great.
I see you out there.
You take your time going back. I mean,
you take your time.
Yeah, I mean,
Tom was a legit collegiate athlete. That's what's crazy. Were you playing football at fucking
I didn't play football in college.
the Christian place? Dude, you ever heard
That
of
shit.
Young Life?
You don't know him that well yet, but like he'll just be like, Tom played in the NFL. So
Hey, can Stevie Wonder see? I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Can I tell you this?
What can he see?
Yeah,
Bro,
I think he can see.
this is what happened to me last year. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm sitting. This is humble brag. I'm at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I'm in the lobby, and I'm sitting there waiting for a car to pick me up. And I know there are a few, so I'm like on my phone like this. I'm sitting in the lobby. I look up, and it's Stevie Wonder, and
drives up in your Uber. He's the
Bro.
Uber driver.
he walks up with the dude who's like over here, and I'm like my mouth drops. Right, I have my phone. I'm like, and he's standing like where you are, in distance to me. And I'm like, and I want to say something, and then the guy goes, "Bathroom's over there, Stevie." And he's like, "All right." And then Stevie's like, "I'll see you in a minute, man." And he walks, and I'm like, I watch him go to the. I'm like, he's just unguided to the bathroom. Right, so I'm like, oh, like he's taking it from there, and I was like, oh, he could see that much, he could see.
Does he have a little bit of low level?
I don't know.
Has to.
I think
Has
what
to.
happened. I think this is my 2 cents. You don't have to say anything, so you don't fuck up a relationship. Here's my 2 cents. As a kid, they're like, yo, he's blind, right?
Yeah.
And then blind became the thing, and they're like, he's like Josh Potter. He's like, I can see like shapes and shit, but
Yeah.
but that didn't sell. You needed to be full blind or nothing. Like they couldn't be like, this kid just has bad vision, but he's also really good.
Well,
you know?
legally blind, right?
Legally blind.
There's a range there. Like for instance, there's a really impressive skateboarder. There are a number of them now. My friend Dan Mancina is a blind skateboarder. He's blind from retinitis pigmentosa, and he does legit skateboarding, railings, grind sounds, ollies downstairs, does all of that. Uses the cane to kind of feel
I think
things
I've
out.
seen this dude.
Yeah, Mancina is amazing. Dan the Man Cena is super impressive, and there are others out there. He's actually he has a not-for-profit to create skate parks for the blind, where the obstacles make sounds, so they can essentially navigate by sonar.
That's
just super cool. Super cool.
Get off of there.
Well, I think that
But
thing
I
about
think but they learn. Like so, Stevie, regardless of whether or not he's low vision, as we call it, or no vision,
Yeah.
like truly no vision or low vision, where they can see shapes, and sometimes they get kind of what are called phosphenes, which are kind of these like they can see light.
that's right, you're an
like there's light from
ophthalmologist.
above. I'm not a clinician, but yeah, I know a fair amount about this. They they learn to navigate through a combination of sound and it's brighter over there than it is over there. I mean, we are very visual animals.
Yeah.
But we can adapt, right? It's hard for us to navigate by smell, but we can adapt to
part of
to
it
navigate
is,
by
I
hearing.
think, with Stevie is like what Bert said though, is that when you first heard about Stevie Wonder, they just go, this guy is a musician who's blind, and as a kid, your concept of blind is like cannot see. It's just pitch black. That's what
Well, and
you
he
think
wears
of.
the glasses.
And he wears glasses, but then you realize that though, even with blindness, that there are like like someone can be like,
Yeah.
you can't drive, you
And
can't.
we call it low vision or no vision,
Yeah.
but legally blind. Listen, here's what's scary. There are many people who are basically blind. They cannot see well enough to read who are out there driving, because most of your driving is in your peripheral vision, right? You see something coming, you swerve, you didn't really see the details, right? So, nowadays, of course, as always, you go to the DMV, wait forever, and then you do the what's called the Snelling chart, where you can say that's an A, that's a 1, that's a 2, and down to the smallest. But there's a fair amount of liberty there in terms of what they let people
Get away with.
see or not see in order to drive.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, people are texting now. Remember when they used to try and get people to not text and drive? They sort of gave up on that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you'll get pulled over every once in a while, but look how many people
It's all the time.
Right,
You see
all the
head-
time.
Shit.
Even with
When you're
YouTube,
driving.
and, where you can talk to Siri or whatever it's called, it's terrible.
People who
texting.
who motorcycle and ride bikes are the ones who will tell you that they get that point of view all the time, looking into cars. And if you tell somebody who ride bikes, they're like, all you see is people looking down as they're driving cars. Like that's what they notice on their bike, because they look into the cars. They're like, oh, no one is looking up.
Yeah, you need some accountability or something.
Wait, I want to ask you about
You
Yeah,
need some
automate.
accountability. Like my girlfriend's kids, right? We used to do this thing like, we'll give you $5 every time we check our phones, because even as an adult, right? You're like, okay, I'm not going to look at my phone, but then you want to put in something, and then you're putting in something for the map, and then you like see a text come in, and it's tough, right? It's tough. You feel that impulse. You have to stop yourself.
Can I ask you this, because you mentioned this about the shark thing, that it's for your lab and the fear, and I saw you post and I heard you talk about these studies, but what can you? I mean, I know it's obvious you could probably go into great detail. What do you learn about fear by what you guys are doing? What is the lab learning about?
Yeah.
He's just going, yeah, he shit his pants.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's
So the bullet point takeaways are that people fall into bins of there are some people who handle anxiety very well, other people who handle it very poorly. We know this, but what's interesting, one of the things that's interesting is that everybody has quite a lot of anxiety, but it's just that some people have tools they use to be able to work with that anxiety. Typically, the best thing to do if you have anxiety is to move your body. Anxiety is really your nervous system's attempt to move your body, right? If you're shaking, right? Before going, oh yes. It's, people talk about fight or flight. Yeah, that's one aspect of it. There is the freeze response, but the freeze response is actually an active response. You have to deliberately try and freeze things. Playing hide and seek when you're a kid, someone's coming through, or like in a horror movie, the person's hiding in a closet. That's a lot of work to stay that still.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not like freeze like catatonic freeze.
Right.
It's not like the fentanyl freeze that you see out there. Different topic altogether. Just had to throw that in there. Fentanyl crisis is real. The thing about anxiety is that some people know how to work with it. They wake up in the morning with some anxiety, they go for a run, or they know how to, or they'll sing, right? They'll vocalize, or they'll do something to move it out of their body. People who experience a lot of, let's just call it pathologic anxiety, people who they don't have tools to move it out of their system. And so they're there trying to, they're quaking inside. And so, my lab's worked out a number of adaptive tools like the physiological sigh. We've talked about this as a natural pattern of breathing that occurs during sleep, where every so often you'll double inhale and then do a long exhale. That restores your oxygen and carbon dioxide ratios properly in your body. This is something you do just naturally about once every 1 to 5 minutes when you're awake, and repeatedly throughout sleep. But we've shown, for instance, that if people do this physiological sigh deliberately, which is, looks ridiculous, but it's a double inhale through the nose, so your lungs are fully full, and then exhale all your air out of your mouth. That's the fastest way we are aware of to completely reduce your anxiety. So this is a very useful tool. So if you're heading,
I'll go, I'm not breathing.
Right. There's email apnea. There's text apnea. People tend to underbreathe or overbreathe. But one of the great things also about losing weight and about drinking 0 or less alcohol is that you probably are having less sleep apnea.
Well,
Sleep apnea.
I actually don't believe in sleep apnea. I think
Really?
that's overprescribed the same way alcoholism is. I think it's such a go-to.
Underbreathing in sleep.
I think there's snoring, and then there's severe sleep apnea. Like Joe Coy has sleep apnea. Like he goes,
right, he's gasping.
Yeah, like I've heard those guys. That helps. But I think what has happened is they look at everyone and they prescribe everyone's sleep apnea machines. I've not met a
I don't think
human.
people should get on the machines in most cases. I think most people should lose weight, exercise.
Or get
Also,
your uvula cut.
doing cardiovascular exercise during the day will improve your breathing at night.
I have zero sleep apnea right now. Zero. I think it's a lot of it is the inflammation in my throat with the drinking and whatnot. But it's zero sleep apnea, and I have the machine. I don't need it at all. I fucking
Keep dropping a little bit more weight. Also, you're a big guy. You're thick. Like you don't need to get, Woody Allen limbs going. Like that terrible example. Gosh, we're picking all the terrible
like
examples.
Tom's legs.
Oh my
You ever seen
god.
Tom's legs?
Tom's got
No,
some wheels
but-
on him.
No,
He's got
I
some wheels.
gotta
He dunked the
fix that.
basketball.
I gotta fix that.
You did 30 days. You did 30 days of keto, right?
What?
You did 30 days of keto,
I'm in it right now.
and how much did you drop?
Well, I think about 20 pounds.
Dope.
20 pounds in like a month, yeah.
That's great.
But if you keep weight training, so this is the thing. Everyone used to think weight training is just for bodybuilders, which is obviously not true. Nowadays we understand that everyone should weight train, men and women, weight train about 2 to 3 days per week and do cardio 2 to 3
Flash
days
the wrong
minimum.
direction.
Yeah.
Right? And because you have those thicker joints, you're like robust guy.
Yeah.
So as you drop weight, if you're weight training, sure your weight loss might plateau a little bit, but you'll be adding more muscle while losing weight.
I'm curious. 'Cause I was at one point when we were doing Sober October back in the day. I weighed like 220, but I had zero muscle on me, and I look fatter than I look now. Like, and my shoulder, I had no shoulders. Now I'm a lot thicker. I'm the strongest I've ever been, probably the most muscular I've ever been in my life. And I wonder how much weight versus fat versus back then.
Yeah, we could get you into a DEXA or do something like that.
That's the thing.
You should probably also get your blood work done, right?
I haven't done so fucking
okay.
much.
Well, then maybe
The
not.
DEXA is definitely worth doing. You should do that. You should do that this week.
And whole body MRI. I did this recently. I could mention the company, but I paid for it. They didn't. I got no cut, nor did I want any. I did the whole body MRI because I'm 48 years old. And I just want to see, are there any tumors on my liver? Are there any things living in there? Looks
There's
good,
tumors on
fortunately.
your liver, I'm fucked.
Luckily, everything checked out. Little white spots on the brain are bad. You're allowed one per decade of life. Luckily, I had one. I'm almost 50, so I'm good. And I boxed a bit when I was younger, and I skateboarded, hit my head more than a few times.
Came
I
up
wasn't a real
fast.
get after it type skateboarder. Like I just didn't. My body hadn't really. I hit puberty slow, so I wasn't like super aggro. If I had been in my 20s, it would have been worse.
You look like an ad for puberty right now. Like,
I've been
the
going through
beard
puberty a
and the
very long
jawline
time.
and the fucking
I've
muscles.
been going through puberty a very long time. But I'm telling you that if you weight train and do cardiovascular training consistently, you eat well, let's just say like good, minimally processed or non-processed foods, let's call it 90% of the time. I used to say 80, but then Rogan said, I think it should be more like 90, 95 as you get older. And I think he's right? And then every once in a while you lapse, although some people do better by never lapsing. Well, all your health markers, how good you feel. I mean, you can feel better than when you were in your 30s. I'm 48. I feel better than when I was in my 20s because I'm sleeping better. I feel better. Every aspect of health better, And so just keep doing it. I mean, in many ways, it's like it's like a monetary investment.
I
It
don't want
compounds.
Does any part of you at least does it entertain what he's saying about like what you could be alcohol free?
Yeah, but
10 times funnier.
but here's the thing: is not 10 times funnier.
It's impossible.
No, and by the way, how fucking lucky did I get that I did? If I had never drank, I might not have a career I have.
Too many variables. This is one of those too many variables. Like as a scientist, you want to isolate variables. It's not even worth doing the experiment.
Yeah.
I started talking about people are like, what does science say about getting into nature or grounding? I'm like, too many variables. You're standing outside, there's sunlight, there's green, there's birds, and like too many variables.
I'm
Nature
curious.
is just good for you.
Okay.
So it's like you did it. Maybe alcohol had something to do with it.
I have a definite, I would say, hair in my mouth. That that feeling of like there's something in there. Like I have a definite hair in my mouth of the idea of like, how long could we take this? How good can we feel? What could we put out? I think I'm 100% more present. But then I always say, what if I gotta allow myself the time to there's a part of me that I grew up with and from 22 to here that when when I go, who wants a drink? And that feeling, that energy, I don't ever want to lose that. It's like a first kiss. It's so fun that you're like, what's funny is I'm trying to build intrinsic value in myself by watching him sober last night and going
You're
like,
sober from alcohol?
No, I was sober.
Oh, okay.
I was watching him sober and I went, man, this is fucking still awesome and I don't need alcohol. Right now it's a lot of growing things, but like I'm definitely drinking on my cruise. I want to drink at Red Rocks. Like there's times I want to have a cold beer. I want to be a part of I want to be back in the Matrix, you know, like fucking feel myself plug in and taste the steak. Like I know that sober it's more valuable and you feel better the next day, but there's a fucking sparkle this sobriety doesn't give you sometimes.
What about instead of looking at it as a long arc? I mean, here it sounds cliche, but it's a real thing, like the whole one day at a time thing. Like it's just like today you're not drinking, today you're taking the best possible care of your body, and also the whole idea like you don't have to do it alone. Like, you know, other people who don't have issues with alcohol, let's not call them alcoholics, aren't going to be the best source of support. There are going to be some people who you look up to and respect who got sober from alcohol, who could be like, hey Bert, like I know you're thinking about drinking at Red Rock, or the kind of nostalgia around it.
That leads into having a problem.
But then what about this? They can tell you there's this other galaxy of experiences that you haven't had yet.
Yeah.
Like to me, like the novelty is one of the reasons to be alive, right? It's, you know, I mean.
No, there is. Trust me, I've had a bunch of sober experiences. Dance with my daughters at Leanne's birthday party on the dance floor, stone sober and smiling and giggling and laughing and having a great time. I love it, but I also love it. I like the both. I like the yin and the yang. I like the both. I think a guy like you, you're so fucking smart. You can't fuck with anything but the truth. I like the lie.
Well, so this is interesting. So this gets into the psychology of it. Right?
Interesting.
This is interesting because you're right. Actually, the other day, someone I respect greatly, who's highly trained, told me that, you know, I do have a problem, which is that once I see the truth, I can't unsee it. Yeah. And I actually used to both admire and resent people who could somehow just erase the reality of what they've done. Now, I want to be very clear. I am far from perfect. I've got thousands of flaws. I've made tons of mistakes. I'm far from perfect. Okay, but the thing is, once I see the truth, like this is better than that, it's hard to unsee for me. Whereas I think what you said is very important. It's not telling like, we gotcha. This isn't a gotcha. It's you. I think you like to live in these alternate universes, and that universe feels really good to you. So is there a way that can be put on the shelf in the past? It sounds like that's the open question.
That's the open question.
That's the open question.
If anyone's had a fucking great time drinking, it's me. It's me. If you're saying I had to hang it up right now, easy. Not if you're saying doctor says, bro, you're done drinking. Not a fucking problem. I could go tomorrow for the rest of my life.
I believe you. It's that robustness.
Yeah.
Like you could do it. I feel like you have a whole buffet of options inside of you where you could do it to say, F you, I can do it. Or you could also do it to say, I love me, I can do it. Like it feels
right
like
now I'm doing
like
it because I love me, right?
And that's good. That's the best reason to do it.
But if you tell me, hey, just so you know, you're cool, the idea of the little.
What about like guys like, I don't know if he was completely sober at the end of his life, how could I, because I didn't know, but like a guy like Johnny Cash, right, who had issues with alcohol at one portion of his career, incredible musician, and then, you know, later came back, right, Rick Rubin brought him back, he's putting on Inch Nails song, like ended his career, like back up, not on top, but like above the top, right, and you know, and he's just, it wasn't a story of this like rise and fall that we see so many times, like the I think of life as a series of arcs, right? Like you're trying to layer on other arcs so that the bigger arc is like this, right? Yeah. Nobody wants this. With so many stories of this, it's almost like getting, you know, repetitive now. How many amazing performing artists do well, overdose, do well. You know, it's sad, right? I'm not making light of it, but it's like clearly they didn't figure out that what worked before isn't going to work anymore. Yeah. Right? The Jim Morrisons. Like, I mean, imagine if he had kept going. Well, what he could have done.
Imagine, it's not like their last albums were their best. I'm just like, there is a
27.
Well, this is why I have respect for people that continually renew themselves. Like we were talking about injuries, Tony Hawk, right? I've known Tony since I was a kid. Actually, I knew his parents as a kid, and you guys know him. I know he's been on your podcast, and probably vice versa too. I mean, Tony's in his 50s, broke his femur. Most people don't come back from that. He just did the 540, which, aka McTwist, that he broke his femur on. He went back and did it now, having healed himself up.
Yeah.
And he's not superhuman. He's just super dedicated. And so Tony Hawk is at the top of the game still.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, but there's some guys that should tap out early. Like there's some artists where you're like, oh, man.
Tell me a comedian that was phenomenal, who didn't OD or something, sadly OD or something, who just like got worse over time. Oh, sorry. Oh, so there were even things that these guys would say. They'll throw us under the bus with all sorts of stuff. But okay, so but they exist, right?
Yeah.
They exist. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now tell me.
By the way, for the record, don't think I'm not hyper aware that I don't want that to happen. You don't want to become.
I'm not saying that's going to happen.
But it does happen, and you do not want to become a parody of yourself. You do not want to be simply a meme of what people identified you as being. I think that's why you shake it up. That's why when Tom lost weight and started dressing real nice, all of a sudden I was like, he used to be very fat, and so he used to be bigger than me, and he used to be any fat shape.
What was the heaviest you were? We're about I'm 6'1".
His heaviest was probably 295.
Nah, he's not even close.
Well, look, fat Tom.
You're
I want you to
6'1"
guess.
too. We're
I
about
just want you to guess, Corey.
yeah, 6'1",
Corey, I
6'1".
apologize. I told you you'd be here 15 minutes. We've been down here an hour and a half.
It's all good. I'm chilling though. I'm learning a lot actually,
Okay.
so I appreciate
Okay,
you
go
being
fat Tom scorer.
263.
Okay. I'm 225, maybe 220 at 6'1". You're 6 feet, 6'1", 263. Okay. Yeah, that's you're a big boy.
But he's dedicated and he lost the weight. It was
Yeah,
impressive.
and
And by
kept
the
it
way,
off.
it didn't change his
See,
story.
I don't think you were
It's
meant
not
to
like-
be that heavy.
No,
I don't think you were meant to be that heavy.
He's
What year was that?
That was
Look at you with look at
he fucking photoshopped my legs.
Look at his legs. Look at
You
his legs.
photoshopped it. I pulled this up just to get the ready.
Sorry.
No, hold on. Oh, you pulled a picture of your legs up for
Real
yourself.
legs to
Mark
show.
Bell and
It's like,
Nasima
I knew
with,
you
with
did.
calves, and then Tom with
Fucking asshole.
Sorry.
Those are his
Who
legs.
did that?
He photoshopped.
That's cruel.
Do you want to see my dick?
You have you have good sized calves. Okay, for the record, folks,
yes.
Tom has a legit set of wheels, and that includes calves.
Fucking
He's very
do you know-
balanced. But Mark Bell, Mark Bell and Nasima, also friends of mine.
Yeah.
Great guys. I mean, they're big dudes.
They're big dudes. When he posted this photo, I got so many people like, "You have polio?" Like,
on.
bro, like,
My dad texted. He goes, "What the fuck's going on with Tom's legs?"
asshole.
That's terrible. That's cruel.
Oh, that's him.
That's
That's me.
cruel.
Oh, you have
I would
no idea.
never do something like that.
Oh, shut the fuck
I would
up.
never do something like to get people to say something
is
about
cool.
you like that.
You know what he did to me? He told America I was the most racist comic in America, and that became my branding. And I was like, and you know how hard that is to back out of? You just have to not say a word for 5 years. He did that. We're best friends. He is the one that told me I was fat the first time and started fat shaming me, and then it turned into a fucking viral campaign.
That's true.
Where we had to do a weight loss competition.
That is true.
Do you have a best friend that does that to you, or do you just got cool people that go, "Hey, how's your day going?"
When we did Burn is Fat,
that's
so,
relentless, man.
we did Burn is Fat as a campaign. We got videos from people teaching English as a second language overseas. So like a teacher in India, and he was teaching kids like, here's how you order a Coke, and then he had them say Bird is fat. So they sent us the videos of these little kids being like, my name
What
is
the fuck,
Bird is
Wayne?
fat.
It was the
tough.
biggest.
Poor Jax.
I could not go online without going like, Bert's ordering extra mayonnaise right now, and I would be ordering extra mayonnaise.
Yeah. I want to hear about
I
you.
order
Oh,
extra
like those are the
mayonnaise.
kids. They're all saying Bird is fat. Like, but this is after you started losing weight.
And then we both started losing weight. Yeah.
Bert Chrysler. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Bert. Sorry.
Damn.
Bert, I'm so sorry. That's so unfair.
That's
It's so unfair.
That's
It's
crazy.
so unfair.
And he's upset that I shrink wrapped his legs.
That
I
fucking
fuck
hater.
dogs. I smell like shit.
You legit
Damn.
deleted his calves.
Yeah.
You legit deleted his calves. Yeah,
So
and
many
granted,
people.
Mark Bell and Nasima are both big boys. They are
boys.
built. I've trained with them before. It's
kids are
humbling. But and they're at least Mark is in his slimmer state.
Yeah.
But let's also be fair. Mark has been very open about his let's just call it avid use of anabolics. Although hopefully he's using less now.
Yeah.
Nasima is natural, and anyone
Nasima is
he is legit. He does not use anabolics.
Do you know this motherfucker on the left?
He's
is
the best dude.
255.
Right now?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he's like, I mean, and you can't find fat on him. It's crazy.
Tom took his pants off and looked.
I mean,
He trains
yeah.
hard. He trains super hard.
And he's like,
Who is he?
He's
Enzima?
He lives up in Sacramento, Davis
and
area.
he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and like his fucking mobility, because usually guys that big, you know, they're big and strong, they can't move. I mean, this dude is like,
Well, I'll tell you one thing is we're going to talk about diet and keto.
Let's talk.
You know, I have a really good friend. He's actually a very well-established skateboard videographer. I don't think he'd mind. His name is Jacob. He knows who he is. And, you know, he had struggled lose weight for a long time. I've helped a number of guys lose significant amounts of weight and keep it off. Okay, I'm not a dietitian, not a nutritionist. You know, there are a couple things that, you know, first of all, we should just establish that calories in, calories out matters. Okay?
Even in keto.
The laws of thermodynamics apply. So at the moment we start saying about keto, or you're talking about doing mostly meat, vegetables, and fruit, people go, oh, you know, are you saying calories don't count? No. However, there are certain patterns of eating where you delete certain macronutrients or reduce certain macronutrients. Macronutrients are carbohydrates, fats, and protein, right? Or you limit the timing in the day when you eat them, that make it easier for some people to reduce their overall calories relative to how much they burn. Okay, so like there's a lot of debate about, is intermittent fasting better? Okay, is it gonna make you live longer? We don't know, okay? But what we do know is that if you're only eating between noon and 8 p.m., and that's comfortable for you, you can just do water and coffee early in the day, you know, whatever, and exercise early in the day and then eat. A lot of people find that, you know, they're sated. They feel better doing that than trying to eat small meals spread throughout the day. Okay, and there's tons of debate about this, but with keto, or with what I recommended to Jacob, and it's working extremely well for him. I'll get an update on the total pound loss, but and how well he keeps it off pretty soon. He sends me a text every day. Seems to be working really well. You want to make sure you get enough protein. This is why keto is also good. Or I'm not going to call out diets like carnivore or the lion diet, because they're all starting to modify now too. Like what used to be just carnivore or just meat and organs is now also including fruit and some vegetables, and you know, and people are broadening what it means. But here's the deal. For a lot of people, when they reduce their complex carbohydrate intake, they cut out bread. A lot of people lose 5-10 pounds just by saying no bread, just doing rice, pasta, oatmeal instead. Believe it or not, you're like, how could that be? Okay. A lot of people who then cut out those starches, they find they lose significant amounts of weight, some of which is water weight, because for every gram of carbohydrate you ingest, you hold 4 grams of water. Or approximately that. By the way, everyone should be hydrating well, okay, regardless of the diet. Getting hydration can also quell your appetite, so that's good. But the idea is that for a lot of people, just getting that protein should be the main focus. Quality protein. Quality proteins can have high amounts of leucine, which is great for muscle repair. Most people would be wise to get 1 gram of quality protein. We're not talking peanut butter, beans, and rice. Sorry, vegans. We're talking about high quality protein like eggs, fish, meat, that kind of thing, per pound of body weight. Then making up the remainder of your calories with, you know, vegetables. You probably can't eat too much fruit because you're keto, but some people do really well on just having like berries and meat.
Strawberries and blueberries.
Strawberries and blueberries, low sugar kind of thing. You know, stay away from the papayas, the mangoes, and the peaches. But then some people like myself can do pretty well doing that most of the time. But if you do a hard workout, like a weight workout where you need to replenish glycogen, well, then you can have a bowl of oatmeal or a bowl of rice and you're good. But for a lot of people, the carbohydrates are the runaway freight train. It's like the other night I had meal down in Austin with some friends in common, and we were kind of joking about the fact that, not joking, it was like you get bone marrow. It's delicious. But the moment you put
Hang on, were you eating Rogan?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I know.
Wow,
I
that's
wanna-
fucking. Hey Joe, just so you know, you're branded.
Okay. Sorry.
As soon as I heard bone marrow, I go, I wonder who this guy was.
Bert
Was the
said-
other one
yeah.
Lex Friedman?
Yes, actually, there was a photo that went out, so it's no secret. Okay, anyway, I try not to name drop, as you know, for obvious reasons.
I
In
was
any
talking
event,
to this guy about elk hunting.
no, come on. There are other people who eat bone marrow besides Joe. Anyway,
Well, he
sorry,
does it
Joe.
every
Can you
day.
blame Bert for that one, Joe? Sorry. I don't know where all the traps are here with these comedians, but so marrow,
Yeah,
right? It's delicious,
I love it.
extremely sating. You have some marrow in a steak, you feel great. But guess what? The moment you put that marrow on a piece of toast and you taste it, you're like, I want 6 more.
Yeah, yeah.
I want 8 more. It's like you can just slurp it up over and over. It doesn't feel as sating. And the reason is that when you eat carbohydrate, your blood sugar levels increase a bit more. They come down even if you're not diabetic, but that blood sugar increase stimulates your appetite. It makes you want to eat more. So a lot of people feel better not eating at certain parts of the day and then eating only during dedicated parts of the day, or reducing their carbohydrate intake. My thing is earn your carbohydrates. So if you weight train in the morning or something, you weight train in the afternoon, replenish your, eat some starches afterwards. Fine, have some fruit, maybe even some pancakes if that's like your thing. But then you have to stop that. And then your next meal should be meat and salad, right?
Dude, and I don't know if this is what you're talking about. When I was eating carbohydrates, I would make a plate and I would eat it, and then I just keep going back to the mac and cheese, and not even putting it on my plate, just getting up. But when I eat keto, and I'll have like broccoli and a piece of fish, I eat it, and then I go, I'm done eating.
Yes.
Like I literally go, I'm done eating.
Well, your brain is foraging mostly for these quality amino acids, right? Which is not to say, listen, there are people who can do okay on a vegetarian or vegan diet. They can. And I think there's some genetic variation there, especially the endurance runners. If you're weight training hard, you need to ingest enough protein to repair your muscles. You still have to sleep to repair your muscles and do other things to repair your muscles, but you are going to require more quality protein. Now, if you're running, ultras, you're also breaking yourself down. But getting quality protein should be the main frame of your nutrient intake. And then some people do well with some berries and some starches and vegetables. Some people do mainly well with vegetables, not too much fruit. Some people who have a very high metabolism, like Nasima or somebody like that, and they're training a lot, they need to do meat, pasta, fish, bread. And then there are those kids, right, in their teens and 20s, and those mutants who can just eat and eat and eat, and they stay super lean. And let's be honest, a lot of the bodies that you see on Instagram, they're taking either low dose or moderate dose testosterone. They're sometimes also including some Anavar. I'm not recommending people do these things. Work with a doctor if you're going to explore hormone replacement. But the reality is that when you do other things pharmacologically, you can ingest more food and get away with it, and it will be metabolized. And so people who take growth hormone, for instance, significantly boost their metabolism. But if you look at people who stay lean over time, they're eating mostly non-processed or minimally processed food. So that includes things like oatmeal and rice, sure, but mostly meat, fish, eggs, fruit, quality dairy products.
Is this what your friend Jacob is doing?
Yeah, so Jacob...
Okay, I like this. This sounds good.
So what
Except I'm going to get rid of the carbohydrates because I fucking keep... they make me hungry.
They're the runaway train.
That's my runaway train.
You will be... It's amazing how striking it is. And by the way, I just want to mention something about keto. There's a really incredible book and doctor named Chris Palmer from Harvard Medical School who has literally been treating psychiatric illness, everything from severe depression, bipolar disorder, by putting people on ketogenic diets. Basically, there's a growing movement in psychology now called metabolic psychiatry. And the idea is that a lot of quote-unquote mental illness, it's a phrase that's getting a little more controversial, but mental disorders, mental challenges, mental illness are metabolic disorders that impact the brain. Because obesity and metabolic disorder go hand in hand, and metabolic disorder and depression go hand in hand. Now, there are thin people who have depression, of course, but those people also seem to do well by shifting onto a ketogenic or keto-ish diet, essentially eliminating simple sugars. So what Jacob is on, and it's working phenomenally well for him, and I have many friends who've done it this way, is, and it's gonna sound a little bit like the carnivore diet, but it's not really that per se, is you just say you can eat meat, fish, eggs, fruit, and vegetables. And sure, a little bit of olive oil, like, there's a whole seed oil debate, but some quality olive oil, some lemon juice and things. But that's it. Just try that for 60 days, and not a single one has come back and said, oh, that didn't work, or I overate. All of them are like, I feel amazing. It takes like 2-3 days, maybe a week before they're like, oh, the morning toast is tough, or like, I wish I was like able to put sugar in my coffee. But inevitably they all come back. They're like, they drop like 30-40 pounds and they keep it off, and then they use the additional energy like you to exercise more, and then now they're out the gate, they're good, and they're like, whoa, they finally got control over their body. Like this kid I grew up with, this guy Jacob, when we were kids they called him Fat Jake, and he internalized that as his identity. I had Dr. Lane Norton on the podcast. He's a nutrition fitness guy. Lane's great, right? And Lane, when he came on the podcast, he said, listen, that a lot of people who need to lose a significant amount of weight need to actually think about it as destroying the former version of themselves and creating this new version. Kind of David Goggins-ish kind of mindset.
The former version, that's why I do that cleanse. The former version for me had a problem with walking to the refrigerator. I needed to change the way I saw snacking, like just going like open the refrigerator door. I don't even know why I do it. I just open it, and I have to do a fast to reset my brain to go. Oh, let's not think about alcohol the way we normally do. Let's not think about food, and then I can start a diet. But I can't just like it's hard. It's hard to pull the fucking.
Yeah. So meat, vegetables, and fruit. Right? And if you think about what happens there, like there's probably a net caloric reduction. The calories in, calories out still applies. And in addition to that, by eating less carbohydrates, people are less hungry. Then they're not, a lot of people said, oh, I tried that and I tried something in a diet and it didn't work. More often than not, those people are sneaking calories in the form of carbohydrates. Yeah. And look, does it mean that you can't have a slice of pizza at some point in your future? No, of course you could. But what you generally find is that then people, they kind of don't want to, or you do it after you go and do a weight workout. Yeah. When I'm in New York, I love pizza. So I'll just like get a couple slices after I train. It's like, is it the best post-workout? No, but I'm in New York. I'm going to eat a couple pieces of pizza because I'm a human being and I want to, right? So I think the idea is that people are confused by all the diets out there. You're living proof that it can be done. And I'm not like a diet guy. I just love to see when people start using behavioral tools. Mostly there's a place for supplementation and prescription drugs, but when people start doing things like getting morning sunlight, getting great sleep, taking care of their diet, doing exercise, it's like I see what happens. Their careers get better, their relationship to themselves get better. It's almost like they're like new life breathed into them. And I didn't create any of this stuff. It's not like I'm selling. I have no program to sell. It's just like but it works. And then especially when people discover the beauty of weight training and doing cardiovascular training in separate sessions, like there's something magic about that. And it's like, and I'm not going to go on to this whole thing about the obesity crisis, blah, blah, blah. I think it's all interwoven. The mental piece, the family history piece, food. I mean, Mark Bell, he'll tell you that in his family, food was like, they would just gorge themselves with food. He was a power lifter. He was 330. But he was fat. He was 330. And he was very unhealthy. And now Mark is running marathons, and I'm proud of him. I mean, he's a beast, but look at that.
Yeah, look at that guy.
Yeah, and what I love about Mark is his positivity. He's not telling people what to do. He's like, I'm out here running in the heat around Davis. He's just encouraging people to do that.
He's a very encouraging guy.
He's great.
Is any of this, is any of this on your radar? Because like Tom and I are huge fans of Andrew, and there are a lot of Andrew adjacent snake oil salesmen out there that'll basically just regurgitate what they've heard him say as if they've said it their own, and then I'm sure you're aware of that.
I mean, occasionally I'll see myself advertising a product, like the Jazzerciser, for which I have no relationship to.
Oh, fuck. I fucking bought that because of you. I bought that.
Listen,
I know how that feels.
We told them to take it. Listen, oh no, we're gonna do it again. No, this kid, I'm telling you, so this kid, he literally said, I realize I'm not supposed to be doing this, but we're gonna keep running the ads. I do think it's good to be a nose breather, unless you're talking or eating, because it does shape your facial structure will benefit, your breathing will benefit. There's a book published by my colleagues at Stanford, Paul Ehrlich and Sandra Kahn, called Jaws. This is a serious book by serious academics, forward by Jared Diamond and Robert Sapolsky, so some serious heavy hitters. And basically, they show kids. Some of the kids are, if you look at go to images, and you'll see kids that are mouth breathers versus nose breathers. Look at this girl. Click on this. Mouth breather prior, forced to nose breathe. Wow. Look at
doing that.
Look at the aesthetic change. Now look at if you go down to this girl. A lot of dental issues, a lot of there's Paul Ehrlich. These are
just by switching.
to nose breathing and chewing your food, like chewing hard foods. I'm gonna just sing Jazzerciser right now, not intentionally, but because they poached me to no end, and I told them to take it down. I was not endorsing that product. One of the best ways to build a healthy aesthetic and to breathe properly is to simply just chew your food really well. There is something I have no financial relationship to it called mastic gum, which is like a plant sap that they use in Cyprus, where you can buy it. It's like a hard gum when you chew it, and that will alter the structure of your face in ways that are, for women. Yeah, mastic gum. Women and men, the aesthetic changes are really positive and impressive in both men and women. Because the truth,
gum.
I love mastic gum.
I love a jawline.
You know, and
But go back to the because there are tenants that you. And
Sorry,
I'm wondering,
Jazzerciser, but
I'm
you guys
wondering
asked
if
for
this
it.
if this lands on your radar. Like Andrew is a big proponent of morning sun, of sauna, of cold plunge. Not doing cold plunge after heavy weightlifting training.
Correct. Wait
Because
6
he
hours,
atrophied the swelling of the muscle or whatever. It needs that to grow.
But other times it's great for you.
Like but I'm curious. Have you ever heard of it? Like morning sun? You do morning sun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sunlight
get
in
up.
your eyes in the morning.
Yeah, I get up and I've been hiking since I moved here, and like, you know, taking my dog on walks and stuff like that.
Your dog's amazing.
Thank you.
The best old dogs, but yeah, amazing. So when
I don't have no blind on my room window,
so the sun comes through,
so as soon as the sun comes up, I'm
do
like,
you get
yeah.
inspiration for your music from nature? Where does it come from? Like where do you find the work you do? Like where does it come from? Like are you pulling from conversations, from
Right now, I think I'm pulling from, or most of my life, I'm pulling from like my early childhood, which was like growing up in church. My mother played several different instruments, and the connection that I learned from playing in church, seeing people, I play a chord and people just start running around dancing and going crazy, like that kind of power like really inspired me to want to continue to create. And now I think about that often, like what's the chord or what's the movement that's going to make people go woo and want to dance or whatever that emotion is, and I try to get to that as much as possible. I like to say it's like spirit music, you know what I'm saying, like soul music, and that's what inspires me, you know what I'm saying?
you guys are playing live these days in Los Angeles? Whereabouts?
At the Masonic Lodge tonight, Hollywood, at the Hollywood Cemetery.
When do you go back out with your band?
In October, we go out mostly through Europe, for about a month. And then I'm gonna have a thing. I started a foundation last year called Live and Love Foundation to help into underage, underprivileged youth. And we're throwing a concert sometime late December. That's probably the next gig I have in LA.
With your band or by yourself?
My band and a few friends and artists. It's like a jam session.
When I saw you with the Blue Note.
Yeah, that was my band.
That's fucking.
Yeah, the Funk Apostles. Yeah.
The Funk Apostles. It was so.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he did this thing, and I said this to you. I'll say it again. He did this thing where he went from station to station, emoting a song.
Should have stayed
to
and
that
fought.
group, and like he'd go to the backup singers, and then to the drums, and then to the bass, and then to the guitar, and he'd emote it, and then he'd come back and he'd feel what they were playing. And then I think you said something, I feel like it's Sunday, we need the spirit in us. And then all of a sudden, I mean, everyone's moving. It was so fucking powerful that I was like, I don't have the ability to do that in stand-up. I wish I could figure it out, but it was so fun to watch that, like, I'll be back for that fundraiser.
Yeah.
To watch
I
it.
want to go.
Yeah.
It's cool. Jazz is
I love live music.
I'll tell you what, and I don't want to, I know Tom's probably on a hard out soon, but like, and I've kept you way longer. Andrew, I listen to you while I sleep, so I could talk to you all day long. But the reason I went to this jazz festival, I told this to Tommy, was I found myself listening to the same 9 albums. And I thought, that's how you become an old man, is you never let change. And I was like, I want to find new music. I got into this band called Goose. It's a jam band. I just discovered them. I said, I'm gonna fucking focus. I'm gonna try it. And when I went to the jazz festival, I said, I want to try to like new stuff. Is there something about maybe learning at like getting into new shit that keeps your brain young?
No, absolutely. The great physicist Richard Feynman, is Nobel Prize winner.
I'd rather have.
Some of these guys have, in addition to having Nobel Prize, he started learning to paint and draw later in life. He played bongo drums. He was always challenging himself to do new things, and he had a very young, playful spirit his entire life.
I'd rather have
when you
questions I can't answer than
something
answers
new
I
or
can't question.
the presence of novelty, that your entire set of brain networks shifts the way that it works. Like nothing else looks the same after going and doing something truly novel,
Cool.
right? Healthy, safe novel, ideally, right?
Yeah.
But health-promoting safe novel. The reality is that as we age, we get quote-unquote set in our ways, and people become curmudgeons, and there's nothing worse, right? It's this idea that, it's an emphasis on the bad, but it's also that we can predict everything that's going to happen. It's like here we are heading into an election year, and it's already wild, and you can feel the cynicism set in. There's another way to look at all this, which is, okay, our choices are perhaps not what we would want, right? But like, we're on the front edge of human evolution. Like this country needs to evolve forward. What's possible in the positive direction that can happen? Having some positive anticipation and learning, some sense of hope, like all of that is related to those dopamine circuits. And when the dopaminergic system is cranking, the brain is bathing in what are called neurotrophins. These are things like brain-derived neurotrophic factor that foster new connectivity in the brain. Think back to childhood when everything is new and exciting. You put your kids to sleep at night and you're like, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's the first day of school. They've been to school before, right? Unless it's the first time they're starting. They've been to school before, but it's all this possibility. As we get older, become a bit cynical. We're not bringing in new stimuli. Like the great Joe
I want to play
Strummer,
Fallout.
Clash, but also Mescalero's huge fan. One of my favorite things about him, in addition to being an amazing musician, is he was a bit of a philosopher on this topic. He used to, his famous Strummer quote, they actually call it Strummer's laws: no input, no output. Meaning, unless you're getting new inputs into your system, you really can't expect your comedy to get better, the way you interact in any relationships to get better.
Fucking love that.
New inputs, right?
New input, no output.
His thing is no input, no output. Meaning,
Someone write that down for me. I'm putting that in my gym.
Strummer's law: no input, no output. When you doing this podcast today, for me is going to be subconsciously and consciously, in addition to the podcast that I do on music and the brain, which is coming up in a few days, and so I wouldn't have predicted it. So placing yourself into novel environments that grow you, force you to be a beginner, force you to think about things differently, hear different perspectives. This is the opposite of becoming set in our ways and becoming a curmudgeon where you think how everything's going to work out. And this is even true for optimistic people who don't engage in new things. They're like, I like that food. I like, because within your keto diet, it's going to be mostly the same foods, but occasionally you might want to change the types of foods that you eat within that. Yeah. That'll keep the novelty high. Also with working out, I have a kind of a staple. About 75% of what I do is the same thing I've done: run 3 times a week, lift 3 times a week, same movements. But it's good. About 30% of the time, mix it up. But also, like you said, listen to music. Sometimes work out in silence. Sometimes listen to comedy. Lately I've been going and listening to a lot of comedy. Went down to the Comedy Store the other night and listening. I'm like, wow, I'm learning from this and thinking about the brain. And I have no aspirations to be a comedian, thankfully for everybody. But the idea is that when you're bringing in new experiences, it changes the potential of your brain to get better at what you already know and do. And of course, learning new things is fun.
Trying new things is so important. Yeah, I always try to sign up.
Flying helicopters.
Yeah, and what I try to do is
you race cars.
Yeah, but what I try to do is embrace I think I heard you say it, that there is this part when you're doing something new at the beginning that's challenging, difficult, helicopter flying, and you just embrace the fact that you suck at it, and that it's hard as shit. Because the helicopter stuff is actually so much different than fixed wing, than a plane. Way more engaged. And there's times when you're just doing, whether it's classroom or what you're doing a pre-flight check, where you're like, motherfucker, it's hard. What? But you just go, you know what? Let's just go through this whole thing, and you embrace it, and you get through it, and you're like, you're embracing the fact that it is going to be this hard, but also I'm flying with this guy who's got 3,000 hours, and he is doesn't even, it's automatic. You're like, oh, that comes with experience.
Absolutely.
You just kind of absolutely
suffer through it. But the friction, frustration, those are the signals to tell your brain to change. If you think about it, if you could do everything, like I can't dunk a basketball, my three-pointer is terrible, but let's say three-pointers, because I'm not going to dunk a basketball most likely, but maybe. I watched that video. Tom,
gave it a
like,
shot.
hey. Okay, so three-pointers, right? Three-pointers. So let's say I want to get my three-pointers to maybe like 65% make, swishing 65% of the time. It's going to be frustrating, but guess what? If I made every single one, the brain doesn't change. It doesn't change. Okay, if there was some magic like in the movies, where the ball gets redirected and goes through the net every time, my brain's not going to get any better. Every time you miss, every time you have a fail, that frustration cues the attention systems of your brain and deploys chemicals in your brain for what? For on the next trial and the next trial for your brain to be able to. So when you make a mistake, and you're like, you feel that frustration is essentially opening the window for your brain to get better. That's the way to think about frustration.
It's a really good thing.
It's a great thing, because if your brain could succeed in doing things, why would it change? It won't change because the map is already there of how to do it. But the map isn't there. And so, comedians bombing, you don't want it to deplete their self-esteem to the point where, they quit. But, those times when you thought something would land and it didn't.
No, bad sets help.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
Or
Bad sets really help you.
or it's just not, that's the magic of the brain, which is that it's the only organ in the body that can direct its own changes.
So for the rest of your life, try new things.
Try new
Pursue
things.
I'm doing that today.
Try new things. What I will say is for younger people listening, it's good to get proficiency at one thing that will allow you some forward progress that will give you the option and opportunity to try other things. It doesn't mean doing 50 things or every year you're
Never finishing
changing your
anything.
major, not changing. I have to be careful how I had a certain criteria in life for a while. It was people who finish things and people who don't finish things, right? Be a finisher, learn how to be a finisher, but because that also meant that you worked through the frustration, take on challenges, and then once you have a vocation and you're hopefully making an income that's sustainable, then you can try new things and shift your vocation, right? But if you're constantly changing up what you're doing, that's not the idea. The idea is to pick something that hopefully does good in the world, that you enjoy and that you can survive on, and then try new things, learn new things, talk to different kinds of people, and really learn to listen, and I listen to all sorts of podcasts now. I listen to classical music. I've been listening to Gregorian chants lately because I'm studying for this Music in the Brain episode, and I'm like, wow, there's something fundamental about chanting that's getting into the real guttural tones. But I've also been listening to Russian choir music, and I'm like, this is beautiful. And I'm a punk rocker, grew up in that, will be till the day I die. I'm Rancid, Bouncing Soul, Stiff Little Finger, The Clash. And I'm thinking, wow, there's this whole galaxy of other music like jazz that I definitely need to listen to and tap into. Because it changes you. It makes you different for all the other things that you already do.
I got to ask you one last thing about fear. You in the lab thing, you were trying things to I think elicit fear with subjects.
Yes.
And you would tap into some of the regular things, which was like sharks, heights, etc. Is there anything that people are more percentage-wise, more people are scared of that you find when you try these things than others?
Yeah.
Is there something that almost everyone is scared of this?
Well, the one thing I can do to make anyone panic is hypoxia. I can deprive you of oxygen and have you breathe air that puts you.
That works.
That sucks. There's one stimulus in the VR that works for just about everybody. And people go, oh, the VR, I'm not afraid of the sharks. True, some people aren't afraid because they're not real. But if you're terrified of sharks, like the sharks coming through you at you in VR, it's
So sharks is a big one?
Sharks was not a high percentage, so about 30% of people really don't like that.
VR is very
Heights.
real, by the way.
It can be.
We had a pair of goggles. That you could click to YouTube, and you sit and you'd look and you'd be like, "Wait, I'm really going in a hot air balloon."
Oh, dude, I thought
it would fucking. VR is real.
I thought I was at a blowbang in a bowling alley, and it was totally because of VR. It's incredible.
So there's a stimulus that I can't. It's hard to. I think I missed something in there. I think I won't go there. There's a stimulus in the VR where we have you sit with your fingers on two keys on the keyboard, and you're looking at a screen, and all of a sudden out of the screen comes hundreds, if not thousands, of spiders, and they stretch out behind you. They're not on you yet, and they go behind you. And then they start coming up your body and up your back and on.
This is all in VR?
Yeah, and your job is to keep your fingers on the keyboard as long as you can.
Oh,
now, my friend Jeremy Balinson, who runs the VR, the bigger VR laboratory at Stanford, he's really a pioneer in the world of VR. They have them wearing suits that are haptic suits. They're actually getting the tap of the legs of the spiders on you. This is absolutely unnerving for people, even people who like spiders, those mutants that like tarantula walking on. It is absolutely unnerving. You can tell by my bodily reaction. It's horrible.
And what was the thing that you said that didn't your lab do something with organs?
Yeah, so we brought David out. This was in about 2017.
You familiar with David Goggins?
The David Goggins. David Goggins, former Navy SEAL, who used to be real fat, ran himself thin. Actually, he went buds, I think he probably Goggins Road Can't Hurt Me.
SEAL.
He's one of these, So thing about Goggins, he is every bit as intense as I don't want to say his persona, because there isn't an off-camera version.
Yeah.
He's just always like that. He came out and he was like, I don't like sharks. And we're like, okay, well, who wants to go first? He's like, I'll go first. Okay, so that's very telling. And then when we asked him, rate your fear on a scale of 1 to 5, he was like 0. Okay, so for him, he's learned to kind of suppress all of those responses. But what's great about David is, I've done a couple of work days with him, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group is flagging, everyone's kind of and he's just like, no, let's get it. He's changing into shorts. He ran to the airport. He ran from where we were located to the airport. It's probably 20 miles. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, with his bag. It was in a big bag, but he ran to the airport. I've heard, I'm running to the airport. Goggins actually runs to the airport.
This is like a daily thing. It's not like a once in a while.
Cameras on, cameras off. That's him.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, amazingly impressive.
There's a couple
guy.
real deals out there. And
Yeah,
Goggins is Andrew's one of them easily, but Goggins is definitely fucking one.
David is he embodies drive and overcoming one's emotions and narratives of don't do it, I don't want to do it today or that. Have you seen the pictures of his feet? His feet look like they were mangled by a meat grinder. He runs on those things. He's just basically run his toenails off.
He really took
Those team guys are built different. Yeah, there they are.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
But we're talking
Oh,
he does the ultra marathon shit, run for days.
that's insane.
And he pushes that I don't want to say pushing it in that it's not true, but that idea that as soon as you hear that voice, it's like stop. It's like you got 40% more in there.
Well, it's the way team guys are trained. I've done some work with those guys on the East Coast and some Canadian spec ops. The way Jocko describes it is great, which is, the whole thing of getting them cold, wet, and sandy during buds, right? They're selecting for people that somehow really know how to embrace the suck. By time they land on the beach in an op, their guns are all wet, they're filled with sand, nothing is optimal. We hear so much about optimal. Their starting point is where most people are done, long since done. And that's where they sort of okay, day begins. And so they've it's almost like a car that has an extra gas tank that you weren't aware of, right? Because they learn to run on empty, and then they discover this reservoir of fuel.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, what they're selecting for.
Who do you think would last longer as a Navy SEAL, me or Tom?
You mean in the training, in buds training?
We're talking starting day one. Who rings the bell first?
Goodness. I think you guys both make it through if you're challenging each other. If you're challenging each other.
You know what our third
But
activity
you know what it
is?
is I have a good friend who was an instructor at Buds for many years and did a bunch in the Tier 1 East Coast teams. Very highly respected there. And he says that there are 3 features of guys that make it through Buds. That people either have 1, 2, or 3 of these things. Played a varsity sport in high school. That seems to be common to a lot of them. Not necessary, but seems to be sufficient, in many cases. Not always, right? Doesn't always get them through. 2 was suspended or sent to detention a lot in high school, right? And then I forget what the third one is off the top, but it's this kind of
juggle.
I think a lot of it is this they get into this competition with the instructors, the guys that get through are go ahead, make it colder. You can't kill me kind of thing. I think so that seems to be a feature of the ones that make it through. Whereas it turns out the pro athletes, the star athletes, you hear this a lot, get to Buds, the guys that get the frog tattoo before they get there, you hear this, they get there and they're used to working under perfect conditions. They're used to being the star.
Right.
So what we don't see, we see them running with the boats. What we don't see are the chafed groins, right, from all the sand. We don't see the fact that a lot of them have the flu while they're doing it. We don't see all the stuff and I've heard it's the micro things, the splinter in your foot. It's that stuff that's
the sand in your sock.
Yeah, it's all of that stuff. They're trying to tap into every pain. Think about a blister. I hate blisters. Blisters take people out of butts. No joke. You think a blister, how could it? It's got to be the 20-mile run. No, it's the 5-mile walk with a blister with sand between your toes, and you don't know when it's going to stop. You don't know it's 5 miles. That's, I think, what culls the average
Yeah,
person.
that makes sense.
You know, so the answer is you both make it through.
Yeah, we make it through.
That was I think we sell it to Netflix, and it starts me and you with our arms over each other, and it just says buds.
And I think it's cool because they, you know, great admiration for what they do. I mean, and all the spec ops folks. I mean, they're out there like they love the work.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like they're out there, you know, the really important stuff. All of it really we're not supposed to know about. You know, all the stuff, the Bin Laden raid and stuff became popularized, but they're out there doing all the work. Like they're tip of the spear. They're first in before standard infantry, and you know, they're not coming back asking for anything. Right, they do it for the love of the work.
That's why Bert would not like to be the SEAL though.
I think I get along with,
excuse
like,
me, I need a little bit of press about what I did.
You can't get.
You don't like
an award at Montreal.
Yeah, he doesn't
for
like
it.
when he does
They're not supposed to
GoFundMe
seek.
and people don't go thank you for the
Hold on.
donation.
They're not supposed to seek press.
You ever given a GoFundMe? Do they go remain anonymous or put your name up there on the board?
When I donate,
Yeah.
typically I remain anonymous.
Okay. Then hey guys, from now on I'm just going anonymous, and that was me.
He's upset that he made a nice, generous donation and that the people didn't acknowledge it.
Well, you know what's interesting?
me.
So I had Bob Sapolsky on the podcast, Robert Sapolsky. He knows a lot about testosterone and primate behavior. So in humans, they've done these experiments. You know, everyone thinks if you take exogenous testosterone, that it makes you a jerk, but it turns out it just makes you.
I'm taking 3 a day.
Yeah, no, it takes you more. It just makes people more the way that they are.
Wait,
so
hold on. What is it? What is it?
well, a lot of people think that testosterone makes people
exogenous
aggressive. Testosterone, right?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you want the kids. Gosh, kids are doing it so young now. Like you can. There's a way to do it safely. Talk to a doctor, or don't do it at all. You know, etc. Anyway, with that said, Sapolsky was telling me there's a study that shows that if you give people testosterone, in this case men, you give them testosterone, and you do an auction, a philanthropic auction for a good cause, the guys who take more testosterone start competing to give more money. They become more altruistic.
That's me.
So basically they'll compete over anything, but if you're playing checkers, you'll become more competitive over checkers. And if they're a jerk, they become more of a jerk, and if they're funny, they become funnier, and so on and so forth.
I bought 4 nuns a $7,500 trip to Cabo. So I was like, fuck, you're not gonna beat me. I was like, and they're like, Alien's like, I don't want to go to Cabo. I go, Sister Dawn, you want to go to Cabo? She's like, I've never been. And I was like,
You're going.
I sent 4 nuns to Cabo, and I gave them drink coupons for the fucking hotel because they take a vow of poverty. Yeah, I'll fucking get
Very
competitive,
nice.
throw money around.
Speechless.
Incredible.
This has been amazing. I apologize. We've had you here this whole time. I said, hey, well, come in. I just wanted to introduce you to everyone. But I'm telling you, when I sat with you guys in the bus, did I not tell you we're all sitting with greatness?
I'm so glad to be a part of the hang, man. I learned a lot.
I listen. I do listen to them all the time. I love your podcast.
Thank you.
And when you were on Two Bears, I was so jealous. My big get today, I wanted us to all try nicotine because he says nicotine is really good for your brain.
Well, no.
This week on Two Bears, One Cave.
He told America I was the most racist comic in America. He did that.
This sounds like a terrible idea.
Wait, hold on.
Bert, you are full of terrible ideas.
Are you still watching Cosby Show?
Cosby did terrible things. He got in a lot of trouble. They canceled the show, right?
100%. He told America I was the most racist comic in America.
Welcome to the program.
He did that. Hey guys,
As
brand new
always,
episode of Two Bears, One Cave. Hey Andrew,
my
is liver
co-host-
drainage a real thing?
My co-host.
Now are 23,000 people watching Dr. Disrespect. That's crazy.
Hey, bad friends on tour, don't miss out. Yes.
We're going to be in Boston, Massachusetts,
Boston,
October
Massachusetts.
6th. Washington,
Yes, 'cause he's
D.C.,
yelling
October
into it.
21st.
Denver, Colorado, October 28th. Then we go to the Midwest. We go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, November 24th. And Chicago, Illinois, November 25th, right after Thanksgiving.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, November 30th.
Yeah, that's where you're from, baby. And then we finish it out in Madison, Wisconsin, December 1st. You got to come see us. Go to badfriendspod.com for tickets. Badfriendspod.com. Also, a little hint for the inside fans. We might be adding a ton of dates come in the new year.
Oh,
and
we are.
might be going international, my friends.
Oh, yeah.
Go to badfriendspod.com for tickets. Badfriendspod.com. Hey, bad
everybody.
friends. Go ahead.
We don't have a Patreon.
We got a Patreon.
I did 7
I know,
push-ups
and I'll tell
earlier.
you why we have a Patreon.
Why?
People are like, oh, why do you guys have a Patreon? Let me tell you something. Because we're putting out more content on there. We have behind-the-scenes stuff from On the Road, in which Little McConey put together. Also, we have not really a bonus episode, but it's another extra little thing that we
They're
put on
different
there.
levels, dog.
There's fun stuff we put on there for you guys to enjoy. If you don't want to join, that's fine. Just still remain a fan, and the episodes will come out every single Monday.
But if you
as they
really
have.
love us,
You can join, and you'll get the episode on Friday, ad-free. You can have fun with us, and we're putting up more stuff as we go. It's being added as we go and edited. So the Patreon will be there. Go to patreon.com/badfriends. Bad Friends, right? Isn't that it?
Patreon.com/badfriends.
Patreon.com/badfriends to sign up today. The link is in the description below.
You two are bad friends.
Who are these two idiots?
White dude, Asian dude.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Yo papa pula KKK. Happy birthday
To you.
I gotta tell you, that
Yeah.
looked like that did look like KKK for some reason.
Yeah.
What is that? What's KKK in Korean?
Oh, it means white power.
Like, that's the same thing it means with us.
I know.
We're not so different.
Yeah.
See that? Welcome back, Jetski
Jetski.
Juicy Johnson is
Welcome
back
back.
on the show, and
It's my birthday episode.
It's a birthday
I
theme.
didn't realize.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
I like that
52
shirt.
years old.
Look at you.
52 years old.
And
Still
who-
playing Starfield on video games all day long. No
Well,
life. Loser.
You look so Korean.
I
right
do?
Yeah.
Dude, my birthday. Holy moly.
So explain to all the viewers that are watching right now. We're wearing Stardew Valley costumes for your birthday.
I don't know why I stopped playing it.
Who am I?
You're Harvey in the game. You're the town doctor.
Harvey Weinstein, the town doctor.
The town doctor, and he likes
Come to my room. I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah. And then you're Emily. She's got a lesbian. She works at the bar.
She's a lesbian that works at the bar.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, art imitating life.
And I'm Sebastian, the emo guy that lives up north.
Hell yeah.
What's up?
Where, dude? Like Portland? Where do you live, dog?
No, just up north in the mountains, man.
Oh, sick.
And then Abigail's not here yet, but so can I just say what happened yesterday?
What happened,
me?
kiddo?
So I had Robert Kennedy Jr. on, and I wrote one joke, and I wasn't able to tell the joke because I got scared.
Tell the joke.
Well, because his wife was on it too.
Yeah.
Cheryl Hines.
Cheryl Hines.
So they're on it, so I do the setup. I go, hey, you guys fart at each other?
Go on.
And right when I said that, I realized I couldn't do the joke.
Why not?
Because their campaign manager went,
No.
yeah, and then it was almost as if like, what the fuck? They've never been asked that.
You didn't do any other Kennedy stuff, did you?
No, I had a bunch of stuff written, but after this, so what I was gonna say is, if they'd said we fart on each other, then I go, does your fart sound different like your voice?
That would have been a good joke. I feel like that would have been received by.
I know, but because I set up the fart thing and they didn't respond to that, I couldn't do the fucking. Does your farts sound like your voice?
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you had to bail.
I bailed.
Then you were really nervous.
Oh, I was pacing back and forth because I've never had like a politician and stuff.
He's not really a politician, is he?
You're not in Congress, right?
I thought he was a YouTube guy.
And then
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm also a huge fan of Cheryl too.
She's the shit.
She's the shit. So
yeah, she's unbelievable. What a power couple, huh? Politics and Hollywood, the ultimate cabal.
Yeah.
How much baby blood do they have at their house? Huh?
Oh, so much.
So
baby.
much. Good babies too.
They have Obama baby blood.
Obama baby blood.
Obama baby blood.
Obama baby blood. Obama baby blood. Oh!
What time is it? What time is it?
She's late and she knows it.
Yeah.
6:05. And you're running late, but you showed up. Let's give it up for the Rudy Jules. Put on that wig.
Put on the wig.
And there's a choker too.
Yeah. Carlos, for some reason, is really pushing the choker.
It's a part of the costume.
All right. If the Village People were stand-up comics, let's go through that photo. Down. That one, and let's see who.
Yeah.
So, Craig Robinson.
No.
In the
Oh, in the middle.
Yeah,
Craig Robertson.
Top left.
Wait, let me. Chris Spencer.
Chris Spencer.
Yeah.
In the middle, the Indian.
Charlie Finn. Not Charlie. Hill.
What?
Charlie Hill.
Charlie Hill.
Charlie Hill.
Who's on the far right? Shane Gillis.
Shane Gillis.
And then who's the bottom right?
That's another. There's 3 blacks.
That's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Well, that's a black guy.
Yeah. And the far left is.
It's got to be me. I got to be in the band.
You're not in it.
Oh fuck.
Hate to tell you, you're not in it.
Oh, the guy at the far left is Jesus Trejo.
There he is.
There he is. Yeah.
They should remake it. Look at the Rudy Jules back in
Can I ask
action.
you one last thing I think about the Village People though?
Please.
And I don't even know. Excuse me for even asking this question. I really don't know.
Okay.
Are they all gay?
No.
None of them. No.
Only one of them is gay.
Be real. How many are there? Let's guess. Okay, out of the 6, let's just before we go.
Before you Google that, the obvious answer is all of them.
No!
Can you imagine being the one not gay guy in the Village People? They're out having fun every night after shows.
Yeah, and he's going back to the hotel room
to read a book.
Yeah, he's bummed.
Imagine that one of them is really religious. He just goes and reads a Bible in the room while these guys are having fucking popper orgies.
Right.
By the way, if they were still around,
They are still around.
are they still?
They're not dead.
Are they touring? I mean, if they're touring, Carlos should go to a show. That's where you'd find all that you're looking for.
Everything you're looking for is there.
Are the Village People still touring? Glenn Hughes, the biker, despite the stereotypical connotations that surrounded his character, is straight.
There you go. Here we are.
Wait a minute.
Here we are, dude.
Randy Jones, cowboy, is openly gay. Felipe Rose, the Indian, is openly gay. Victor Willis, the cop, his sexuality is unknown. Let me just throw my hat in that bucket and say,
No, you can't point your finger.
wait a minute. Glenn Hughes, the biker, isn't gay? He's not gay.
The one that we thought was riddled with AIDS.
Yeah, the one that we thought had a lump.
Yeah, I mean, it has no AIDS.
No, well, you don't know that.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know his
Okay.
extracurricular activities. By the way, these guys, imagine after a show, the amount of dick that these guys get. And then Glenn Hughes has to sit there and pretend. Look, I'm Glenn Hughes.
Yeah.
You guys are the Village People.
Yeah.
This is the after party.
Yeah.
Ready?
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, what's up?
You having fun?
Yeah, oh
Great
yeah.
show.
It was such a good show.
Dude, your ass was jigging.
Oh, cut it out.
Your ass was jiggly up there.
Please cut it out.
No, anyway, hey, do the thing that you did on the improv jiggly thing you did on stage.
The show's
Pull your
over.
pants down and do it.
The show is over.
Pull your pants down and do it.
Show's over, please.
Come on.
Guys, please stop making me do this. I don't want to do this anymore.
Anyway.
I'm a man of the Lord.
Hey, you want some of this popsicle?
Is it a popper popsicle?
No, it's my dick.
Oh, that is? There's never a stick at the end of this thing.
Know.
It'd be such a bummer to be backstage. The amount of dick they would get would be absurd. And then this guy would have to chill?
That's not true. What if they're all in relationships?
Okay.
No, I'm being real. Now you're making an assumption.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Anderson is making an assumption that these guys are like still single.
Yeah, based on some of the more popular ideologies of touring gay superstars. Liberace. Committed relationship.
Maybe.
Okay.
Elton John was committed.
No.
Yeah, he was not.
I hung out with Elton John.
Oh, you fucked him?
I didn't. We didn't. You know what? A girl doesn't kiss and tell.
Yeah.
Rudy Jules, welcome to the party.
Hello.
Yeah.
Why do you think we're doing this episode today?
Because it's your birthday.
And you didn't say shit yet.
Because I'm waiting for you to be finished.
Yeah, she's doing the polite thing now.
Oh, that's so nice.
Sing happy birthday right now in Tagalog. Or in your whatever it is.
We just sing it.
No, sing it. I want you to hear
in
it.
a different language.
You were late, so you have to sing to him.
Wait lang.
Wait lang.
That's it. That's how quick it is.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's how fast
What
happy
a
birthday
great
is.
song. It's so quick, but to the point.
If you slow it down.
If you translate, it's happy.
Happy. Yeah, but they don't say that often out there.
Oh, yeah.
You never hear Whitlam. Go ahead.
Yeah. What did they sing in the Philippines? Did they sing the Christmas song as well?
Besides.
There's like English and there's Tagalog.
I know, but do you celebrate Christmas there?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Look at me right now.
Santa doesn't go there.
Santa doesn't go there.
No chance.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think?
It's the happiest there. Every Christmas.
You think?
Every Christmas, and there's always.
Imagine what Santa has to do. Is Santa has to go to all the states, all the cities in America,
Yeah.
all of Europe.
You think he goes to America first?
No, definitely.
Yeah.
LA first.
Yeah.
Yeah, LA, New York.
LA, New York,
Right.
Chicago, Atlanta.
You know, he's done. He's in London. It's 5:30 in the morning.
He's
Sun's
tired.
coming, right? Elf calls him. Hey, you forgot. Hey, boss.
It's a Filipino elf?
No, I don't know.
Hey, boss, you forgot to drop the gifts.
Yeah, you forgot to go to the Philippines.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What is he gonna do?
Bail.
Bail.
Yeah, he's gonna bail.
He's like, I'm gonna cross the Pacific. And go to that little island. What the fuck? And then what does it give you guys? Pineapples and coconuts. You guys pick those. Pick them.
No.
Sing it right now. I want to hear it. You don't even know the words.
Maligayang.
Maligayang kaarawan.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
But that's
I don't care.
What is it? Yeah.
maligayang kaarawan.
Maligayang kaarawan. Maligayang, maligayang kaarawan. Now, how often do you sing happy birthday to someone you love in the Philippines? Do they never sing?
We sing, but it's in English.
Oh, you're stealing our culture again. Cultural appropriation.
You guys steal 4th of July? You can't.
You can't.
It's not about you.
I know, you gotta win that.
Yeah, you gotta win that, man.
Undefeated.
What else? You guys have Black History Month?
No, we don't.
Fuck you. You should have one.
Yeah, you really should.
Yeah. How many black people are in the Philippines?
16, I think, last time.
Yeah.
Wait, do you guys have Gay Pride Month or any of that stuff?
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
You would know.
You would know.
You would know.
Yeah.
Look at this. Metro Manila Pride. Pride, safe spaces, and lab.
What's a lab?
It's when you get tested.
Oh, tested. Oh, that's what it is. Lab. Tested.
I have no idea.
Tayo and kulalang.
Wala yan.
So that's the Metro. Oh, there is a Manila Metro Pride 2024. Gayout.com. Why has that been clicked a bunch by you, Carlos? So zoom in.
Stop. Are those your gay men?
Yeah.
God, look at how handsome all he
They're
clicked.
so good.
Wow. That looks exactly like
Okay.
here.
And then let me ask. Cute.
Yeah, cute. They're all going to be cute. Filipinos are all cute.
I'm just wondering what he does for a living.
Let's take a guess.
Okay. He scrapes. He's a scraper. He scrapes something.
I definitely see scraper. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he scrapes some sort of dried
Something that
liquid
was there for a few days.
Like a dentist?
on the wall. On
Yeah,
a wall?
On the wall.
On a wall.
High up.
High up on a wall?
He's got to have a ladder to get up there.
Oh, I see what he does.
I don't know how that's so
I know what
high.
he does. I know what he does.
What?
Like a
What?
carpenter?
No, not like a carpenter. No. You know something?
What?
Let me say something.
A carpenter?
A carpenter?
Yeah.
Like Jesus?
What is this?
Yeah.
Scraping.
Oh, no. He doesn't.
Carpenters don't scrape wall, do they?
No.
I don't know.
Yeah. What does a carpenter do?
They build and they make houses.
You know how there's some like podcasts that are like for science and arts and all that stuff? And you know why we're so big in the comedy world?
Why?
There is nothing smart to be gained on this show.
We don't know anything.
It's really pathetic. Not one person.
Even our
in here.
help doesn't know anything.
I know.
They know less than most.
I'm the help?
Yeah, you're the help.
I didn't say it, but I'm.
What do you think you are?
I'm the sidekick.
Okay.
I don't think so.
You know what? You're not the help because you don't never help.
Yeah.
That's true. You're not the
Is sidekick a Asian thing? When you know when someone said like you're my sidekick, is that?
help. Am I your sidekick?
Yeah, but you're my
No,
sidekick. I'm your co-host.
wait. Stop. This is my birthday. And stop. All right. Let's get to the root of this. All right.
You're my sidekick,
No, stop,
and I'm
stop.
your co-host.
So, am I your side?
Yeah, welcome back to the show. You're my sidekick, and I'm your co-host.
Yeah. I'm your Ed McMahon.
You're my sidekick.
This is your show, and I'm the sidekick.
No, you're misinterpreting.
Okay, go ahead.
You're my sidekick. I can't be your sidekick.
Why?
Because you're my little sweet.
You're my big little guy.
But you're my noodle boy.
You're my fucking
You're
roast
my-
beef man.
I'm your roast beef man.
Yeah.
You can say that. I'm your left hand roast beef.
No, you're my side.
No, I'm not your sidekick. I'm not.
Why?
Asian.
Because of the size?
Listen to sidekick.
He wants to be main course.
Yeah, sidekick.
Oh, what are you?
Yeah, gunfire.
Gunfire. I go, yeah.
I'm your left shot.
I'm Kato.
Yeah,
Is that what you're referring to Kato?
now you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, sidekick's fine.
You're my,
If I'm Kato.
yeah, you are Kato.
Okay,
babe.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm Tonto.
That's right.
Am I Tonto?
And I'm John Wayne.
Yeah, Beast John Wayne. He's racist.
He's not racist. Prove that he's racist.
He played Genghis Khan in a movie.
Pretty well. Acting.
And he campaigned for it. Did you know that?
God bless. Has John Wayne said anything racist ever? USC will remove a John Wayne exhibit after actor's racist tirade.
My bad.
So let's see what he said. Let's see what Mr. Wayne said. All right, you go ahead.
Zoom in. The University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts will remove an exhibit dedicated to John Wayne as the actor's past bigoted remarks have come under increased scrutiny. Systemic racism. Let's see what he said. What did he say? I believe in white supremacy until the blacks are educated to a point of responsibility, the actor said. I don't believe in giving authority and positions of leadership and judgment to irresponsible people.
That's literally. Wait. Zoom in. I can't. I feel like you're improvising. Zoom in because I can't read it. Let me read it. Let me read it.
Please.
I can't fucking believe this is. I believe in white supremacy. That alone. Take the statue down.
This is out of context.
But not
Oh yeah.
forever.
It's out of context.
It's out of context.
All right, let me finish it. I can't believe it. I believe in white supremacy until the blacks are educated to a point of responsibility.
You know, I don't even know what he's talking about. Maybe he's not talking about people. He might be talking about like colors of candy, like Mike and Ike's, like candy.
Oh, like licorice.
Exactly.
Black licorice.
Black licorice.
Oh.
I don't believe in giving authority and positions of leadership and judgment to irresponsible people. Interesting.
Interesting.
By the way, he said that in a 1971 interview in Playboy. That accredited piece of journalism.
Imagine what if he
say?
You know what he said? You know when he said that?
Fucking weirdo.
You know how sometimes like actors, what do they speak at a graduation? At a college graduation?
Yeah, when they do the
commencement.
Yeah.
He did it at Brown University. Imagine it, right? Brown University commencement. You go, Jordan. We're black people. Go ahead.
I want to play Divinity.
Say it again.
It's great to be here, pilgrims.
Yeah, go back to the speech. Go back to the speech.
I gotta tell you.
Wait. All right.
Let me say something.
Hold on.
I believe.
Let me introduce you.
He always gritted his teeth.
Yeah, let me introduce. You're doing Clint Eastwood.
No,
by
that's
the way.
Clint Eastwood.
Oh, I thought it was the same guy.
No, it's not. You're
John Wayne is kind of Clint Eastwoody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howdy, partner.
I'm John Wayne.
John Wayne. Howdy, partner.
John Wayne kind of talked like this.
This town ain't big enough for the both of us.
This town ain't big enough for two of us, black guy.
Hey, 2022 graduates from Brown University. You guys ready for a commencement speaker? Woo! Yay! Oh, so we're huge fans, guys, of this guy. He's the lead in so many good Western movies. He also played Genghis Khan in a movie called The Conqueror. So give a round of applause for John Wayne, everybody.
Well, hey there, pilgrims. I believe in white supremacy until the blacks are educated enough to a point of responsibility. Nobody? I don't believe in giving authority and positions of leadership and judgment to irresponsible people.
Anyway, thank
That's
you, John.
my time.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Give him a round of applause. Oh my God, imagine.
So they pulled down a statue of him. Is that what it was at USC?
Yeah.
An exhibit.
Well, that's what you get.
What
They're not going to his name is still in the fucking airport in Orange County. Still John Wayne Airport in Orange County.
Yeah. I mean, what
There's
should we
planes
take
over it.
away from him?
From John Wayne?
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone. He's dead. What are you going to do?
He is dead, but
dig
do
him
we
up?
do we take out, give him? I mean, why doesn't why can't we?
Important.
That's an even better question. What? Yeah. Why does it matter anymore? He's
But do you
gone.
know who he is?
No.